A young woman who won a beauty contest was found dead in her own apartment. The police began searching for the culprit, not suspecting the consequences it would bring. Today, we will tell you what happened to Sheila Josephine Harris and why this case outraged the public. Sheila Josephine Harris was born on February 26, 1963, in Douglas County, Nevada. From an early age, she wanted to become an actress or a model, so she actively participated in various beauty contests in her school years. When she was young, her parents divorced and her mother remarried. Later, they had 2 more daughters, and Sheila actively helped her mother take care of her younger sisters in her senior year of high school. Sheila won a local beauty contest in her district and planned to compete for Miss Nevada and Miss Carson City. In case of victory, she intended to apply to participate in the National Beauty Contest. Despite such ambitious plans, the young woman decided to obtain a higher education in the field of business and trade. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Sheila moved to Carson City and enrolled in community college. She rented an apartment and took a part-time job at a supermarket to cover her living expenses. The young woman took her studies and worked very seriously because she wanted to have a good education and provide for herself independently. She'd also dated a guy named Stephen Furlong. They tried to see each other as often as possible, but due to her studies and work, they only managed to spend time together a few times a week. On January 4th, 1982. Sheila went to his house to check on Stephen's condition since he had recently broken his arm, and the young woman periodically visited him. She spent the evening with him and his parents, after which she went home. The next day, Sheila was supposed to start her morning shift at the supermarket, so she wanted to go to bed early. Despite his injury, Stephen decided to see her off, and they parted at the entrance to the residential complex. The next day, Sheila did not show up for work. The store manager noticed her absence and was greatly surprised since the young woman had never been late, not even once. He called her home phone, but there was no answer, so he contacted Sheila's mother and asked, has anything happened to her? At first, her mother thought that Sheila might have just overslept, but when the building manager said he had called her home phone, the woman became nervous. She decided to go to Sheila's apartment and asked her friend to accompany her because she was very worried and afraid to go alone. The mother arrived at the apartment complex with a spare set of keys, and her friend entered the apartment first. There she was met with a horrifying sight that made her scream. Sheila lay in bed without signs of life. There was blood around her and bruises were visible all over her neck. Her friend tried to stop the young woman's mother from seeing this heart-wrenching sight, but she still entered the apartment and saw her dead daughter. Police, who arrived at the scene, began to investigate the crime scene. They immediately realized that the young woman had been strangled and had been dealt several strong blows with a heavy object. A dent was found in the wall near the bed, presumably left by Sheila herself trying to fend off the attacker. In addition, wood chips were found under clothing, and body medical examiners concluded that the young woman had been tied up and subjected to violence. The perpetrator had dealt her several blows, presumably with a board or other heavy piece of wood, and then strangled her with an electric cable, which caused her death. Investigators could not find either the board or the cable in the apartment, but they noticed that the wire had been ripped off the desk lamp, which could have been the murder weapon. Experts were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, but they could now conduct a DNA test in 1982. At first, the detectives thought that this crime could have been committed without preparation and that the perpetrator could have been mentally unstable. Their thoughts were led to this by the cruelty with which he dealt with his victim. However, it quickly became clear that this attack was meticulously planned. First, no signs of forced entry were found on the door, which means Sheila must have let the perpetrator in herself. Second, none of the neighbors in the apartment building heard anything. The killer must have carefully planned every step to carry out such a cruel crime without making a sound. Additionally, the killer took a wire and a wooden board, depriving the police of 2 important pieces of evidence. All of this led investigators to believe that the perpetrator was not a first-time offender, possibly a serial killer or someone who had been planning the attack long before it happened. With almost no evidence, investigators began searching for witnesses. They interviewed all of the building's residents, but none of them noticed anything suspicious that night. The area where Sheila lived was on the outskirts of the city and was not considered safe. She chose the apartment because the rent was low and she could not afford to live in a more prestigious neighborhood on her salary from the supermarket. This only complicated the police's work since many people live in this area. Somehow involved in criminal activity. For a month after the murder, investigators carefully studied local residents and tried to identify who might be involved. As a result, they questioned about 70 men, but they were unable to establish their involvement. From the first days, the police had the most obvious suspect. Sheila's boyfriend Stephen's statistics show that it is often people close to the victim who commit such crimes, and Stephen might have been the last person to see Sheila before the murder. He said he accompanied her to the entrance, but detectives were not quick to believe him. The young man did not have an alibi for the rest of that day and could not prove that he did not enter Sheila's apartment during the investigation. Another problem arose. Local media learned the detectives were considering Stephen as a suspect. Journalists quickly discovered that the young man's family had close ties to the police. His brother was the sheriff of Carson City, and his father held the same position before retiring. As a result, newspapers began to speculate on the topic of whether the police were covering up the young woman's killer. As a result, city residents were particularly convinced that Stephen was behind the crime, and his brother and father were using their position and connections to cover it up. This led to people protesting, sending angry letters to Stephen and his family, and even threatening violence. The residents of Carson City demanded that the teenager be immediately arrested, and some even called for the death penalty. The situation was further complicated by the fact that just a few days after Stephen's murder, he was arrested for being drunk in public. Investigators tried to determine if the boy had a motive for committing such a crime. After speaking with Sheila's friends, they concluded that the couple had never had any serious problems and that the young woman had never complained of aggression from Stephen. Suffered serious injuries that required the killer to exert significant effort, and Stephen had a broken arm at the time, making it almost impossible for him to do this. As a result, the detectives began to lean towards the belief in the boy's innocence, but it was too late. Under pressure from public threats and constant accusations, Stephen took his own life before he could be definitively cleared of suspicion. After this, the police had only one candidate for the role of the murderer: a gardener and handyman named David Winfield Mitchell, who was assigned to the residential complex where Sheila lived. There was no direct evidence against him, but several indirect factors made investigators suspicious. Firstly, the man could enter any apartment in the complex to do some repair work. Secondly, shortly after the murder, he resigned and left in an unknown direction. The police tried to find him, but he seemed to have disappeared. When suspicions began to mount against Mitchell, detectives re-interviewed residents of the complex and other employees. They tried to find out if anyone had noticed any strange or suspicious behavior from the gardener, and indeed several witnesses told the police that Mitchell couldn't take his eyes off pretty young women when they passed by. He silently watched them until they were out of sight. Several tenants found this strange, and investigators increasingly believed that he was the one who killed Sheila. A man was declared wanted, but over the next several years, investigators failed to obtain any leads on his whereabouts. Meanwhile, forensic scientists had one more card up their sleeve. They found a hair in the victim's apartment that could have belonged to Mitchell. He was originally from the small island state of Trinidad and Tobago, and experts were able to determine that the hair found matched his ethnicity. DNA analysis was still unavailable in those days, so they couldn't determine a 100% match with Mitchell's DNA. In 1986, 4 years after the murder, the police finally received a lead on the man's whereabouts. He was living outside the state and was soon arrested. During questioning, Mitchell denied his guilt, and the detective said only one card, a hair that presumably belonged to him. The suspect himself claimed that he had cleaned the apartment a month before Sheila moved in, which should explain where his hair came from. Investigators continued to believe that he was the one who killed the young woman, but they had no serious evidence. They understood that this case had zero chances in court, so they decided to release Mitchell. No judge would have found him guilty based solely on one hair, which could indeed have been left there during cleaning. Since then, there have been no developments in this case. Investigators were convinced that it was Mitchell who was the killer, so they didn't really try to find other suspects, but they couldn't prove the man's guilt, so the investigation was practically frozen. It was only in 1999, 13 years later, that the case was reopened. Sheila's mother heard about how new DNA analysis technologies could help solve such crimes and contacted the detective in charge of the case. The woman convinced him to send the killer's biological material to the laboratory and request a comparison with Mitchell's blood, which had been given after the questioning in 1986. After a long wait, the investigators finally received the long-awaited results. The semen sample from the victim's body matched David Mitchell's DNA completely, and experts also confirmed that it was his voice that was found in the victim's apartment. Thus, the police obtained 100 confirmations of his guilt, but they faced another problem. Mitchell had left the USA for his home country, where he got a job as a security guard in a government institution. Now investigators had to obtain his extradition, which was quite problematic. They had to go through all the bureaucratic red tape and prove to the government of Trinidad and Tobago that it was Mitchell who committed the murder. This process took several years, and federal authorities and the state government engaged in dialogue with the other state for the next 7 years until 2006, when a decision was finally made to extradite him. The suspect was brought to Carson City, and soon one of the most high-profile trials in the state's history began. First, DNA analysis was not as actively used in those days as it is now, and this technology still raises some doubts in society. Second, journalists paid a lot of attention to the fact that the victim's friend Stephen had taken his own life because of accusations against him, and now the court had to decide whether David was the real killer or whether the entire town had wrongly believed Stephen was guilty. Mitchell's lawyer used these doubts in his strategy and insisted that Stephen was the real killer and DNA analysis could be mistaken. The prosecution side refuted these arguments, citing compelling evidence that DNA testing in modern conditions has extremely low chances of error. Moreover, they had another indirect argument on the day of the murder. Stephen had a cast on his hand. First, the young man was unlikely to have been able to inflict all these injuries on the victim using one hand. Second, particles of the cast would undoubtedly have been found at the crime scene, but there were none. But these were not the only arguments of the prosecution side. During the trial, they uncovered information that had not been publicly available before. It turned out that Mitchell had already been convicted of 5 episodes of violence against women in the late 1960s. When the suspect lived in New York, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison for attacking 3 young women in their homes. Mitchell broke into their home, tied women with an electric cable, and subjected them to violence. After his release from prison, he moved to California, where in 1979 he broke into the house of 2 sisters there. He attempted to assault them, but the young women managed to fend him off. They contacted the police, and 9 months later Mitchell was arrested. Here the most interesting part began. Despite his previous sentence, the man received only 3 years in prison, of which he served 1.5, and was released on parole. He was supposed to be deported to his homeland, but the man disappeared from. The police moved to Carson City and got a job as a gardener in that same complex. All these facts outraged not only Sheila's family but also the public. If the system had not allowed him to get out so early, the young woman would most likely be alive. The same goes for the management of the residential complex, which without knowing it hired a serial rapist who fled from the police. The work of investigators also raised questions. After Sheila's murder, they had no idea about Mitchell's criminal history. According to the prosecution's version, on the evening of Sheila's murder, David knocked on her door and said that he needed to do some repair work. He should have had a board with him, which he used to stun the victim. Then Mitchell committed all these atrocities with her and left the scene, taking the board and the electric cable with him. As a result, it took the jury only 30 minutes to unanimously find David guilty of the young woman's murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, but his lawyer tried to get more lenient conditions. He pointed out that for 25 years after the murder, Mitchell had reformed, lived an honest life, and had not harmed anyone. Fortunately, the court rejected these demands and left the original sentence in force at the time we began his prison term. David was 63 years old. He spent most of his life on the loose, and now he only has to spend the rest of his days behind bars. Sheila's mother thanked the court for not giving this monster the opportunity to walk free. She stated that if he had not been released early in the early 1980s, her daughter would be alive now. In all the story, there remained one question that haunted investigators: how many more victims could Mitchell have had? All his known crimes are undoubtedly serial in nature, so the criminal could have attacked other women. He spent 25 years at large out of police sight, and there is a high probability that his actions could have harmed other people, but whether the police will be able to uncover the truth is a big question. Share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. The student returned home from a walk with friends. A few minutes later, she called her boyfriend, worried, and told him that someone had come to her apartment. She promised to call him back and hung up, but the call never came, so he went to her house. What followed was a lengthy and complicated investigation, with the conclusion reached only 26 years later. Angela Smote, the youngest of 5 children, was born on September 19, 1964 in Alameda, California. Her father died when she was 1 year old, leaving her mother to raise them alone. After graduating from high school in 1982, Angela enrolled at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. She chose the Department of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering, which was not a popular choice for young women at the time. Angela lived in a dormitory with her roommate Sheila and became best friends during her first few years of study. She later decided to rent an apartment near the university and chose a residential complex 5 minutes from the campus. She also had a part-time job to cover the rental expenses. On Friday evening, October 12, 1984, Angela went to a bar with her friends and invited her boyfriend. Angela, who rarely drank alcohol, agreed to drive her friends home. First, they dropped Russell off near his apartment. Anita had intended to stay overnight at Angela's, but she had a football match early the next morning, so she requested to be taken to the dormitory. Angela then decided to pay a brief visit to her boyfriend's house. She went in for a few minutes and then left. Her apartment was only a few blocks away from Ben's house. After saying goodbye to Angela, he went to bed, but a call on his home phone woke him up 10 minutes later. Angela was on the other end, and her voice sounded worried. She initially simply asked him to speak with her, which struck him as strange. He could hear some noise in the background and asked her what was going on. She soon told him that a man had knocked on her door and asked to use her phone and bathroom. Angela did not say whether she let him in voluntarily or if he entered the apartment without her permission. She asked Ben if there were any nearby convenience stores with pay phones. The guy looked up a suitable store in the directory and gave her its address. She repeated the information to the man and promised to call him back soon. Ben attempted to call Angela but received no response. He then drove to her apartment and knocked on her door, but there was no response. He used a portable phone provided by the construction company to dial her home number and walked back to her apartment, but no one answered. He knocked on the door again and decided to contact the police. It took nearly 30 minutes before 2 police officers arrived at the house. They explained the situation and asked them to open the door to Angela's apartment, but the officers did not take any immediate action. They decided to contact the manager of the residential complex and request a key before entering the apartment. The first thing the police officer noticed was a shoe on the floor in the center of the living room. Then they went to the bedroom, where they discovered a horrifying scene. Angela was lying in bed, surrounded by blood, with no clothes on. Police officers immediately noticed multiple stab wounds on her body. Later, experts recorded 18 injuries. Investigators began examining the crime scene and discovered several bloodstains in the bathroom, assuming they belonged to the attacker. Additionally, several fingerprints were discovered in the apartment, but they yielded no results. Detectives also discovered that the perpetrator had taken a kitchen knife, which was likely the murder weapon. There were no signs of a break-in, implying that the victim had let the attacker in, which corroborated Ben's account of the strange phone call. Medical experts determined that the victim had been assaulted and were able to obtain biological material from the attacker. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was not performed in 1984, so the experts could only determine the attacker's blood type. Investigators began searching for a suspect, exploring all possible lives of investigations. First, they investigated all employees of the residential complex who might have had access to the apartment. They then investigated men who had previously been convicted of violent crimes and lived in the area, but this also yielded no results. They then focused on Angela's acquaintances, beginning with an interrogation of her boyfriend. He told them about the phone call and the unknown man who visited Angela. However, the detectives did not immediately believe him and considered the possibility that Ben had killed her and fabricated the story. Nonetheless, the boyfriend agreed to give his fingerprints and blood sample. His blood group was determined by experts, and it did not match that of the killer. After speaking with the victim's friends, investigators identified another suspect, her ex-boyfriend, whom she dated in her hometown. According to her friends, he occasionally acted aggressively and once threatened her with a knife. His blood group did not match the killer's, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Russell, who had spent time with Angela a few hours before her death, was the next suspect, and the police were concerned when they couldn't find him the next day. They dug deeper and discovered that on the morning of October 13th, Russell attended an acquaintance's wedding before flying to another city to visit relatives. When he returned home the next day, he was taken to the police station and questioned. The young man claimed he had nothing to do with the murder, but investigators questioned his credibility. Russell lived alone and could not confirm whether he was in his apartment that night. Detectives also discovered that Russell had a crush on Angela. He was several years older than her and worked as an architect. They met through mutual friends shortly before her death, and Russell attempted to ask her out on a date, but she declined because she had a boyfriend, and they remained friends. Detectives were also suspicious because Russell fled town almost immediately after the murder. With all of this, he quickly became the primary suspect. However, there were inconsistencies in the new account of his involvement. According to Ben's account, an unfamiliar man visited Angela's apartment and was most likely the murderer. Given the sequence of events, no one else could have killed her and fled the apartment. However, detectives did not base their investigations solely on Ben's story, as they were unable to verify it. Russell was called in for questioning several times over the next few weeks, and as investigators became more convinced of his possible involvement, some detectives even privately stated with near certainty that he was the killer. Sheila, Angela's best friend, was devastated by the news of her death. She was so afraid of being alone that she moved in with her parents, and for the first month after the murder, she even slept in the same room with them. At the same time, she was constantly monitoring the investigation's progress, calling detectives and meeting with them. Sheila told them about Angela's friends and acquaintances, hoping to help get to the truth. During one of these meetings, a detective told her that Russell was most likely the killer, but they didn't have enough evidence to hold him accountable. He then asked Sheila to meet with him and ask him a series of friendly questions, such as what were you doing a few days before and after the murder. Investigators wanted to verify if his story matched what he told them. A hidden microphone was attached to Sheila. Before the meeting, the young man told Sheila the same story, but the detectives didn't plan on giving up. They called him in for questioning again at the station and offered to conduct a polygraph test. Russell agreed and successfully passed it. But the investigators continued to consider him the murderer. They were so convinced of their rightness that during the interrogation they showed the boy photos of Angela's body, hoping that this gruesome sight would break him, but all of this yielded no results, and Russell continued to insist on his innocence. After 6 months of constant questioning, he hired a lawyer and refused to communicate with the police personally. After that, Texas placed him under round-the-clock surveillance, but eventually had to switch their attention to searching for other suspects. Russell left for London to receive additional education in architecture, and the investigators lost the ability to monitor him during all that time. The Angela caves were widely covered in the media, and her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for any information that could help find the killer. During the investigation, police received an unconfirmed lead that a student at the same university as Angela had a crush on her and wrote her angry letters a few weeks before the murder. By then, she had married and had 2 children. Despite the fact that her life continued, she could not forget her best friend's tragic death and the fact that the guilty party had yet to be punished. She spoke with the detectives, but they stated that there had been no progress in the case. Sheila inquired whether they had attempted to extract DNA samples from the killer's biological material. After all, it was 1994, and the police were actively using DNA analysis technology. However, investigators reported that the evidence in this case had been lost and could not be recovered. Sheila was dissatisfied with the answers and continued to call the detectives. Over the course of several years, she made over 700 calls but received generic responses. She even tried to independently pay for DNA analysis of all remaining evidence in a private laboratory but was not allowed to do so. Her initiative was not taken seriously because she had no connection to the police and was an ordinary citizen. Sheila then considered obtaining a private detective license. In her opinion, she continued to make regular phone calls until July 2006. When Angela's case was transferred to a new unit specializing in unsolved murders, Sheila met with the chief detective and began working on the case collaboratively. To her surprise, she discovered that the DNA sample from the victim's body had not vanished but had instead been stored in the laboratory for years. She had apparently been intentionally lied to because her calls had worn down the investigators. Sheila persuaded the new detective to send the DNA sample for analysis, and it eventually happened. However, due to queues and bureaucracy, they had to wait nearly 2 years for their results. On February 14, 2008, the detective received the killer's DNA profile and entered it into the FBI database. He immediately recognized a 100% match, and after 24 years, they had the killer's name. When the detective called Sheila to tell her about it, she expected to hear that Russell was the murderer after all. But to her surprise, the detective gave her a completely unfamiliar name. Angela's DNA matched that of a certain Donald Andrew Bass, who was over 60 at the time and had been imprisoned for a series of rapes in 1977. Donald kidnapped a young woman and subjected her to violence, for which he received 25 years in prison. He was released early, which is not uncommon. He was released from prison after 7 years in early 1984. He killed Angela at the age of 36 and went unpunished for decades. In 1985, he was arrested after assaulting another woman. Donald's parole status at the time of the crime became an aggravating factor, and he received a life sentence. As a result, he spent a year in prison following Angela's murder. After gathering all necessary information, detectives arrived at the correctional facility to conduct an interrogation. Donald denied any involvement in Angela's murder and stated that he had never harmed a woman. Of course, the investigators were hesitant to believe him because his sperm was discovered on the victim's body, but the man was unwilling to confess, and the case was set for trial. Due to serious health issues, the trial start date was postponed. Donald had a heart attack a few days before the hearing, so the trial began on June 2, 2010. Donald maintained that he had not killed anyone, but the DNA test results spoke for themselves. Donald's lawyer attempted to highlight his health issues and good behavior in prison in order to secure a lighter sentence for him. The prosecution then requested the death penalty, according to the investigators. Donald noticed Angela in one of the bars or on the street, and he began following her. When she returned home, he knocked on her apartment door and requested to use the phone and the toilet. When the young woman called her boyfriend and hung up, Donald attacked and assaulted her. Detectives believed the criminal was still in Angela's apartment when her boyfriend arrived and began knocking on the door, and Donald may have been afraid his victim would scream, so he stabbed her multiple times. After waiting for her boyfriend to leave, he left the apartment. The trial received extensive media coverage, which resulted in some unexpected consequences. Several women immediately went to the police, alleging that Donald Bess had subjected them to violence at various times. One of them was Donald's ex-wife, who testified in court about constant beatings from him. He physically abused her even while she was pregnant with his child, and he continued to do so after their daughter was born. Fearing for her child's life, the wife fled and hid. As a result, the jury convicted him of Angela's murder and sentenced him to death. He attempted to appeal the court's decision several times but was unsuccessful. Donald spent another 12 years in prison, and his execution date was never set. In October 2022, he died of natural causes. Another heart attack was fatal. Thus, this complicated case came to a close. Investigators acknowledged that Sheila played an important role in moving the investigation forward by refusing to give up in her pursuit of the truth. After her story went public, relatives of other victims whose cases had been unsolved for years began to contact her. As a result, Sheila decided to help these people by forming a non-profit organization. The police department officially apologized to Russell for months of persecution. He admitted that it had a significant impact on his life, and he was genuinely afraid of being convicted of a crime he had not committed. Despite this, he continued to work with the police to solve the case. Following these events, he rose to prominence as an architect in Dallas. The possibility that Donald had many more victims, despite spending half of his life in prison, remains a source of concern for investigators. They may eventually be able to link him to other crimes. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. This horror story from 2006 may shock anyone. A young girl from a small, quiet town was discovered dead in an abandoned house. From the beginning, it was clear that there were many oddities in this case, but no one expected such shocking denim. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Cassie Stoddard and why this crime is still considered one of the most disturbing in history. Casey Joe's daughter was born on December 21, 1989, in the American town of Pocatello, Idaho. The locals were mostly religious and close-knit. They were all accustomed to a quiet and measured existence, as was often the case. None of them could have predicted that something so terrible would happen in town. Cassie was a happy, kind, and responsible girl who never got into trouble. She was an exceptional student, She always listened to her parents and tried to help her family whenever possible. Casey, then 16, agreed to look after her in-laws' home in September 2006. Her Uncle Frank and his family had planned to leave town for the weekend. Someone had to feed and walk the dogs while they were away, so he agreed without hesitation. Even though their house was in the middle of nowhere, Cassie's parents were willing to let her go alone for a few days. She had watched the house many times before during her uncle's absence, and with 2 Dobermans, it wasn't so scary to be in. An empty house. Cassie had gone there on Friday, September 22nd, and was supposed to stay there until Sunday evening. She called her mother and asked permission to call her boyfriend to watch a movie with him, but her mother said no. Then the girl said she would watch the movie alone and go to bed the next day. Cassie did not contact her parents, but they did not care. The girl was responsible and independent, and what could have happened to her in their quiet little town? Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but the girl had already died for several days. When the police arrived on the scene, they quickly realized they were dealing with a murder. Everything indicated that Cassie had been repeatedly stabbed with a sharp object. After inspecting the crime scene, they discovered several potential leads. One of the basement windows had broken, and the electrical panel door was open. Frank assured investigators that he always kept the fuse box closed and Cassie was unlikely to go in there since she wasn't an electrician at all. In addition, the back door was unlocked. It was through this door that the perpetrator could have entered the house. The version of a robbery was quickly dismissed as there was nothing of value missing from the house. The perpetrator took neither money nor any belongings. Almost immediately, detectives encountered one suspicious moment. Both Dobermans were locked in a room on the 2nd floor. A reasonable question arose: who had locked them in there, and why? According to Frank, his dogs would not obey a stranger and might have attacked him. This indicated that it was unlikely that the perpetrator would have taken the 2 adult Dobermans to the room and locked them in there. Much more logical was the theory that Cassie had lacked the dogs herself, except why would she do that? The only possible explanation was that a friend had come over to her house on a Friday night, and she had had to lock the Dobermans in her room to keep them from attacking her guests. The situation became more and more complicated. Based on the above, the killer could be someone Cassie knew well and had let into the house. The police, however, did not have to puzzle over this mystery, for the next significant clue emerged almost immediately. News of the murder quickly spread throughout the city, whose residents had never seen such a crime. Within hours of the discovery of the body, virtually everyone knew about it. While the detectives were working on the crime scene, a woman drove up to the house and said she had valuable information. It turned out to be Cassie's boyfriend, Matt Beckham's mom. According to the woman, her son did go to Cassie's house that night to see a movie. The girl hid this fact from her mother because she had forbidden her to have guests. The police questioned Matt and his mother. According to them, his mother called him at about 10 p.m. and demanded that he go home, but Matt refused. He said that something strange was going on in the house. The lights had gone out several times, and a window had broken in an unexplained way. Cassie was frightened by what was happening, so the boy decided to stay with her. But his mother didn't believe the story. At this point, she thought Matt was simply making it all up to stay with Cassie. Then she decided to pick him up herself and drove to the house. Once there, the woman listened to Cassie's account of the oddities in the house, and what was happening no longer seemed fictitious to her. Then she suggested that the girl go away with them, but Cassie refused. For one thing, the electrical trouble and other strange things had already stopped. Second, she felt safe in the company of 2 Dobermans, deciding that there was really no cause for serious excitement. Matt and his mother left for home at about 11:30. The boy had no idea who could have killed the girl. After they left, the detectives were not in a hurry to believe the young man and his mother. At this point, the odds were stacked against Matt. He was the last person to see the victim alive, and his mother's testimony could have been fabricated to protect her son. The other hand, there was no evidence against him either. While Matt was under interrogation, medical examiners examined Cassie's body and drew some disturbing conclusions. The girl had been stabbed about 30 times with a sharp object, with a high probability that 2 different weapons had been used. This suggested that there might have been 2 assailants. In addition, Cassie had not been assaulted, which made the motive of the killers entirely unclear. All of this led the detectives to believe that Matt might have been the killer. They conceded that there might have been an argument between the couple, during which the guy had taken up knives. That would have ruled out 2 versions at once: robbery and assault with intent to commit violence. Then investigators decided to press the guy and offered him a polygraph interview, and it paid off. Matt suddenly stated that he had actually withheld one detail from the police. According to him, that night he called 2 mutual friends from the school where he went with Cassie. The guys' names were Brian Draper and Tori Adamsek. They were friends with Matt and Cassie, And that night they agreed to come over to their house to watch a movie, except they didn't stay long because they found the movie boring. Shortly after they arrived, they said they would rather go to the local movie theater and left the house. As Matt was driving home with his mother, he called Tori and said he was on his way home. The guy had planned to meet his friends that evening, but they were already sitting in the movie theater. Matt explained to the detectives that he hadn't let his friends in for that very reason. They hadn't been in the house long and couldn't have had any useful information. Nevertheless, this confession closed the dog issue for the police. Cassie had locked them upstairs precisely because of Brian and Tori's arrival. Apparently, the Dobermans were familiar with Matt and were not aggressive towards him, but they reacted negatively to strangers. The police interviewed the guys, and they corroborated Matt's story completely. When they left Cassie's house, they went to the movie theater for a late-night showing, so they had an alibi. Detectives looked into their backgrounds and concluded that the guys most likely had nothing to do with what happened. Both did not have any problems with the law and were in good standing. However, the police still decided to check their alibis and went to the movie theater. To their surprise, the cashier stated that Brian and Tori had not been there that night. The girl who worked at the cashier's desk had gone to school with them and knew them both personally, so she was sure that the boys had not been to the movie theater. This was suspicious, but the detectives were in no hurry to charge the two friends with murder. They did not rule out the possibility that Brian and Tori lied to cover up a minor infraction. Perhaps instead of going to the movie theater, they went out for a drink or two to spend their time in less legal ways, but the cops couldn't ignore the false alibi. They started thinking of ways to get the guys to tell the truth. They even considered tapping their phones at one point, but it soon became unnecessary. Detectives and city dwellers were in for a very unexpected surprise. Tori Adamczak arrived at the police station with his parents the day after Cassie's body was discovered, and they forced him to tell the detectives a shocking story. Tori claimed that Brian had killed the girl and that he had unwittingly witnessed the crime. According to his story that night, the boys simply decided to scare Cassie and make a practical joke of their own. Before leaving her uncle's house that night, they discreetly opened the back door next to Tori and Brian lied that they were going to the movie theater, but instead parked their car across the street, put on plastic masks and our clothing, and walked back. After entering the girl was left alone in the house. The boy began turning the electricity back on and off. They wanted Cassie to go down to the basement, but she seemed afraid. Tori and Brian then went upstairs from the basement, where they ran into the girl. According to Tori's account, his friend suddenly pulled out a knife and began stabbing Cassie, turning a harmless prank into a brutal murder. Tori was shocked by what had happened, and he was afraid Brian would kill him as well. They left the crime scene and went to Tori's house, where they stayed the entire night. The boy couldn't sleep because he was afraid Brian would attack his family during the story. Tori cried, but the detectives assumed it was just a routine play. They knew from the medical examiner's report that 2 people had been struck, so Adam's story made no sense. On the contrary, the detectives were well aware that if Brian had attacked Cassie, Tori had also been involved, but they were not in a hurry to accuse the guy of cheating, so they decided to play along with him. They needed physical evidence, so they assured Adam that he had nothing to worry about. It was also explained to the boy that they could only imprison Brian if Tori showed them where they had hidden in the clothes and masks following the murder. Tori informed them that immediately following what they had done, they drove out of town and buried everything near Black Rock Canyon. The detectives drove him to the location, and he gave them the precise location of the hiding place, which was near where the evidence was buried. The police also discovered ashes from a campfire. Tori explained that he and Brian had planned to burn the items, but that didn't work out. The thing is, they tried to start the fire with hydrogen peroxide and were surprised when it did not ignite. The police dug into the cache and discovered an unexpected surprise. They had hoped to find only clothes with traces of blood, but they discovered far more useful evidence beneath the ground. The masks, gloves, and other clothing were stained with blood. There were also 2 knives, which the detectives initially mistook for murder weapons. There was also a partially burned piece of paper on which Adamczak's handwriting described how he and Brian murdered Cassie. All of this could have been enough to arrest both suspects, but there was one piece of evidence that stood out above the rest. Investigators found a videotape whose contents shocked them. Tori and Brian had recorded what they called an appeal to potential serial killers. In it, the boys revealed that they intended to murder 2 of their friends, Cassie and Matt. They laid out their plan and wished the other killers luck. The tape also included a tape from the day of the murder. Tori and Brian conducted an interview with Cassie and Matt in the school hallway before announcing on camera that they intended to kill them, but the creepiest part came next. The following footage was taken after the murders. The guys were laughing, shouting, and cheering as they drove away with the evidence. Tori and Brian couldn't contain their excitement and were astounded by how simple it was for them to take someone's life, especially with such evidence. Adam's act made it impossible to pretend that he was an innocent victim. The cops knew he was directly involved in the murder, and the man in tears admitted to stabbing Cassie multiple times. Both perpetrators were eventually apprehended, but the cops were about to make another significant discovery. They noticed on the tape that Brian was constantly writing something down in a notebook. The detective searched his room and discovered it well hidden from view. The notebook contained a list of items to purchase prior to the murder, but what followed was extremely creepy. On a list of 20 names, it turned out that the perpetrators were going to kill 20 people over the next 2 years, with a month at a time. Among them were friends and teachers and even relatives of Tori and Brian. The police talked to all the people on the list, and it came as a real shock to them. They all thought they were on good terms with the people who were actually going to kill them. Once under arrest, the guys began to shift the blame onto each other in the hope of avoiding punishment. Despite the fact that both perpetrators were 16 years old, they were tried as adults. The trials began in 2007 and were conducted separately. Then, it was revealed that Tori and Brian had been inspired to kill by the cult movie Scream, and even tried to imitate the masked maniac. This explained their choice of weapons and attempts to frighten the victim with a blackout. In addition, they idolized serial and mass murderers, such as Ted Bundy or the Columbine rifleman. In other words, their only motive was to kill. And they wanted to turn it all into a show. The boys expected that after all the murders they had committed, they would become legends and make history. In spite of all that, medical experts declared them sane, so they should not have been indulged by the court. On April 17, 2007, Brian Draper was found guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. On June 8, Tori Adams' act was found guilty of the same charges. Both were sentenced to life without parole and 30 years on top of each for conspiracy. Adams' act's family resented such a harsh sentence. They felt that the court should have imposed a more lenient sentence because their son had led the detectives to the evidence. However, the judge was well aware that no credit was due to Tori himself. The boy was just scared and tried to blame it on his buddy, which does not entitle him to any leniency. In the years that followed, Tori and Brian appealed repeatedly, attempting to have their sentences reduced, but each time they began preparing for the murders long before Cassie was attacked, trying to plan every move. It was partly fortunate for the police that the two maniacs were not brilliantly intelligent. They didn't even consider the fact that their fake alibis could be checked in a matter of minutes, making them prime suspects immediately. They continued to serve their sentences in the same prison, but they now despise each other for their mutual attempts to blame one another. Cassie's family has never been able to return to a normal life following all of this horror. Frank's 13-year-old daughter, who first discovered Cassie's body, later attempted suicide. Frank and his family were also forced to leave the house because no one else could be present. Even though the police department sent in experts to clean up the crime scene, the house's residents never returned except to retrieve their belongings. Frank had been trying to sell it for years but couldn't find a buyer. Everyone knew the house's history and did not want to live there. Cassie's mother's only consolation was that the killers had been apprehended and imprisoned, even though it would not bring her daughter back. Share your thoughts on the story in the comments. Thank you for watching. A young woman was discovered deceased on the floor of her own apartment. The police launched an investigation and quickly discovered several very concerning facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something unusual and lived in fear. Throughout the investigation, detectives discovered more and more horrifying details until they arrived at an unexpected truth. But this was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979, in the small town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Stephanie's parents divorced when she was a child, so she lived with her mother. However, their father lived nearby, so the young woman saw him almost every day. Stephanie's father eventually remarried, and she gained a stepsister named Diana. Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which is 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met Walter and they began dating right away. After college, the couple relocated to different cities but remained together. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, with her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend, Emily. They rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, which is located in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood on the city's outskirts. The young woman found a job at IBM, and her boyfriend relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, to pursue an engineering degree. Stephanie stayed in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend. And the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent in May. Stephanie went to Greenville, where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment Emily had moved to. He then called her sister Diana, who in turn contacted Stephanie's colleagues. Stephanie didn't show up for work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have told her boss if she was sick. If she was sick at home, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and see if everything was fine. When they knocked on the door, there was no answer, so Diana requested that the apartment manager open it with a spare key. As soon as the man walked into the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie lay lifeless on the floor of the room, naked and bruised on her neck. The manager immediately called the police. Detectives found Stephanie's documents and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo on the laundry basket cover which was under the window in Emily's bedroom. Investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut. Apparently the perpetrator was hiding there too. The perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex for several months. People regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago, an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenville as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange in the bushes. They found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which as later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then for some reason threw them in the bushes. However, shortly after this version was refuted, it was discovered that a teenager from the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, which he then threw into the bushes. When investigators questioned all of the residents, he admitted this, but denied being involved in the murder. His DNA sample was taken, but it did not match the one obtained from the killer's sperm. As a result, he was no longer suspected of the offense. The police believe the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped into the complex's female residents. After interviewing everyone who had ever seen this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers but produced no results. Investigators conducted a routine check on the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer's sample. Furthermore, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home at the time of the murder and could not physically be present. After that, the police approached all of the complex's male residents and asked them to voluntarily provide their DNA. This also yielded no results. The experts found no matches among the 283 samples collected at this point, and they had no serious leads. Detectives set up surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. They were surprised by how quickly they achieved success. On June 3rd, police noticed a man approaching several ground floor windows and peering into the apartments before stopping at one. This individual began to satisfy himself, and the police arrested him immediately. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campen, who had previously been caught spying and was convicted of stalking a woman 3 years before. The detectives believed they had finally apprehended the murderer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not correspond to the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with being fine, but he was no longer considered a suspect in the murder investigation. Since then, the police have continued to investigate the case, but they have found no substantial leads. A year later, The lead detective learned about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity using DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity as a test. He sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detective sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a reward of $100,000. However, in April 2004, they yielded no results. Detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again after hearing testimony from multiple witnesses. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism was not the only one who walked around the complex and looked into other people's windows. With the first man's identity and photographs in hand, the investigators wanted to speak with the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen his face. This man frequently appeared at night and was almost always dressed in a hoodie. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. The Texas interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours while walking his dog near the wooded. It was related to the murder, so during the initial questioning the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador, judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area. He must have lived nearby, and here the detectives noted one interesting fact behind the forested area where the witness saw the man there. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore baby clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible in his case, however it worked. Just the opposite, the police decided to find out more about this person and talk to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn when they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett. The woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police. It turned out that Drew had moved out of that complex and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home, or he purposefully refused to open the door for them while they attempted to locate him. The police questioned his former neighbors at his old home, and they were able to locate several witnesses who revealed troubling information. A woman on the floor above noticed Drew with a young boy. They were walking down the street a few days after Stephanie's murder, discussing something. According to the witness, Drew told the boy to stop contacting the police and not tell them anything. Investigators quickly concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being afraid of Drew after spotting him during runs or walks in remote areas. The man would either closely observe or follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Jews located his workplace and went there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time, and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment, and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses, even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks he would leave work, sit in his car and just stare. At one point, the man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin, detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract the DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's model and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too, they were unsuccessful. For several days, they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with the trash bag. Next, investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days but couldn't get any of his belongings. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed odd given that the man had fairly long-haired. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was purposefully concealing all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss noticed him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, the woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink for dessert. They ordered banana pudding, and Drew finally used a pour. However, the results were too imprecise, as more biological material was required for a thorough comparison. Finally, the detectives received a warning to search Drew's workspace. They hoped to find some items that contained his DNA. The investigators were concerned that if the man found out about the surge, he would flee, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. They discovered gloves, which the suspect was required to wear when working with chemicals, among his belongings. The detectives suspected his DNA was inside, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They were still concerned Drew would try to flee, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed that the gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory, where a man worked, and waited for him to exit. Investigators were concerned that if they attempted to arrest him inside the building, he would kidnap or assault one of his colleagues. Their concerns were justified when the man emerged from the building and was apprehended right away. He was discovered to be carrying a loaded pistol and appeared to be aware that the police were just steps away from apprehending him. Throughout a 6-hour interrogation, Drew remained silent, refused food and water, and barely moved. Detectives eventually had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators discovered a laundry basket taken from Stephanie's home. His belongings also included 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. The detectives also discovered a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They also discovered a notebook with the names of dozens of women and quickly located them to ensure their safety. One of the women was a resident of his complex who had complained about Drew earlier in the investigation. She claimed that he had been watching her on the street and that his gaze made her uncomfortable. Drew's concerns were confirmed when police discovered her underwear and tampons in her home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. Drew had broken into her apartment, removed the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. He kept these items for quite some time, even after moving into his apartment. They also left a check in his apartment. They also submitted a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators discovered that Drew lived in her city at the time, and that the woman was shot with a relatively rare caliber gun, which was found in the man's collection during the search. Drew became a suspect in this case, but he first had to face trial for Stephanie's murder. A month after his arrest, the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was scheduled to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but it never took place. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions, he managed to take his own life. Investigators were certain Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after a search of his home, the inevitable question arose: how many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was almost certainly responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. However, detectives were almost certain that Drew had been involved in additional crimes. The police discovered several intriguing facts about his biography after thoroughly researching it. Drew was raised in a family of 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist. His colleagues said he was very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends. He didn't talk to anyone at work and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all necessary precautions but were unable to stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father attempted to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night, and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, the family of one of Brazil's wealthiest individuals, businessman Marcos Matsunaga, became the focus of attention after Marcos vanished on the eve of a major billion-dollar transaction. The case shocked the entire country, and photos of the millionaire's distraught widow remained on the front pages of major national newspapers. Initially, in the main version, the police considered the plots of competitors who could kidnap and kill the businessman in order to disrupt the upcoming transaction. However, the revealed truth proved to be far more cruel and terrible. The story of a cold-blooded murderer and a monstrous attempt to cover up the crime inspired several documentaries about entrepreneur Marcos Matsunaga. Marcos Matsunaga was one of Brazil's richest people, running a family business that produced a variety of food products. Yuki's grandfather, Marcos, founded the company after emigrating across the ocean. His name was Yoshido Caetano, and the brand name was created by combining the first letters of the surname and the founder's first name. The foundation of the future business empire was laid in the middle of the 20th century. It is worth noting that it all began with a small flour milling business that not only survived but thrived during times of crisis and war, before growing into a massive corporation with a global reputation and the widest range of products. Marcos was born into a wealthy family, and he was raised to never deny anything. He didn't have to start and grow his business from scratch. He became CEO of the family food company after inheriting everything his grandfather and father had created. He had every opportunity to become the first billionaire in his family, and he worked toward this goal for almost his entire conscious life. But such grandiose plans were not meant to come true. Everyone who knew Marcos described him as a good and talented businessman who was able to not only save, but also multiply the family capital several times, resulting in increased profits. But he was not an easy man. He was capricious and arrogant, with a heavy personality and an unwavering desire to control everyone around him. Furthermore, the businessman lacked physical attractiveness. He was overweight as a child, had vision problems that required him to wear glasses, was short in stature, and was somewhat clumsy. All of this from a young age caused the boy to have difficulty communicating with his peers. He had almost no friends or female representatives of the female sex, and they all shunned this strange and peculiar guy, Marcos, for quite some time. He was unable to form long-term, serious relationships with anyone because they did not last more than a few dates. Even his own business and multi-million-dollar inheritance did not qualify him as an enviable and desirable bachelor. He turned off women with his arrogance and egoism. Marcos frequently employed escorts and representatives of the ancient profession. There was almost no information about the entrepreneur's first wife or open sources. He married not out of love or passion, but out of desperation and at the insistence of his relatives. Despite this, the marriage lasted several years, but both spouses quickly began to regret their decision to start a family. At first, the young wife tried to put up with the businessman's complex personality, hoping that they would eventually become a happy couple. "We both support and understand one another," but the young woman was mistaken. And as time passed, they grew apart even more. Furthermore, Marcos cheated on her on a regular basis and made no attempt to conceal or justify it. And he looked for mistresses, primarily on websites where girls offered intimacy for money. Elise was among those girls. She was an escort, and her portfolio was available on the appropriate platforms. It was there that the businessman noticed a bright, attractive blonde with a lovely figure and began to invite her on dates on a regular basis, paying generously. Elise was 6 years younger than him. She was born and raised in a low-income, dysfunctional family in one of the city's most dangerous neighborhoods. Elise was unaware of her own father. Her mother drank heavily and had relationships with men who shared her addiction. The girl had a difficult and joyless childhood at a young age. She was repeatedly beaten, harassed, and abused by her mother's roommates, and she barely finished school. Elise literally ran away from home and never returned to the neighborhood. And when she grew up, she enrolled in nursing school and eventually found work at a hospice. However, she quickly realized that caring for dying patients was far beyond the scope of her dreams and abilities. Furthermore, sensitive and vulnerable young women develop strong attachments to others, and each patient's death was viewed as a personal tragedy. Elise decided a few years later to pursue a higher education and completely change her career. Her choice was law, which she saw as a promising career. She had spent a long time preparing for admission and was able to score the required number of points on the entrance exams, but she couldn't afford her studies with her modest salary as a nurse. Elise had no one to help her because she had cut all ties with her family after leaving home. Then, young, attractive Alice, with a slender figure, decided to make money from her external data and registered on a website specializing in the provision of escort services. There, she was assisted in creating a bright personal page, and wealthy men soon began to express interest in the young blonde beauty. Elise earned a good living by escorting and providing intimate services, which enabled her to pay for her studies and support herself completely. But she intended to leave this particular occupation as soon as she received her diploma and found a job in her specialty. During this time, Elise met Marcos, who became one of her regular clients. He was generous with gifts and met with Elise on a regular basis, never hiding from anyone. She knew the businessman was married, but she could not have imagined that one of the country's wealthiest men would leave his wife for her. Elise Matsunaga's story resembled that of Cinderella, a poor girl from a disadvantaged family who provides escort services meets a multi-millionaire who quickly falls madly in love with her. Marcos literally lost his head. However, it is now impossible to say definitively whether Elise made any efforts to do so. After about 6 months, Marcos realized he wanted more than just to date his new young mistress. He wanted to be with her permanently. Without hesitation or regret, he filed for divorce from his first wife and began introducing Elise to everyone as his fiancée. For obvious reasons, the businessman didn't want anyone to know how he met his chosen one or how she made her living. As a result, the couple devised a simple story about a chance encounter in a cafe and stuck to it. Marco's closest relatives and a few friends had no idea what was going on. However, Elise and the Matsunaga family did not welcome the entrepreneur's parents. They assumed that this attractive young woman used all of her charm to fall in love with the wealthy but ugly Marcos, and that she was now going to great lengths to pretend that she didn't notice his heart character. Nonetheless, when Marcos announced his plan to divorce his first wife, Mary Alice, no one objected strongly. The businessman planned a lavish wedding in the traditional style, complete with a white gown, a large number of guests, and an enormous tiered cake. Following that, he relocated his wife to his massive and opulent mansion, where she became a full-blown mistress. Matsunaga had a long history of collecting high-end wines and rare weapons. His house had a large cellar for wines, where the bottles were carefully sorted by year and country, as well as a weapons room. The house had a secret room with firearms and edged weapons displayed on its walls from floor to ceiling. Marcos took great pride in his collections and was constantly replenishing them. Furthermore, his house was literally full of antiques, luxury goods, and modern art, all of which were tastelessly hung on the walls and stood on every surface. Soon after their wedding, the couple decided they needed some fresh air. Despite their best efforts, Elise was unable to conceive naturally for a long time, so the couple decided to undergo in vitro fertilization. Even here, success awaited them long after their common daughter was born. It appeared that the couple's happiness now knew no bounds. The young parents focused on the education of their long-awaited baby girl and made plans for the future. When the girl grew up, the entire family began to travel around the world, learning about different cultures and traditions. Their daughter was a true little princess who was raised in love, care, and luxury. But the couple shared one very specific hobby: hunting large animals. Although it would be more accurate to say that it was always Marco's hobby, he attempted to participate in it with his chosen women and his first wife at various times. However, most women did not just dislike this activity. It actually repulsed them. The businessman no longer hoped to find someone who shared his passion. Many believe Elise became interested in hunting in order to gain more favor with Marcos and win his heart. They started by going to shooting ranges together, where Elise learned how to use various types of firearms, and then they went into the woods to hunt wild animals. Elise felt no pity when she took animals' lives and treated it as a form of competition. You either do it or not. Marcos liked this approach, and he enjoyed watching his wife use her weapons and stalk her prey. He also showed her how to skin and carve wild boar, deer, and other forest animals. They skinned and separated the body parts with large knives, cleavers, and axes. Furthermore, the family kept poisonous snakes as pets rather than cats or dogs, and a special terrarium was built with conditions as close to their natural habitat as possible. Marcos' long-held dream of having a home terrarium was realized, but his first wife was opposed to the idea. Elise had really won Marcos over by sharing his strange hobbies. In the spring of 2012, the entrepreneur was preparing to make what could be the biggest deal of his life and career, making him a billionaire and boosting his income to new heights. He was actively negotiating with several business partners about selling the family business and investing the vast sum of money in a new profitable venture. Matsunaga was rarely seen at home at the time because he was so preoccupied with work and the execution of his grandiose plans. He and his wife relocated to an elite apartment complex in the city's business district, close to the businessman's company's headquarters. Marcos was gone almost all the time, leaving his young wife bored alone in a luxurious apartment with a panoramic view of the city. The businessman's workday was meticulously planned. He was engrossed in meetings, business meetings, and consultations with specialists. He rarely spent the night at home, but he promised his wife that once the deal was completed, their lives would be completely changed and transformed. On May 19, 2012, on the eve of the $1 billion deal, the entrepreneur vanished without a trace. His wife reported the incident the next day because she assumed Marcos was at work. According to Alice, he had a meeting scheduled for the evening that could last all night. Her husband had an early morning meeting with a business partner, so he took some things and warned that he would most likely spend the night in the office before going straight to the deal. The following day, Marcos did not return home and stopped answering his phone. Elise became concerned and reported his disappearance. The police quickly discovered that the entrepreneur did not show up for a meeting in the evening or an important meeting in the morning that he could not miss. In this regard, there was an immediate report that the millionaire had been kidnapped, and his family will most likely face ransom demands in the coming hours. But 24 hours have passed. Then in the second, no ransom demands were received, raising hopes that Matsunaga was still alive. We are literally melting before our eyes. At this point, investigators began questioning the businessman's relatives, friends, and business partners to determine whether he had enemies and who could benefit from his disappearance or the disruption of the upcoming deal. Despite all efforts, it was not possible to identify a specific person or people who may have wished for the businessman's death. He ran his business competently and was able to prioritize and plan his steps ahead of time, ensuring that his strategic decisions benefited nearly everyone. Elise returned to her father-in-law and mother-in-law's home a few days later, having taken her young daughter to tell them what she had not dared to tell the police. With tears in her eyes, the young woman revealed that her husband had long been cheating on her with a girl named Natasha Villaraya Lima and had not hidden it. True. Following several major disagreements and threats of divorce, Marcos promised to leave his mistress in order to preserve the family. In fact, the man continued to meet with Natasha, but became more cautious so as not to cause another family scandal. The wife suspected everything and hired a private investigator to gather evidence of the businessman's infidelity. Elise had photos and videos of her husband going on romantic dates with the same Natasha. It was noteworthy that he took his new girlfriend to the same restaurants and entertainment venues that he and his wife frequented and where everyone recognized him. Marco appeared to show others how much he despised his wife and could openly cheat on her without hiding from anyone. As it later turned out, Natasha Lima a businessman, discovered escort services while looking for Alice on the same website. They met for about 5 months, during which time he gave her an expensive car and paid a large sum of money to have Natasha's profile removed from the site. The available photos and videos proving her husband's cheating were shown to Marcos' parents. She also stated that she had shown all of this to Marcos the day before his disappearance, but instead of making excuses and pleading for forgiveness, he simply packed his belongings, informed his wife that he was leaving her, and then left their apartment, disappearing without a trace. According to Alice's story, her husband, driven by passion, simply ran away with a new mistress. But everyone who knew Matsunaga agreed that he couldn't just leave the business and disappear because he was too serious about it, which had supported his family for decades. About a week later, a passerby discovered scattered garbage bags inside a deserted area, 100 kilometers from the businessman's house, containing the remains of a human body, providing answers to numerous questions. The man immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and it quickly became clear that the victim was Marcus Matsunaga, who was being sought across the country. Experts determined that the businessman was killed by a shot to the head, after which his body was dismembered, packed into garbage bags, and transported to the city's outskirts. The pathologists determined that the murderer was either a surgeon or an experienced butcher with a carving knife. Such a conclusion was unavoidable, based on how accurately and professionally the cuts were made in the appropriate locations to separate the body parts. At the beginning of the investigation, there were no concrete leads, so it was decided to begin the investigation in the location where the deceased man was last seen alive. The elite residential complex, where Marcos lived with his wife and daughter, was outfitted with numerous video surveillance cameras, the footage of which began to be examined. The couple had ordered food delivery home the evening before their disappearance. According to the camera footage from the elevator, Marcos descends to the first floor and returns with boxes of pizza in his hands. He enters his apartment and never leaves again. Not that evening, night, or the next day, Matsunaga appears to disappear within his own home. However, in the morning, his wife leaves the apartment with 3 large-wheeled suitcases. The footage shows that the suitcases are extremely heavy, and she moves them with great difficulty. The investigators had already guessed what type of luggage it was. On the same day, the businessman's widow was detained and brought to the police station to testify. At first, she tried to deny everything and stuck to the story that her husband had abandoned her for a mistress. But when she saw the elevator footage, she burst into tears and began speaking. According to Alice, their family life has long since broken down, and the former idol is no longer traceable. Her husband humiliated her and constantly chastised her for the work in the escort, claiming that he had pulled her out of the mud and that she was a bad mother to their daughter. He also tried to control his wife's every move, preventing her from making new friends. When Elise brought up the topic of divorce, Marcos laughed and said he would leave her with nothing, take the child, and forbid her from seeing him. Elise claimed that on that fateful evening, she showed her husband the detective photos that captured Marcos with his mistress, but they only made him angry. He slapped his wife, and then, she said, everything was as if in a fog. Elise has no idea how she got a gun in her hands, from shooting her husband to later realizing what had happened. She decided to dispose of the body in such a way that he would appear to have vanished without trace. Elise had worked as a nurse and was familiar with human anatomy. Her husband had taught her how to skin and cut up animal carcasses, for which they had the necessary tools at home. Everything that followed was a matter of technique. While Elise was cutting up and bagging her husband's body, their young daughter slept soundly in the next room. Alice's testimony sparked numerous doubts and questions right away. Furthermore, it quickly became clear that the very images and videos used to prove Marcos' cheating were fraudulent. On May 20, his wife received it from a private detective. That was after she killed her husband. Then, as I previously stated, Elise delivered these photos and videos to the businessman's parents, claiming that Marcos had abandoned her by fleeing with his mistress. We also found Natasha Lima, who appeared in court as a witness. According to her, Marcos wanted to divorce, but was afraid of his wife claiming she was mentally unstable and capable of terrible things. Natasha last saw her lover the day before his disappearance, and he complained about the family's constant scandals, saying that after the company was sold, he planned to relocate to Florida and start a new business. Taking Elise with him was not in his plans. He was going to divorce and forget her, like a bad dream. Another horrifying discovery was that experts discovered blood in the dead man's lungs, indicating that Marcos was still alive and trying to breathe when his wife separated his head from his body. This is wild and terrifying. Elise vehemently denied this, claiming that he died instantly from a bullet. The pathologist also discovered that the same bullet entered Marcos's head at an unusual angle, as if he were sitting or lying down, not expecting to be shot, so he did not attempt to defend himself or dodge. This contradicted Alice's account of her husband assaulting her and her attempts to defend herself. Furthermore, almost all of the witnesses at the trial denied that Matsunaga hit his wife. Yes, he had a difficult personality and could say hurtful things, but in real life, he never raised a hand against anyone. Marcos was unable to refute anything, so it appeared that Elise made up the entire episode. As a result, the court convicted Elise of premeditated murder with particular cruelty and attempting to conceal the crime. Elise Matsunaga was sentenced to 20 years in prison, which many saw as an extremely lenient punishment for such a crime. The deceased man's parents are now responsible for raising their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. Through Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the Bauman family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternating and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime. leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question, "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Baumann arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or coworkers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her coworkers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her coworkers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or 2 at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Lewis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Lewis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Louis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Louis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Louis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Louis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Maarten, a small Caribbean island where she met Louis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Louis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Maarten. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Louis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Louis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Louis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever. The next day, May 28, Louis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister Elizabeth insisted that Louis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Louis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Louis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Louis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Louis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Louis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Ms. Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, the judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal, and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft, then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it. Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking pots from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of pots in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The state of North Carolina, the birthplace of country blues and Cherokee Indians, is now a conservative and prosperous state in the northern South Atlantic region. In comparison to South Carolina, the state has a relatively low crime rate. When it does make the national news, it is usually because of snowstorms, tornadoes, or severe thunderstorms. The coast, with tropical storms and flooding, or acres of dense wildlife refuge, as well as the threat of wildfires and landslides, posed far greater danger than people. However, this does not always happen. On April 10, 2019, the storm was caused by 17-year-old Tristan Borlase. The teenager, who comes from a large religious family, brutally murdered his loved ones at their home in Deep Gap, North Carolina. On Wednesday evening, a young woman called emergency services to report a large amount of blood in her home, as well as 3 missing family members, her parents and her younger brother. She also mentioned that she couldn't reach them. Police officers responded to the call and drove to a Deep Gap about a mile from the Watauga and Wilkes County lines. When patrol officers arrived at the house, they discovered blood on the walkway leading to the house, on the mat by the front door, and a blood trail inside the house that stretched up the stairs. Officers searching the area outside discovered the body of a man covered in leaves under a hammock with several stab wounds. A little later, around 10:30 p.m., the family's pickup truck was discovered hidden in the woods, with a woman's body covered in a blanket and mulch bags on top. A senseless, rash domestic tragedy. Kristen's father, Jeff Boer, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as pastor of the Pietistic Bible Fellowship Church, a conservative Protestant denomination with Mennonite roots. The boy grew up in an environment that emphasized the importance of personal piety and the sense of being constantly under God's strict and watchful eye. His upbringing was built on a serious and careful study of the Bible in meetings, as well as moral instruction. Any form of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was frowned upon. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for the enemy, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtues. Jeffrey, Pastor Harry's son, absorbed all of these fundamentals. He was raised to be a kind, loving, gentle, and patient boy. Jeffrey worked as a summer employee at the Big Surf Water Park on Lake Ozark in Missouri, United States. On his first day at work, the young man met a charming, meek girl. Tanya Mae Tran was her name. They were the same age, shared similar beliefs, and grew up in a similar environment. Tanya, like Jeffrey, grew up in a family that prioritized Christian values. A patient, humble, and selfless girl saw the pious young man as the ideal future husband and father. She gave Jeffrey a picture of an elderly couple holding hands and told him, "That will be us one day." Kathy Brown, Jeffrey's mother, prayed to God to give her son a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart, and she believed her prayers had been answered. The young lovers married, and their family became a reflection of the ideas in which they were raised. Tanya's photo was carefully placed in the family album. Very quickly, Taylor, the young couple's first child, is an adorable girl. 3 more children arrived one by one. Tristan was the parents' youngest son. Taylor became a true big sister to her siblings. She cared for, helped, and supported everyone, especially the girl who was friends with her younger brother. Tristan Taylor became his best and sole friend. Despite their age difference, they traveled everywhere together. They enjoyed sports, listening to music, and playing pranks together. Pietism holds that the task of parenting is to establish God's kingdom in the child's heart. As the 4 children grew older, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to fulfill their Christian duty by adopting 4 more orphaned boys who were open, loving, and friendly. According to others, the family grew to 8 children: Taylor, twins Kaya and Alexis, Misery, Owl, Stephen Meliku, and Tristan. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were not allowed to use cell phones or social media until a certain age, and asceticism, needs, and desires were encouraged. Boys were forbidden from dating girls until the end of high school, until the age of 18. Bible study and other religious activities were required. Otherwise, children grew up like any other boys and girls, with parents making no distinction between native and adopted children. Everyone received the same level of attention, care, and affection. The loving mother maintained a peaceful environment while keeping an eye on internal order. Brothers and sisters' relationships were marked by frequent prayer and good deeds. The couple believed that virtue should be cultivated through their own actions, and they taught their children mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were hit by a hurricane, Tanya sold her expensive wedding ring and donated the proceeds to a foundation that was building housing for the victims. In exchange, she purchased herself a simple, inexpensive ring. Taylor graduated high school in 2015 and moved to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event deeply affected Tristan. He had lost his only friend and was alone. Taylor returned home at the first opportunity, but now she had her own free time, leaving Tristan with the same old rules and routines. He had been rebelling against the restrictions imposed on him since childhood, as well as his parents' religious beliefs. He was irritated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with his peers via social media, especially since such communication has become an essential part of modern teenagers' lives. Quarrels with Taylor's parents only increased after he left in December 2017. There were positive changes in the family's lives. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children relocated to a new home with a large lot in a deep gap. The house in Watauga County, North Carolina, was on a dirt road leading into a wooded area and was much larger than the previous home. Furthermore, the new home was only a short distance from Robin's, Tanya's mother, and the children's grandmother's home. Because of their close proximity, they could call on her at any time for assistance, and she looked after the youngest children. It was unclear whether the move had been as pleasant for Tristan, as he had to change his school and surroundings. He attended Watauga High School and began participating in track and field. Other kids became summer camp counselors. At first glance, it appeared that there was never any trouble in the lone household. But this wasn't the case. Tristan's behavior worsened over time. In 2018, the school required several consultations with a psychologist regarding anger issues and a lack of impulsive behavior control. By 2019, despite his exceptional abilities, the young man began to struggle with some school subjects, and these difficulties only grew with time. Before the move, he was a diligent student who was always involved in school life. However, after the move, he became an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his education. Tristan began to be late for classes and had no desire to learn at all. It got to the point where he would put on his headphones during class and sit with an absent-minded expression. Some teachers attempted to assist Tristan, and he even made contact, but everything ended with the same indifference and lack of interest. Furthermore, the young man did not always act appropriately at home. By this point, he had everything. He was constantly arguing with his parents about his own cell phone and social media access. Tristan spent a great deal of time on the internet. He identified as a musician on Instagram. Taylor was always interested in her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan fought with his parents more frequently and argued with his mother about religious issues. She also learned about his other problems at school. The sister attempted to communicate with her brother, but the previous closeness was no longer present. After a while, the young man made friends with Evelyn Faith Jackson, a girl from the religious community. They began to meet, disregarding the prohibition on intimate relationships. They sometimes smoked forbidden plants, and Tristan complained about his mother, who discussed his behavior with him at night, leaving him tired and unable to concentrate in school. The young man was concerned that he had many flaws that prevented him from living up to his mother's expectations. She cannot be proud of him. I was told that he can be himself around his father, but not so much around his mother. On April 10, 2019, many secret details about Tristan's life were revealed. The barn where the goats were kept had surveillance cameras installed. Tristan's old cell phone, which he sometimes kept hidden from his parents, also served as an access point. On this particular day, Tanya took out her phone and read text messages in which her son was having sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. Tristan was at school when he noticed his phone start blinking with incoming messages. In a family chat, Tristan's shocked parents informed him of the information found on her old phone. The same day, Tristan's English teacher, Sherry King, called his mother to complain about the teenager's grades and behavior. She later testified at trial that Tanya Borlas called her back and said she and her husband would be at school soon and would pick Tristan up early to discuss his grades. Sherry King told Tristan what her parents had said, which surprised him greatly. The couple left their youngest child with his grandmother and enrolled in middle school to deal with the situation. The entire ride home was silent. Tristan will testify at trial that the mother appeared tense and frowned constantly while looking through his phone. At home, there was an hour-and-a-half-long conversation. Tanya then texted her mother, informing her that Tristan was not upset that his phone and car keys had been taken away until his grades and behavior improved, and that she would be coming to pick up the younger child soon. The message was sent at 4 p.m., and the conversation appears to have continued thereafter. According to Tristan, he and his mother discussed the importance of doing well in school, cleanliness and relationships with girls, the dangers of illegal drugs, and the fact that she did not want him to study religions other than Christianity. He was forced to listen, and he realized how much he needed to be corrected. They even created a list of qualities he should possess in order to become a better person, such as compassion and honesty. The police later discovered that Tristan claimed his mother approached him from behind, put her arm around his neck, and applied pressure, causing him to instinctively jump up, turn around, and elbow her. He claimed that his mother had never done such a thing. That's why he reacted as he did. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were scissors from a shelf and approached her son. In shock at what was happening, he stabbed her, thinking he was defending himself, and ran to his father for help. Later, a forensic examination will reveal no evidence that Tristan's mother strangled him. During the trial, the prosecution will show the jury photographs of Tanya's neck taken by the medical examiner, which show a broken neck bone. The psychologist, on the other hand, will demonstrate during the trial that, in his opinion, Tristan Borlas was mentally sane at the time of the crime but had a severely impaired cognitive state, experiencing depersonalization and derealization and believing events were unrealization and believing events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's assessment, determining Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous person. Tristan claims he had no idea what was going on, why his father was fleeing, and why he stabbed him when he caught up. Despite the fact that he begged him for help, he remembered his father picking up a rock and saying, "Tristan, don't," but he was certain that his father would rather see him killed than harm him. Neighbors later reported hearing loud screams on the Borlas property around 5:30 p.m. That was Wednesday. After it was over, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which the psychologist concluded indicated severe stress rather than cold-blooded, calculated murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's findings. After all, they were shown the forensic medical examiner's reports at trial. Jeffrey Borlas. His autopsy report revealed multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, wounds to his arms and hands, and abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya Borlas's autopsy report revealed that she had multiple stab wounds, including those to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have occurred when her neck was compressed. The findings suggest that the parents were defending themselves, not attacking. Furthermore, if Tristan felt threatened, he could flee from his mother. Even if the mother was the victim of a sudden lapse in judgment and a misguided sense of self-defense, the father's murder and subsequent actions appeared to be different. Tristan returned home, removed his mother's body, and hid it in the truck with a tarp. He then spent about an hour cleaning up the crime scene, including cleaning the porch outside the house with a hose. Tristan arrived at his grandmother's house at 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother Robinson. This seemed incredibly strange. Tristan explained that his parents had an urgent need to go to the store and apologized for not having time to stop by and pick up his brother. Robin received a call about 20 minutes later from her other grandson, who complained that his parents were not answering the phone and had not come to pick him up from his part-time job, as they usually did. Grandma dialed Alexis and asked her to go get her brother. They agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to figure out what had happened. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch, but because the couple raised animals, she wasn't too worried. She went inside the house to get a flashlight to check on the animals and discovered that there was blood everywhere. Alexis ran into the house at the time and reported finding a body under a hammock near the animal barn, and she believed she saw Tristan in a getaway car with blood on his face. Alexis summoned emergency services. The operator instructed her and all family members to lock themselves in the car and wait for police to arrive. Following several hours of waiting outside and speaking with officers, the police arrived 10 minutes later. They were all taken to the station, where they learned that Jeffrey and Tanya Borlase had been discovered dead. While investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered a computer interface in the home that linked the video surveillance system to the monitors. When the detectives saw a screen on the monitor with a grid of cameras broadcasting live video, they immediately requested a warrant to obtain the system servicing company's credentials. Meanwhile, Tristan contacted his girlfriend Evelyn and arrived at her house. She noticed he was worried about something, and he had a few scratches on his face and arms. Tristan, on the other hand, is shorter. He had only argued with his parents and received the scratches while playing with his dog. Tristan's injuries were described by Evelyn as 3 scratches on his forehead, a hand wound, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photo of his injuries on Snapchat shortly after the crime, claiming that he was injured by his father's dog. According to his girlfriend, the photo matches the injuries she noticed on him that evening. Tristan stayed all night. They went to Walmart and McDonald's the next morning, saying they were going to school, but then changed their minds. Evelyn was convinced Tristan just wanted to get away from his parents for a while, so she invited him to stay with one of her relatives. He agreed, and they proceeded to another state. On April 11, Sheriff's Office personnel obtained the username and password to Borlase's home video surveillance system. They examined the camera footage and discovered the details of the crime. The police obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and turned over the vehicle's details. He allegedly drove away to the National Crime Information Center, where a search for the vehicle and subsequent pursuit began. Investigator Matthew learned that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the paperwork for extraditing the alleged perpetrator. He asked Robin Christen's grandmother to accompany him to the apprehension so that he could speak to the young man in her presence, despite his youth. As they drove the car with Evelyn, Tristan noticed blue lights behind them. He sped up and told his friend that his parents had registered the car as stolen in order to find him. He sped down the highway, attempting to get away, but eventually gave in to his pursuers and pulled over. The Ford was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was completely perplexed when she saw her boyfriend handcuffed and driven away in a squad car. The officers noticed that Tristan did not seem upset or agitated. The April 11, 2019 interview conducted by investigator Matthew was videotaped and audio recorded. The young man responded to all questions, admitted to the crime, and detailed his actions. He occasionally cried. Tristan, who was a month away from turning 18, was arrested without bail. A short time later, the sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snapchat account and 5 of his cell phones, all of which may have contained information related to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for Orchard Road home, where detectives discovered another phone, a keyboard and pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw knife, a red stain swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota, business cards, and boots. According to court documents, A search warrant was also issued for the Ford F-150 truck, and a red stain swab laptop computer charger and steering wheel were seized. A search warrant was also issued for Tristan, his girlfriend, and Boone's home, as the young man was spending the night there. According to court records, a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook were seized from the property. The findings of the investigations and searches assisted investigators in reconstructing the timeline of events down to the smallest detail. This method of self-defense was deemed untenable. The couple's funeral services took place on April 17, 2019. The ceremony was officiated by pastors William Krantz and Brad Gray of Bible Fellowship Church. Children who lost their parents at such a young age found the strength to write a touching obituary. Our parents never had the chance to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeff and Tanya have always made their parents happy and proud. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to carry on that legacy by passionately loving people and following Jesus. Taylor paid her first visit to her brother in prison following the funeral and was unimpressed by his behavior. Tristan was not only unrepentant, but he attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. Her sister got the impression that he was confident that he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor became disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit came on May 11. Kristen returned with Grandma Robin to celebrate her birthday, but the meeting was largely the same as the previous one. Her brother was praising the birthday party they had for him at the prison. Taylor found the behavior unacceptable, especially considering their parents' tragic deaths. Following this visit, the family decided to cut off all contact with Tristan. The trial began February 16, 2022. Tristan expressed regret during the trial. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision to impose a permanent ban on contact to make the family feel safer. On March 3, Tristan Borlice was sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder on all counts. Judge Horn noted that Tristan Borlice's mental health was a mitigating factor, as the psychologist's report indicated that he was still suffering from anxiety and depression and had developed symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. Judge Horn did, however, state that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders. Although the anxiety and depression may have been exacerbated by the continued use of illegal drugs, the most unusual fact in this story is that neither Tristan, his family, his lawyer, nor he himself made any statements about the motives that led to the crime. A pious family and a socially dangerous man using illegal drugs who did not fully understand the reasons for what happened or competently played the misunderstanding. On the one hand, there is a self-hating young man with low self-esteem, a history of depression, active anxiety symptoms, and a lack of qualified medical care. During the court session, it was mentioned that his mother helped him cope with panic attacks because she, too, was prone to them. One of the main provisions of pietistic pedagogy is that children burdened with original sin are immoral from birth, and therefore education and school should correct them, preparing them for correct piety-based behavior in life by establishing strict discipline and suppressing children's self-consciousness. Strict love is supposedly beneficial. A child who may have inherited nervous system overreactivity grew up with strict boundaries, constantly feeling like he was not a godly enough person. Some people require more love than others due to their nature. According to his older sister's memories of the new brothers, the little boy was extremely jealous of their appearance, which drew the parents' attention. Rebellion came first, followed by depressed moods and feelings of worthlessness, as well as illicit weed, panic attacks, and depersonalization. Derealization occurs. He didn't accept his parents' religion. He couldn't be what his mother wanted him to be, or what he was supposed to be in need of improvement. Was that list of needed fixes that the two of them put together with his mother instead of looking for a good therapist? Is this the final straw? Was there any way to prevent such a senseless and merciless tragedy in a truly loving family? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple, and later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome, a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. so Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them. As the couple had not seen each other in 38 years, they talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment. making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumners' disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda Rex, 8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and 2 guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Alan Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All 3 were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they're welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the 2 of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda RX-8 In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, the stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. Criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. A young woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. The police launched an investigation, which eventually became the longest in the district. For years, the case was full of shocking twists and turns, but it wasn't until 46 years later that the unexpected truth was revealed. Lindy Sue Beaker was born January 31st, 1956, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she lived with her mother. Her father started a new family, but he still saw his daughter regularly. He soon had a son, with whom Lindy maintained constant communication. After school, she enrolled at Millersville University, a state college located just 10 minutes away. Lindy met Philip Beaker when she was 19, and the couple married shortly after. Philip attended college courses while working for a car rental company. Lindy worked part-time at a local flower shop. After the wedding, they rented an apartment in the Manor Township residential complex, which is only a few minutes from the college. The newlyweds started their lives together and were content with each other. However, almost immediately after moving in, Lindy's joy was dashed by a series of unfortunate events. She began to notice that someone was constantly watching her in this residential complex, but she never identified who it could be. The young woman frequently complained to friends and relatives, but they blamed her problems on post-move stress. Lindy was alone at home one evening when she noticed a man staring at her through the glass door inserts. The apartment was on the first floor, and her husband was working at the time. The man vanished, leaving Lindy terrified. Since then, The young woman had been afraid to be alone at home, but due to Philip's evening schedule, she was frequently left alone until dark. Lindy was always stressed, and any incident could cause her to panic. Soon after, she was spending time with her brother and his family at their home when they heard the sound of breaking glass on the second floor. A wall mirror had fallen to the floor and shattered. The young woman began to shake with fear. She asked her relatives to check the entire house to make sure no one else had broken in. All of this stress was caused by the fact that an unknown man had been watching her for several months, but all of her acquaintances believed that the young woman was exaggerating and that nothing serious was happening to her. Lindy finished her shift at a flower shop on December 5, 1975, and then stopped by her husband's workplace before going shopping at a nearby store. Around the same time, Lindy's aunt and uncle went to their son's basketball game and decided to bring her along because they knew she was afraid to be alone at home and wanted to distract her for a while. They arrived at her apartment around 8:45 p.m. Lindy's aunt approached the door and discovered it open, which startled her. She went inside and noticed a knocked-over lamp in the living room, but the worst was waiting for her in the kitchen. Lindy's body lay there, face down, with no signs of life, and a meat cleaver with a towel wrapped around the handle was discovered in her neck. Lindy's aunt immediately contacted the police, and detectives began investigating the crime scene. The first thing they noticed was that Lindy was fully dressed, casting doubt on the motive being rape. Furthermore, no valuables were missing from the apartment, excluding robbery as a possibility. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door or windows, implying that Lindy either knew her attacker and let them in voluntarily, or that the attacker entered the apartment while the door was unlocked. Lindy had purchased a large number of groceries and physically could not have carried all of the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in one trip, implying that her killer may have entered the apartment shortly after she had taken the first load inside and returned to her car for the second. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of the incident. The grieving family members were desperate to see Lindy and were restrained by detectives. Forensic investigators discovered bloodstains on the floor and walls, but because DNA testing was not available at the time, they were unable to compare these samples to Lindy's DNA. However, they concluded that Lindy fought her attacker. A male shoe print was discovered in one of the rooms, and medical experts concluded that Lindy had received 19 blows from a sharp object. The perpetrator used two weapons: Lindy's meat cleaver and an unidentified second weapon, most likely a knife. Later, it was confirmed that Lindy had been sexually assaulted, but DNA evidence could not be recovered from the crime scene at the time. DNA testing was not advanced enough to help solve the case. The police had hoped to find witnesses, but none of their neighbors were home when the murder occurred. Other residents noticed nothing suspicious, however. Several people reported seeing a car parked in the residential complex parking lot between 7 and 8:40 p.m., which coincided with Lindy's murder. Additionally, none of the residents knew who owned the car. Unfortunately, detectives were unable to locate it and switched to a different line of investigation. As is common in such cases, the victim's husband became a suspect. Despite Philip's presence at work and a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his involvement. Over the next few months, detectives interviewed approximately 300 people who could have been involved in the murder, but none of them produced results. They eventually began to suspect a local serial rapist who had carried out several attacks on women around the time Lindy was killed. However, they were unable to find any evidence linking him to the case, and the perpetrator died while attempting to escape from prison. Furthermore, investigators discovered that he was at work at the time of the murder, so they stopped considering him a suspect. 4 months after the murder, a new twist emerged in the investigation. A 43-year-old woman named Mary was killed 25 kilometers from Lindy's apartment. She was stabbed multiple times, and the detectives immediately noticed that the murders were nearly identical. However, the perpetrator was apprehended quickly, and investigators discovered no connection between him and Lindy. The man confessed to killing Mary but denied involvement in the other crimes. After that, the police had no leads, and the case remained cold for a year. Lindy's relatives paid a visit to her grave in the local cemetery on December 26, 1976. When they arrived, they discovered that the gravestone was covered in red paint and heavily scratched. They immediately reported it to police, but they were unable to locate the vandals. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator of the desecration was Lindy's murderer, as no other graves were damaged. The nature of the damage further supported this theory, as the criminal clearly harbored animosity toward the deceased. In addition to the obvious association with the red paint, the perpetrator must have spent a significant amount of time damaging the stone with a knife or sharp object in order to completely cover it with deep scratches. Only a few weeks later, something even stranger occurred. Chief Donald W. Scheller, whose department was looking into Lindy's murder, received an anonymous 2-page letter. The first section was written from the perspective of the killer, who mocked the police for not apprehending him yet. The author accepted responsibility for the vandalism of Lindy's grave and demanded that the letter be published in the local newspapers the following day. In exchange, the anonymous writer agreed to consider surrendering to the police. He then went on to describe several characteristics that could help investigators identify him, including being 178 centimeters tall, weighing 93 kilograms, living in Lancaster's western suburbs, having a good job, being single, and having been arrested for possession of illegal substances a few years prior. On the day of the murder, he was also high on drugs. The letter ended with a plea for help from the unknown author, who asked to be apprehended before killing anyone else. The second page contained a separate letter allegedly written by the killer's friend, Jenny Scrum. She stated that her acquaintance truly intended to surrender once his letter was published in the newspapers, and that the man was mentally ill. She allegedly added this message while he was sleeping, before putting both sheets in an envelope. Police suspected the author of Lindy's murder, but they dismissed the second part about his friend Jenny. Despite being written in a different handwriting, investigators suspected that the perpetrator had asked someone he knew to write it or used another method to forge the handwriting. They also overlooked the message's resemblance to one sent by a serial killer known as the Zodiac Killer, who operated in California in the 1960s and 1970s, communicating with police and newspapers anonymously via text message. Investigators even considered whether he was responsible for Lindy's murder. However, this theory was extremely stretched. For starters, the killer was operating on the opposite side of the country. Second, according to the police, by the time Lindy was killed, the Zodiac Killer had already stopped killing people. Chief Donald W. Scheller declined to publish the letter in the newspaper, as the author requested. At the time, the police had 2 suspects and didn't want to jeopardize the investigation. Detectives did not believe that the suspect would surrender and saw no point in scaring residents with a letter from a madman. Eventually, they began to doubt that the author was Lindy's murderer. The letter contained no information that had not previously appeared in the newspapers. The police profiler even speculated that the author of both sheets might be a mentally ill woman with no connection to the case. He came to this conclusion after analyzing the writing style. Despite this, investigators found a woman named Jenny Scrum and determined that she had nothing to do with the letters. From that point forward, the police had no serious leads, but they continued to investigate the case. At various stages, they had new suspects: Lindy's mother's partner, a frequent visitor to the flower shop where she worked, and even one of the case's investigators. After a brief investigation, detectives determined that none of them were involved in the murder. In 1980, the police had another opportunity to solve the case. Gerald Stano, a serial killer who admitted to killing 41 people, has been arrested in Florida. At the time of Lindy's death, his father lived just 10 minutes away from her complex, so detectives considered Stano as a suspect, but they couldn't find any evidence that he had visited his father and quickly dismissed him. In 1997, experts were able to extract a male DNA profile, which revealed traces of sperm on the victim's underwear. This sample did not correspond to any of the suspects that investigators had. For the past 23 years, the police have had no significant leads, and the case has gone cold. It was reviewed in 2000 but yielded no results. In the same year, detectives decided to publish a letter allegedly written by the killer in newspapers in the hopes of gaining new leads, but it did not work. Lindy's parents never learned the truth about her murder. Lindy's father died in 2000 and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough occurred in 2019, after the case was reopened. Investigators decided to consult with Parabon Nanolabs, a private laboratory that specializes in genetic research and has previously assisted in the resolution of similar cases. Using an innovative method known as DNA phenotyping, Experts were able to create an approximate portrait of Lindy's killer between the ages of 25 and 60. This method works by analyzing the criminal's DNA sample and determining possible physical characteristics such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. Except for a few exceptions, such portraits frequently resemble real DNA holders. The killer's portraits were widely circulated in the media. Investigators hoped someone would recognize this man, but they received no serious leads. A year later, they returned to Parabon Nanolabs, this time to use genetic genealogy. This is also a relatively new method that allows experts to identify potential relatives for any person based on their DNA. Investigators gave them a genetic sample from Lindy's killer and waited. The primary disadvantage of this method is the extreme complexity of the research. Experts must examine thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they discover a relative of the DNA holder. After months of hard work, they were able to locate someone who was distantly related to the killer. He turned out to be a resident of Italy, and investigators could now look into his family history. They were looking for a man who was in the United States in 1975 and lived near Lancaster. To accomplish this, they needed to locate and question a large number of relatives. In Lancaster alone, 2,500 people were distantly related to the killer. In 2022, the detectives finally found a suitable candidate, 68-year-old David Sinopoli, who had never come to the police's attention in relation to the case. He lived in the same complex as the victim in 1975, so he was quickly identified as the primary suspect. To confirm or deny his involvement, detectives had to obtain a DNA sample in secret. To accomplish this, they began following David, waiting for the appropriate moment. On February 11th, they had such an opportunity. Before boarding his flight from Philadelphia, the man threw a paper coffee cup into a bin. The investigators took it and turned it over to the lab. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it to the semen DNA discovered in Lindy's underwear. The analysis revealed a complete match. David was the murderer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022, and is now awaiting trial. Lindy was 21 when he was murdered. He moved to the residential complex a year before the victim, and her husband did. David was married twice in 1972 and 1987. According to available information, he had no children. He had spent the majority of his life working at a local printing house, and his co-workers were shocked to learn that their good friend was a ruthless killer. David is now in custody, and more information will be released once the trial begins. Even now, there is almost no doubt that he is the murderer. Experts also compared his DNA to the blood found in the victim's apartment, and the results revealed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and brother thanked the investigators for uncovering the truth, and the guilty party will now face punishment. Thus, nearly 47 years later, innovative technologies were used to solve this complex and convoluted case. Genetic genealogy is a one-of-a-kind tool that enables police to track down perpetrators using the tiniest DNA samples stored for over 50 years. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The betrayal of a loved one always surprises us, because that is why we consider people close when we fully trust them and do not expect to be stabbed in the back. However, criminologists understand that when it comes to a brutal murder, the perpetrator should be sought first and foremost among people in the victim's immediate surroundings. What if the plan could not be completed? The victim is unable to testify due to his serious condition, and the perpetrator is desperately trying to figure out how to cover his tracks without raising suspicion. It reminds me of the plot of a thriller. Unfortunately, this story occurred a few years ago in real life. Wang Nan, a pregnant Chinese woman, was involved in one of Thailand's most high-profile incidents. The perpetrator tried to get rid of his wife in one of the national parks by portraying the incident as a tragic accident. However, it appears that nature intervened to prevent the young woman and her child from being killed. When the truth was exposed, it literally shocked the detectives investigating the case, as well as the doctors who saved the victim's life, because they were certain that the husband was deeply concerned about his wife and child. But even more shocking was the motivation for such a heinous and cruel act. It should be noted that this situation is not unique, and around the same time in Thailand, another couple from China had a similar story, but the man was able to put an end to the plan. But let's go through everything in order. Wang Nan's story. Wang Nan was born in Nanjing, a major metropolis and former Chinese capital, in 1987. She grew up in a relatively affluent family, and her parents strived to provide their daughter with the best education possible, while also encouraging the development of her talents and potential. The girl excelled in school, and she found it particularly easy to learn the exact sciences. Wang Nan enrolled in a prestigious university after graduation, where she studied the fundamentals of business and finance while also learning several foreign languages. After receiving her diploma, the girl secured a position at a large travel agency, where she established herself as a valuable, responsible, and highly motivated employee. She quickly advanced in her career and was transferred to Thailand, where she oversaw the development of a new branch. Nan worked as a top manager for a few years before leaving the travel agency to start her own business. She opened a restaurant serving Chinese national cuisine and was so successful that her idea quickly expanded into a small but popular chain in Bangkok. Xiao Dong Wang was a successful young entrepreneur who competently led and developed the business. However, in order to advance her career, she completely sacrificed her personal life. The young woman later recalled that her most recent romantic relationship occurred while she was still a student. However, as labor activity began, she simply did not have time to go on dates due to her full-time employment. Wang Yan wasn't too concerned about her loneliness, even though she was almost 30 years old. She was constantly in business, rushing around and working tirelessly. Even though she had lived in Thailand for a long time and was well versed in the language, she decided to improve her skills and enrolled in additional TI courses. At the training center, Wang happened to meet a young man named Hugh, who stared at her for a few minutes before approaching her in his native language. They spoke briefly, and the man asked Nan why she was studying the language, to which she replied that it was necessary for her business development. Hugh suggested that they exchange business cards so that they could meet and socialize for a while. Nan was reluctant to continue chatting, but she did so out of politeness. She gave him her business card, and he gave her his in return. Xiao Dong's business card stated that he was in the export-import business in Bangkok. Wang was unimpressed and simply threw the business card into her purse, forgetting about it. Only Yu appeared to be genuinely interested in the young woman, and he called her the next day. However, she was too busy with work to hold a conversation for more than a few minutes, so she declined the invitation to meet for coffee. A few days later, the situation repeated itself, and Nan declined to go on a date, citing her busy schedule and preparations for an upcoming business conference. She intended to expand her business relationships and meet new partners there, but Yu arrived at the event with a luxurious bouquet of flowers. After waiting for Nan to be free, he approached her and asked her out again. Wang Nan was bribed due to her persistence. Because no one had ever tried so hard to get her attention before, she agreed to meet him for dinner and an unexpected romantic encounter. It appeared that Yu did not simply fall in love with men, he had literally lost his head. He constantly showed her affection, made pleasant surprises and gifts, delivered flowers to her door every morning with little romantic notes inside, and called at least twice a day to say good morning and good night. Wang's emotions were mixed. On one hand, she was annoyed by the guy's obsession, but on the other, she was flattered that someone was attempting to win her heart. So unexpectedly, for the first time in a long time, the young woman entered into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend not only wooed her beautifully, but he also tried to be perfect in every way. He shared her interests and points of view on a variety of topics, learned to cook Wang's favorite dishes, tried to diversify their leisure time by purchasing tickets to various events, and was always willing to assist her at work and at home upon the first request. Wang Nan could not believe how happy she was. It appeared to her that this only happened in movies, but it was actually happening to her, except Yu was in too much of a rush. They had only been dating for a few months, but he was already planning a wedding and naming their future children. Wang was slightly embarrassed by this type of conversation. But at times like this, Yu began talking about how they were both in their 30s and that it was time to start a family, a wedding without rings and veils. The man had no idea how to behave or how to respond to her suitor's behavior. She realized Yu was correct about his age, but she still questioned whether he was the right person to marry. One day, after another heart-to-heart conversation, he promised Nan that he would prove his love for her. That same night, after they had returned home, the man in love sent his girlfriend a long, touching letter filled with tenderness. He confessed his love to her and promised to be the best husband and father for their children. Wang awoke to find the suitor on her doorstep, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yi Jiaon declared that he had never been more serious about his intentions, and he was ready to marry her right now. Ran Kofad said the courthouse wouldn't open until an hour and a half later, so you offered to go there right away. And if the door was open, they'd register the marriage right away. Wang agreed to the venture, knowing that the government office would be closed. To her surprise, the door was opened, and the authorized officer registering unions was already sitting at his desk. He had arranged everything in Ad Wang Si, requesting that an exception be made for him and his bride to marry early in the morning. It was an unusual wedding. No guests, no rings, no dress or veil, and no memorable photographs. Wang Nan couldn't shake the suspicion that all of this was a lie because she didn't even introduce the chosen one to his mother, with whom they had always been close. When she regained consciousness, she found herself holding a marriage certificate. Next to her stood a happy, newlywed husband. A tragic accident happened in June 2019. When Wang was 3 months pregnant, her husband persuaded her to plan a vacation and a short trip, reasoning that they would be unable to travel for a long time after the baby was born. Nan reluctantly agreed, and they chose the Thai National Park Reserve, which is known for its picturesque forests and unique rock paintings, estimated to be tens of thousands of years old. But on the morning of June 9, tragedy struck. Wang Nan fell from a height of 111 feet, while the couple was on one of the observation decks admiring the sunrise. When rescuers arrived on the scene, a crying Yu ran up to them and begged them to save his wife and the baby she was carrying. The man claimed they were enjoying the first rays of the rising sun when his wife became ill. She took a step to the side, but she became dizzy and fell before he could pick her up. The young woman had fallen from the 10th floor. She had multiple open fractures, and the situation appeared hopeless. Nan suddenly groaned and opened her eyes. Her husband abruptly stopped crying and wailing, and a look of horror crossed his face. However, he quickly gathered himself, loudly thanked the Almighty that his beloved was still alive, and then leaned into her ear and whispered something about Chinese unstable family life before dealing with the events of that tragic day. Let us go back 6 months and see how the couple's family life was. Wang regretted her marriage almost immediately after it was registered, but at first she hoped he would be a good husband, a dependable supporter, and a man to rely on. Unfortunately, her hopes were not realized, and soon the new husband revealed his true colors. He spent almost all of his time at home playing computer games, freely spending his wife's money while contributing nothing to the family budget. When his wife asked why he didn't go to work, Xiao Dong explained that his business was at a seasonal low and that he could rest for the time being. However, this law had grown too long, so the young woman decided to inquire about her husband's job. That's when she discovered that his successful export-import business existed solely on paper and printed business cards. Wang realized the magnitude of her error at that point, as she had not even considered drafting a prenuptial agreement. So now her husband can freely spend what she earns, and if they divorce, he will claim her property. The couple had a serious conversation during which Yu cried like a child and was assured that he would overcome his temporary difficulties and find a good job. However, it quickly became clear that he was not going to look for anything and was quite content sitting on his wife's neck. He was a grown man who behaved like a child. He spent almost all of his time playing computer games, and if he did something around the house or helped his wife in the restaurant, he made sure to ask her for money for himself. Wang eventually got tired of it and told him that she would not give him another penny until he found a job stealing from his own wife and an unwanted child. Yu disappeared the day after that conversation, taking Nan's marriage certificate and identity card with him. However, she only discovered the missing documents in the evening when she received a call from her accountant inquiring about the transfer of a large sum of money from her account. The young woman was stunned because she had not transferred any funds. She did, however, immediately guess who had done it. The husband transferred more than $500,000 to his personal account while providing the bank with his marriage certificate, his wife's documents, and assurances that it was their joint money that they managed together. Wang did not hesitate to contact the police to report the theft, and the fugitive husband was apprehended a few hours later while attempting to cash out some of the stolen funds. Yu sobbed again at the station, this time on his knees, begging his wife for forgiveness. He admitted that he had lost a large sum of money gambling, and he was now being threatened with death in order to repay the debt. Furthermore, it was discovered that this was not his first encounter with the police. He had previously served an 8-year sentence in his aid of China for robbery. Ren was almost overcome with shame as she listened to all of this, because as it turned out, she did not know the man she married. However, the young woman believed that gambling was a disease and that she needed to help her husband overcome his addiction and return to a normal life. Wang not only agreed to pay off half of her husband's debt, but she also appointed him manager of one of her restaurants. Yu initially appeared to accept it gratefully and take the new position seriously. He even devised an effective strategy for the establishment's growth, but his enthusiasm was short-lived. Soon, he began to spend more time on computer games and entertainment. During that time, Wang discovered she was pregnant and informed her husband, but he reacted strangely, even aggressively. Yu claimed that he was not yet prepared for this and persuaded his wife to have an abortion, which she flatly refused. The husband then threatened divorce and stated that he intended to obtain a court order to divide the property. He didn't speak to his wife for several days before suddenly softening and apologizing. Yu admitted that he spoke nonsense about emotions. In fact, excited about the upcoming edition, I resumed caring, cooking, and helping around the house. A fateful journey. Wang was overjoyed 2 months later because her marriage had nearly reached perfection, as promised by her lover at the start of their relationship. He was attentive, caring, and responsible in his role as manager, actively preparing their home for the arrival of a child. One day, Xiaodong offered to insure his wife's life and health because she was pregnant, and such a move would help to protect her and the baby in the event of various unforeseen circumstances. The young woman readily agreed and even wondered why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Yu took out the insurance the next day, and a few weeks later, she mentioned taking a vacation to relax and unwind. Nan was hesitant, but her husband insisted, claiming that they did not have a honeymoon and that with a baby, they would be unable to travel in the coming years. He also stated that they had been through a difficult period and needed to reset in order to clear their minds of all negativity and heavy thoughts. In the end, his arguments were convincing, and Nan agreed. His husband chose the location, booked the hotel, planned the activities, and planned the itineraries to ensure that the trip was exciting and educational while not exhausting the pregnant woman. Nan left the matter entirely to her husband, and she was pleased to see how enthusiastically he was planning their vacation. On June 7, the couple visited the park for the first time and spent the majority of the day there. They walked a lot and saw a lot of beautiful sights and lookout points. On that summer Friday evening, the park was packed with visitors from all over. Wang noticed her husband becoming angry and nervous in the evening when she asked if everything was fine. He responded that due to the crowds of tourists, they were unable to enjoy the sunset in silence. Wang Nan even conceded, deciding that it would be extremely romantic. As the sun went down, the park became less crowded, and Yu climbed the fence of the observation deck and began calling his wife to the edge, telling her what an incredible view there was. However, the pregnant woman refused to go there, citing that it was already dark and could be dangerous. The husband became enraged but returned to her after a few minutes, explaining that they would have to go to the park to see the sunrise. Since the couple arrived at the hotel after midnight, they decided to rest and sleep in on Saturday, before returning to the reserve early Sunday morning. On June 9, early Sunday morning, as planned, the couple went to the national park to see the first rays of the rising sun. They awoke at around 3 a.m. They left while it was still dark outside. There were very few visitors at that time. Wang briefly considered that they were all alone there. The couple met at dawn and on one of the observation decks. He then went down to the cliff and persuaded his wife to approach him to admire the rock paintings. Nan hesitated, but her husband assured her that it was safe and that he would help her down before climbing up. The young woman trusted her husband and approached the situation with caution. The view from up there was truly breathtaking. Yu hugged his wife and asked if she had any regrets in this life. Nan was surprised by the question, but she confidently responded that she had no regrets. Yu ran his hand through her hair, kissed her on the cheek, and then leaned over to her ear and said, "Die." At that moment, he loosened his embrace and pushed his wife down the cliff, a miraculous rescue. Yu looked around again to make sure no one had seen them, then looked down intently but couldn't see exactly where his wife had fallen. He listened. It was quiet. No one was screaming or calling for help, which meant there were no witnesses downstairs either. Yu then leisurely headed towards the park exit to bide his time and report the incident, when one would surely be dead. However, down below, a few hikers who had turned off the trail noticed the body lying on the rocks and immediately called the rescuers, reporting the incident. Yu Xiaogong had already left the reserve when several cars with flashers and sirens whizzed past him. He immediately realized what the matter was and went back, proceeding to the place where his wife had fallen. There he put on quite a show, with tears, screams, and pleas for help. At that moment, he was sure that his wife was already dead, so no one would know the truth. But as it turned out, during the fall, Nan caught on the branches of trees, which reduced the speed and landed first on the bushes and then rolled on the rocks. All this cushioned the impact and saved the lives of Wang and her child, but it did not save her from serious injuries while Yu was crying and lamenting that he did not want to live without his beloved wife and child. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to say something, but could not. At that moment, everyone noticed the genuine horror on her husband's face, but he quickly pulled himself together, leaned over to his wife and hissed in her ear in Chinese that she should keep silent if she wanted to live and attempt to finish the job. The victim was diagnosed with head trauma, multiple closed and open fractures, lacerations, soft tissue contusions, ruptured internal organs, and massive blood loss. In addition, her spine was severely damaged, and doctors feared that even if she survived, she would never be able to walk again. Wang spent several days in a coma, hooked up to life support machines. During this time, her husband literally never left her side, spending days and nights in her room. Doctors applauded such devotion and love, but in fact, every time he was alone with his wife, he thought about how to finish her without arousing suspicion. He scrutinized the apparatuses, but he still couldn't figure out how to disable them discreetly. The terrible truth and the loss of a child. When one came to her senses, her husband was scared out of his wits. He did not leave her alone, not for a moment, fearing that at any moment she would talk and tell the police the truth about what had happened. Once alone, he threatened her again, saying that he had nothing left to lose. During the first interrogation, the victim confirmed her husband's words, saying that her fall was the result of dizziness. But a few hours later, when her husband left for a moment, Nan asked the nurse to call the police again and not let her husband into the room. That's when she told the gruesome story of her fall, claiming that her husband had tried to kill her. Yu burst into the room, shouting that his wife was insane from the blow to her head and that he would never harm her or the baby. But the man's words sounded extremely unconvincing, and he was taken into custody the same day at the hospital. He was charged with several charges at once, including attempted murder as well as intimidation in case the victim spoke. When her husband was arrested and sent to jail to await trial, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a long period of rehabilitation ahead of her, but now she felt safe. At first, she had hoped that the pregnancy could be saved because the baby had survived the fall from the heights. However, because of the strong painkillers, several surgeries under general anesthesia were necessary, as was the need to inject antibiotics. The doctors insisted on abortion because the priority was the life of the mother, and the fetus, in all likelihood, would still die from so many drugs. It was a huge shock for Nan, but she followed the doctor's recommendations. Trial and sentencing. Xiaodong categorically denied his guilt and kept insisting on the accident version. In prison, he behaved calmly, hired good lawyers, and was confident that he would escape punishment or that it would not be too severe. Investigators and the prosecutor in charge of the case had no doubt that the defendant had committed the crime out of self-interest and the hope of receiving a large insurance payout, as well as inheriting his wife's fortune, which at the time amounted to almost $2.5 million. However, at one of the interrogations, Yu literally shocked everyone by talking about another motive for his inhumane act. It turns out that he resented his wife when she agreed to repay only half of his debt because of a passion for gambling. In the man's opinion, if his wife really loved him, she would have closed all his debts because she had the money. Xiaodong then decided that Wang did not love him, and he had the right to punish her for it. After these words, the defendant fell silent, and realizing that he had said too much, he said that he had been misunderstood, but his unexpected confession, as well as Nan's testimony, were enough to send him to prison for a long time. In March 2021, the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. But Xiaodong and his lawyers filed several appeals, and 6 months later, the Thai court showed wonders of leniency, reducing the life sentence to just 10 years in prison. Wan and her loved ones were shocked by the decision, saying that such a lenient sentence would set a bad precedent that could encourage others to commit similarly horrific acts. Also in Thailand around the same time, a similar case occurred on Phuket Island, where a Chinese national drowned his wife, claiming it was a swimming accident on the beach. He also did it for the sake of insurance. Since the fact of the murder was proved, the man was sentenced to death. Xiaodong, on the other hand, was sentenced to only 10 years for the failed murder attempt and, in fact, the murder of the fetus. How did Wang Nan's fate turn out to date? The final verdict in one man's case has not yet been issued. He is serving her 10-year sentence, and the injured woman is trying to challenge the court's decision. In parallel, Yu is also filing appeals in an attempt to prove her innocence and be released, for Xiaodong stood up for his numerous relatives who claimed that he was a rich businessman and that it was wrong to marry him for selfish motives. However, there is no way to prove it, as the man has nothing but huge debts. As for Nan, contrary to the doctor's predictions, after a series of complicated surgeries and long rehabilitation, the young woman was able to get back on her feet. She relearned to walk, and most of the money she earned was spent on her recovery. In 2023, Nan took up work again and was able to revitalize her once successful business. She has also created and led an organization dedicated to helping women who are victims of domestic violence. She also runs her own blog, trying to warn women against the mistakes she made herself. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the fifth child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends. But no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend, John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond. and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the Target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m. However, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminal saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said, the police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, He pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at the story that took place in Oklahoma. On August 8, 2012, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation called Garvin County's sheriff. The latter said they were contacted by a resident named Van Emblem, who claimed to have witnessed the disposal of the body and an attempt to hide all evidence. Emblem stated that the night before the call, his friend, on whose ranch he has worked for 4 years, asked him for assistance. When he arrived at the ranch, a friend admitted that he needed help disposing of the body. At first, Van assumed it was a joke. However, when he saw the red-stained plastic buckets, he realized it wasn't a joke. The buckets were heavy, so his friend needed assistance loading them into a pickup truck, before realizing he might become an accomplice to the crime. Van helped his friend regain his composure before leaving, telling him to deal with everything on his own. Over the next few hours, Van spoke with a lawyer, who convinced him that the only way out of this situation was to call the police. After all, if it was discovered later that he knew about the crime but did not report it to authorities, he would be charged as an accomplice. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club. the world's second largest criminal organization after the Hells Angels, according to the FBI. His parents divorced when he was about 10 years old. They maintain good relations, however, and share equal responsibility for their son's upbringing. At the age of 25, Brandon gradually inherited his father's love of motorcycles. He had his own motorcycle, which he built by hand and treasured dearly. He frequently socialized with other bikers, but did not belong to any motorcycle clubs. Brandon's father died unexpectedly on April 5, 2005, which was a difficult time for him. Brandon decided to make a change in his life to combat his increasing depression. He sat on a motorcycle and headed to Las Vegas. Brandon had been living in Vegas for about a year when he met Amber Andrews, 24, whose company made him forget about his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. Amber was already pregnant at this point. In December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. Brandon's life changed dramatically after his child was born. He became a devoted father and husband who worked at a high-paying job and prioritized family over his interests. However, the same cannot be said for Amber. As if she didn't notice the birth of a child, she continued to live her lifestyle, attending biker gatherings and various parties. As a result, relations within the young family began to deteriorate quickly. Sometimes it came down to fights. Undoubtedly, the only outcome of this was a divorce filed 4 years after the wedding, with Brandon receiving full custody of the child. After all, unlike Amber, he could support himself and his son. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with his son. He was glad to be reunited with his family, who later assisted him in raising a child. Brandon's emotional wounds from a failed marriage began to heal over time, and he became more optimistic about the future. However, while pondering the future, the past knocked at his door. In the summer of 2012, he noticed Amber on his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite and asked him to give their relationship another chance. Brandon's previously suppressed feelings resurfaced. He believed his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to a new start. Their son Brando was scheduled to start kindergarten in September, and Amber invited the three of them to visit her parents in Oklahoma, who were eager to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began planning the trip, intending to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. Several days before Brandon, Amber, and their sons returned to San Diego, Van Emblem contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Van reported that his friend and employer requested assistance in disposing of the body, claiming that it was Brandon Duran's. Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County, requested help with a van. After receiving a call from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation regarding the possible crime, the local sheriff and his assistant went to Hammer's ranch right away. Furthermore, after calling Brandon's relatives in San Diego, the authorities discovered that Brandon had been out of reach for several days before confirming Van's information. They decided not to tell Brandon's family about this case. During questioning, Justin quickly confessed to murdering Brandon Duran, which surprised detectives. However, there was one critical moment. Hammer claimed he acted in self-defense and identified Duran as a dangerous motorcycle gang member who had threatened him. According to him, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on a motorcycle, kicked out the door with his foot, entered, and began threatening him. Hammer claimed to have an intimate relationship with Amber, which prompted Brandon's unexpected visit. Brandon threatened him, according to Hammer, saying he needed to disappear from Amber's life, promising to ask his biker friends to help him disappear forever, and mentioning that if he disobeyed, his relatives would die as well. Hammer allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the corner of the room and fired it following these words. When he realized Brandon was dead, he was afraid of retribution from the Bandidos Motorcycle Club and did not call the police, instead deciding to hide all evidence. Instead, Justin took the body to the bathroom and disposed of it with a saw, 5-gallon buckets, and concrete. According to the Hammer statement, he was unable to load the buckets into the pickup truck on his own due to the added weight of cement. As a result, he sought help from his friend Van, who assisted him in loading buckets into a pickup truck before leaving and turning him over to the police. Hammer's ranch had a small pond into which he tossed the buckets. After dealing with the body, he started cleaning the house. Hammer later burned the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he used, claiming that he had given Brandon's motorcycle to a relative. At the same time, Hammer stated that his relative was unaware of the bike's origin and had disassembled it for spare parts. After all, 5 buckets were recovered from the bottom of the pond, and the officers went to Meeker to inform Amber of the sad news. The woman was shocked when she learned of her child's father's death. She stated that they divorced but intend to reconcile. Amber also mentioned that she had a fight with Brandon the day before after he learned about her relationship with Justin Hammer. After the argument, Brandon left on a motorcycle, claiming he would deal with her lover on his own, and such an account of events appeared plausible. However, there was a recent development in the case. Criminologists working in Hammer's house began to discover new evidence that called his testimony into question. Justin claimed Brandon kicked down the door and entered the house, but in reality, someone kicked it from inside. The shoe print on the door matched the footprint of Hammer sneakers, indicating Justin was the one who knocked on the door. In addition to the pistol and shotgun, they discovered a list of items required to dispose of the body and the gun safe. It's possible that the crime wasn't spontaneous and that Hammer planned it ahead of time. Aside from the 5 buckets, they extracted a doghouse from the pond, which was filled with cement and contained fragments that would not fit into the buckets. Based on this evidence, Justin Hammer was charged with first-degree murder. The forensic medical expert had a difficult time analyzing 25 individual fragments of Iran's body. An autopsy revealed that Brandon was shot 4 times in the head, 3 with a pistol and 1 with a shotgun. Furthermore, according to the expert, the shotgun shot was the final one. Brandon had most likely died and was lying on the floor by this point. However, it contradicted Hammer's testimony, which stated that he fired only once and from a shotgun, but the investigators couldn't understand it. A question arose. Why did Hammer need to use a shotgun after firing a pistol 3 times, especially when Brandon was already dead? This evidence suggests that someone other than Hammer could be involved in the crime. The investigators called to Brandon's mother, Cindy, about her son's death left her speechless after she regained consciousness. Cindy clarified that Brandon was never a member of the Bandidos motorcycle club. Brandon's father, she explained, passed on his love of motorcycles to his son, but it never progressed beyond that. However, Cindy's story contained another intriguing twist. She stated that Brandon's bike was broken when he left for Oklahoma. He loaded it into the back of his pickup truck, intending to repair it in Oklahoma. Furthermore, Cindy stated that her son disliked conflict situations and that his ex-wife Amber was the source of all of his problems. Her infidelity overshadowed their relationship from the beginning. Amber remained loyal even after the birth of her son, to her lifestyle, and when Brandon expressed his displeasure with her behavior, she began a fistfight. All of this culminated in a divorce, with Brandon receiving full custody of their son, which infuriated Amber. She then went missing for over a year, seemingly unconcerned about her son's life. As a result, Brandon and the rest of his family were taken aback when she appeared unexpectedly and requested another chance. After learning all this information, including Justin Hammer's, Amber and I were lovers. The investigators decided to look into Brandon's ex-wife more closely. Amber informed police that Brandon left on a motorcycle following the argument. However, his family claimed that it was broken. The question arose as to whether the breakage was not severe. Why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma rather than repair it at home? Amber never mentioned that Brandon was fixing it. She also claimed she went to the doctor after Brandon left to deal with a hammer. Despite this, the police discovered no evidence that she was in any of the city's medical facilities on that particular day. All of this implied Amber had no alibi. Amber later revealed to detectives that she had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. When her friend arrived around 3 p.m., Amber and Brandon left the house together. They drove into Brandon's pickup truck, which was carrying a motorcycle in the back. Amber forgot her phone at home and didn't return until 8 hours later. However, when she arrived, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators discovered a message sent just before she and Brandon left the house. Justin Hammer sent a text stating that the ink was ready. The investigators assumed it was a secret code, indicating that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. After interviewing Amber's close friends, detectives discovered that she never wanted to reconcile with her ex-husband and always spoke negatively about him. She despised Brandon for having full custody of their son and for being a square. Soon, authorities discovered physical evidence that contradicted Amber's story. The forensic handwriting analysis revealed that the note was discovered in a Hammer safe. Amber wrote the list of items needed for body disposal, and when the police gained access to the local hardware store's CCTV cameras, they discovered that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage taken the day before Brandon's death shows Hammer purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list. However, while awaiting trial, Hammer insisted he had no accomplice and had acted in self-defense. He was doing everything he could to keep Amber safe, as she was still free. The man claimed that the items on Amber's list were necessary to repair the house, not to dispose of the body. Furthermore, Hammer explained why he used two different weapons, stating that he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. To say that investigators found this statement strange is an understatement. Many expected the trial to last several weeks. The jurors deliberated for approximately an hour and a half before recommending a life sentence without parole. We're very pleased with the decision. We think it was appropriate. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin says it's justice for Brandon Durant's family. We also believe that the sentence of life without parole is entirely appropriate. I am overjoyed that the jury determined Cindy was Durant's mother. I'm sure it was difficult, but this is what I've been hoping for 2 years. Justin Hammer received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in October 2014. Amber was arrested 2 months later and charged with first-degree murder of her ex-husband, desecrating his remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber pleaded not guilty, hoping to be released on bail. I've been fighting for 32 months to bring my son home with me. Andrew spoke as she sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in a light purple inmate suit. My son has been at home for exactly 1 month, and she asked if there was anything I could do to stay with him until the trial. Norman is in town to oversee a jury trial, as ordered by District Judge Jeff Virgin. He agreed to the state's request to deny Andrews a bond amount. Given the nature of the allegations, this court believes bond should be denied at this time. Virgin stated that it took more than 2 years before the trial began in the spring of 2017. Amber pleaded not guilty, and her lawyers claimed that the defendant was not at the crime scene. Prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin claimed that Andrews was the only person with a motive to kill Brandon Durant. According to Miller, Amber was the crime organizer who lured Brandon to her lover's house, and Hammer shot him 3 times with a pistol, and Amber fired the final shot with a shotgun. Miller informed the jury that all witness statements and evidence presented at the trial point to Amber's direct involvement in this crime. She was the only person who wanted him gone. Amber Andrews is the only person with motives. She was the only one who could understand why he was gone. Miller stated that she did not only want him dead, but also for him to disappear. She had the motivation, and Hammer had the place to do it. They believed they had the perfect plan. Miller told jurors that the motive was to push the Ran out of the way so Andrews could regain custody of their young son, despite the fact that she was absent from home for 8 hours on the day of Brandon's death, and there was no evidence to back up her alibi. The prosecutor stated that Amber assisted Hammer in disposing of the body and cleaning the house. While unable to fulfill her parental responsibilities, she did not want to give her son to a man she despised. And since she couldn't obtain custody of the child through the courts, she decided to kill Brandon. However, the defense attorney, Jay Mendros, claimed that the prosecutor's office had provided no evidence of Amber's involvement in the case. There is no evidence. Mandro told the jurors that is what you do when you don't have any. They disparage her character. The state has a conspiracy theory, but there is no evidence to support it. She isn't a cold-blooded killer. She did not plan the murder. Justin did this because he feared losing Amber. Jay Mendros described it as a perfect recipe for disaster, with Durant traveling to Oklahoma to reunite with Andrews. while Hammer, who had been dating Andrews for a year, was concerned about losing her to Duran. The defense attorney made the following statements: Justin Hammer had every reason to kill Brandon Duran. It was a love triangle, or a case of being torn between lovers. There is no black and white here. She switched back and forth with both men. They twisted and turned every statement in here to make them appear sinister. They're attempting to imprison someone on suspicion of innuendo. In this country, people are not convicted based solely on suspicions. This does not make her a conspirator or a murderer. Justin Hammer confessed to the murder. He claimed to have done it all by himself. That demonstrates that jurors returned guilty verdicts after more than 4 hours of closing arguments in a Garvin County District courtroom. They recommended that Amber Andrews, 35, be sentenced to life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. Amber arrived at the court hearing in a good mood. Cindy, Brandon's mother, approached the witness stand in tears, expressing how her son's death had affected her and her grandson Brando. "You and your minions have taken away every dream I've ever had," he said, placing a photo of Duran next to the stand. "Brandon only wanted his family, and you murdered him for it. I'll never see that smile that lights up the room before Brandon even walks in. He won't have the chance to teach Brando how to snowboard. You ensured this by murdering him. If you genuinely cared about Brando, you would not have murdered his father. You must work for what you want, not kill for it. You wanted it and would do anything to destroy it." She said this while pausing and staring up at Andrews, shaking her head up and down. "That is the devil's work," she said, adding that Andrews has done unspeakable things to her as Iran's mother. Before the judge's decision, defense attorney Jay Mendros issued another statement. The defense continues to maintain that there is no evidence linking her to the murder. Metros informed the judge, "There is no evidence that she was involved in the murder. I would request that the judge disregard the jury's verdict. We asked you to overturn the jury's decision and restart this case." Jay Mendros contended that the state's case lacked evidence and relied on jurors' emotions to secure a guilty verdict. They used guessing and speculation to convince her to go to prison. There is no evidence that the state was solely concerned with shock value. Amber Andrews received a life sentence without parole for the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also sentenced to 7 years for desecrating the remains and an additional 10 years for conspiring to commit a felony. Justin Hammer is currently serving time at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Oklahoma, while Amber Andrews is still incarcerated at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma. Since August 7, 2012. Brando is currently in a foster home after being taken into custody by the Oklahoma Department of Human Services. After fighting the court system in January, he was allowed to return to San Diego and live with his grandmother. However, it was not a victory yet. Cindy had to wait 5 years before she was granted full custody of Brando. Following the trial, she and her relatives told him the truth about the verdict and his mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008 in Iowa. When the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seat belt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Michelle's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Michelle's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her coworkers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. The investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Michelle's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Michelle's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Mikel died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Mikel died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Mikel's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Mikel died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, his father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. I'm afraid of missing out on the moment. It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it, according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. "I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, "I cared about him." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story started on a Saturday evening in July 2011. During a dance lesson, Joseph Saunier, a respected and wealthy pathologist, met Richelle Tina, a single man famous in his city and beyond, who enjoys freedom, status, and money, as well as a beautiful, sweet woman, nearly 10 years younger than Joseph, who is successful and lives a life of pleasure. Meeting on the dance floor marked the beginning of their story, which ended tragically. At that moment, the ideal dance partnership evolved into a tender and passionate romance. No one could predict what would happen after a while. Joseph Saunier's biography prior to meeting Michelle is filled with both joys and tragedies. Joseph, born in 1955 into a respected medical family in Shreveport, Louisiana, dreamed of carrying on the family's work and becoming a doctor since he was a child. With outstanding ability, the young man received a Bachelor of Science in Medical Science from the University of Baton Rouge in 1976. He later applied to Louisiana State University in Shreveport and started working at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The young man successfully balanced his university studies and work. He wishes to achieve professionalism in his chosen activity. He constantly took on additional work at the university while honing his knowledge and skills at the hospital. The management noticed the young employee's success and zeal, and in his final year of training, he was promoted to chief resident. After finishing his studies, Joseph pursued a career in pathologic anatomy, eventually becoming a well-known pathologist and laboratory director in Lubbock. Joseph's life was shaped by the tragic death of the woman he loved. His marriage of 27 years, which he considered happy, ended in divorce. His wife fell in love with another man. Joseph accepted her decision and agreed to divorce, convinced that the man he loved had found happiness. Dr. Saunier had a strong personality and a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Following the divorce, he maintained a close relationship with Becky and continued to support his two sons, demonstrating resilience and character. Becky died 2 years later at the hands of her new husband, Joseph, who was shocked by his former spouse's heinous death, causing her to experience another wave of grief and loss. He frequently reflected on the family's past and mourned their loss. Nonetheless, the doctor remained a pillar for the family. He immediately took over all organizational issues and funeral expenses, as well as assisting his sons in coping with the trauma. The children later admitted that his support helped them overcome their pain. The tragedy left a lasting impression on Joseph's heart. For a while, he focused solely on his work and the upbringing of his two sons. Later on, the grief he felt prompted him to reconsider his life. The man decided to begin a new personal chapter in a new city, with a new woman. Dr. Saunier and his sons relocated from Dallas to Lubbock, Texas in 2007, where he accepted a position as chief pathologist at Covenant Health System, feeling the need for something new to refresh him and fill the void within. Joseph enrolled in a local dance studio. He also enjoyed the classes because they allowed him to meet new women and try unsuccessfully to form relationships with his dance partners. Then, one warm summer evening, Richelle Tina showed up at dance class. Dr. Saunier was immediately drawn to an elegant, graceful, and refined woman with a sense of humor and lively eyes. Her smile illuminated the room, and Joseph realized she was the one he was looking for. Richelle, for her part, noticed the confident and respectful man moving deftly across the dance floor. Rochelle, 47, and Joseph, 57, danced together, complementing each other perfectly. With each new session, they realized they were getting closer. Dr. Saunier proposed dating, and Michelle agreed. Thus began a new and seemingly happy chapter in both of their lives. Rochelle possessed an attractive and innate charm that had such a strong influence on men that they were willing to change their lives, end marriages, and commit criminal acts for her. Rochelle was one of those women who possesses a distinct magnetism that draws attention and elicits passion. These are referred to as fatal minutes. Joseph and Michelle's paths would not cross until July evening because she had previously lived in Amarillo, which is about an hour's drive from Lubbock. In fact, they were both starting over after personal love dramas. Dr. Sonia, his new lover, was fleeing Amarillo because she was afraid of Mike Dixon, the owner of a private clinic that specializes in plastic surgery and cosmetology. The woman met Mike in 2008 when she came in for Botox injections. Initially, there was only friendly communication, followed by a slight flirtation when a spark between them ignited a romance. Michelle was a free and accomplished woman. For a long time, she worked as an NFL executive, had a successful career, and had no need for anything for her children. She owed nobody anything. Unlike Mike, who was bound by his marriage, a plastic surgeon began living a double life. A few months later, his wife discovered the affair and filed for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Mike was so enamored with Rochelle that he almost missed the end of an important chapter in his life. He made a firm decision to end his marriage. Michelle, who had never claimed to be married to Mike, went from an exciting affair in which she wanted nothing but joy and ease to a union that required her to be equally maniacally obsessed with her partner. He is not receiving the attention he expects. Mike attempted to press Michelle, but this only served to scare her away. Seeing the manipulation and desire for complete control over her life, the young woman decided to end her relationship with the plastic surgeon, and in 2010, their paths parted. Nonetheless, even after the breakup, Mike pursued Rochelle for a long time, urging her to come back. His obsession went beyond all healthy boundaries, forcing Rochelle to decide to leave his sight, and break free from his oppressive influence. Rochelle found herself in the lab, determined to start a new life. Dr. Saunier and her lovely, cheerful partner got along well right away. Their relationship gradually developed into true love. Sons and relatives readily accepted the new lover, and we are pleased for Joseph. The man spared no expense for her, showering her with gifts, inviting her to the best restaurants and private clubs in town, and taking her on excursions. When Joseph realized he had finally found a worthy woman with whom he wanted to spend his life, he took her to Los Angeles and proposed in front of his entire family. Rochelle was 47 years old at the time, and she was madly in love with her new man. Her personal social media page was almost daily updated with love confessions to Joseph. Of course, Mike Dixon couldn't help but notice the confessions. The former lover was emotionally shocked to learn that Rochelle not only met a new man, but also openly confessed his love and plans to marry him. He realized that he would not be able to re-establish contact with his former friend, but he dared to propose that they resume their previous meeting schedule and become lovers. The idea of forming a love triangle did not receive a response. Rochelle flatly rejected the proposal and told Joseph everything. After a while, the couple became aware that they were being watched. They even noticed something resembling a camera flash through the backyard window, but they didn't pay much attention because they didn't realize how serious the situation was. On July 11, 2012, the situation spiraled out of control. A landscaper who had arrived at the doctor's house to discuss an upcoming remodel called emergency services. When he arrived at the customer's home, he attempted to contact the owner but received no response. The man noticed an open door and, assuming Joseph couldn't hear him, went in. He saw the house in disarray, with the most disturbing feature being a bullet hole near the front door, indicating a possible intruder. The designer cautiously walked further inside in search of the homeowner before inspecting the garage, where he discovered Joseph Saunier lying in a pool of blood on the floor, lifeless. The doctor's body bore evidence of stab and gunshot wounds, implying that the perpetrator might be nearby. The designer immediately left the house and called for help at 248. In the afternoon, the police department received a call, and several patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. Arriving officers discovered the victim of the crime, Joseph Saunier, a 57-year-old pathologist. Medics confirmed his colleague's death. The incident shocked the public because it occurred in one of the city's most peaceful, safe, and affluent neighborhoods, with almost no crime. Dr. Saunier, a respected professor, was known for his calmness and kindness, and he had no obvious enemies who wanted to harm him. Although a window had been broken, the incident was not a robbery because nothing was missing from the home. A bottle with the bottom shot out was discovered at the scene. It appeared to be used as an improvised firearm silencer. A forensic team arrived shortly afterwards to gather evidence for examination. Apparently, the assailant was inexperienced, as he left numerous traces at the scene. DNA was extracted from the bottle used as a silencer, and blood samples were sent to a lab for further analysis. Detectives interviewed neighbors who claimed they saw and heard nothing suspicious. There were no CCTV cameras near the home. According to the investigation, the perpetrator entered the house through a panoramic window overlooking the backyard, which made his attack unexpected. In the dining room, the attacker confronted his victim and opened fire. It was most likely at this point that the wine bottle served as a silencer. According to the traces of blood left in the hallway, the doctor was still alive after the shots were fired. He went into the garage, where the attacker caught up to him and stabbed the victim several times. An autopsy on the body revealed 5 gunshot wounds and 11 stab wounds. The circumstances suggested that the murder was not a random act. The identity and motivation of the perpetrator remained unknown. The investigation centered on the pathologist's close social circle. During an interview with law enforcement, the victim's fiancé described strange events in her and Joseph's lives in the months leading up to the tragedy. According to her, Dr. Saunier appeared to be stalked. In addition, Rachel had noticed a stranger standing in front of Joseph's house, watching the door and windows. She also described how her fiancé began receiving persistent calls and texts shortly before his death. The officers verified the information, but they believed the calls and messages came from other women with whom Joseph appeared to be in a parallel relationship, as witnesses reported the man being in contact with multiple women at the same time. Investigators asked Rachel if she was aware of the other women, and she said no. Joseph's sons denied that their father had mistresses, stating that cheating was not in his character. However, investigators continued to develop a version of the crime that was motivated by jealousy. At the next interrogation, Rachel couldn't take the pressure and burst into tears, admitting that she knew several women who were most likely involved. She claimed that several former girlfriends were constantly stalking Joseph. He ignored them, but they never stopped expressing their displeasure with his upcoming wedding. One of them turned out to be a lady from Florida who kept calling and writing even after Dr. Saunier revealed his serious relationship with Rachel. Another was a nurse, the pathologist's colleague who called and wrote to him on a regular basis. The third victim was a woman with a daughter who shortly before the murder wrote to Joseph accusing him of abandoning her and her child. Rachel made her first mention of Mike Dixon during the same interview. Until then, she hadn't connected the surveillance of her and Joseph to Mike, who had stopped paying attention after her refusal to become a mistress. She assumed he had accepted their marriage and moved on with his life. The police had a viable suspect and went to speak with the plastic surgeon. Mike willingly went to speak with the detectives. He admitted that he was deeply in love with Rachel and had divorced his wife in order to create a future together. He admitted the separation had been difficult for him, and he attempted to reunite with Rachel for a while. She remained adamant, but he eventually relented and found a new woman who was much younger than him. His new girlfriend, a medical student, verified his alibi. Mike was at work at the time of the crime and later spent time with her. The investigation encountered difficulties. All of the suspects, including Michelle herself, had solid alibis. Detectives attempted to identify the murderer's potential enemies or those who would benefit financially from his death. However, no new figures were found. By the time the lab results arrived, the situation seemed hopeless. Unfortunately, the forensic results provided no additional clarity. The DNA sample in the bottle did not belong to the victim. However, the police database could not determine who was found at the crime scene. And that's when law enforcement officials got exceptionally lucky. The Amarillo Police Department received a call from Paul Reynolds, an aspiring EMT. According to him, he was living with a friend named Dave A. Shepard, who recently confessed to a murder in Lubbock and attempted suicide before being rescued. Paul reported that a neighbor had told him about the crime, including specific details that only a small group of detectives might have known, such as the use of a bottle muffler. The officers realized Shepard was actually involved in the crime. A witness who called claimed Dave was the only perpetrator and that the crime was ordered by an unknown plastic surgery doctor. Officers immediately began conducting a background check on the new suspect and discovered that Shepard had a violent criminal history, including theft and hooliganism, but no major crimes. They discovered that he was divorced, unemployed, and had been caught stealing on multiple occasions, including one where he stole $30,000 from a prominent businessman. Dave was brought to the station for questioning, and he quickly began to confess, confirming that Mike Dixon had hired him to commit the crime. According to Dave, the meeting with the plastic surgeon occurred in a bar where both had recently experienced painful breakups with their partners. Under the influence of alcohol, the casual conversation evolved into a genuine friendship. Mike Dixon shared a sad love story about Rochelle, who had left him and was about to marry someone else. The man confessed that he can't get over his ex-partner and is willing to go to any length to reunite. Mike and Dave devise a strategy after concluding that Dr. Sun is the only obstacle they face. However, Dave claims that their intentions did not include murder. They simply wanted to slander the pathologist in the hopes that proud Rochelle would abandon him and return to Mike. First and foremost, they discovered women who were well paid. Each will play the role of a mistress and pursue Sonia. Then a letter arrived from a woman with a child, claiming that Joseph had abandoned her. Dr. Sonnier denied it repeatedly, and Rochelle believed him. The couple also discovered that the camera flash they had seen was the light from Dave's cell phone flashlight. Dave drove to their house on a regular basis and pretended to be a surveillance agent. Mike Dixon financed each such trip, handing out money for gas and other expenses. When spying and slander failed to separate the lovers, Mike devised a radical solution. He told his friend that he wanted to kill the pathologist. Dixon offered 3 silver bars worth approximately $10,000 as payment. Dave agreed. One of the bars was used as a deposit, which the hired killer promptly cashed in at a pawn shop. According to Dave Shepard, when he arrived at Dr. Sonnier's house, things became out of control. It was an unintentional shot. I became terrified, and he began walking away down the hallway. When I recovered from the shock, I shouted, "Dr. Sonnier, are you okay?" I have not heard anything back. I followed him to the garage. He was lying down flat. I distinctly heard his final breath and bent down to check his pulse. There was no pulse. In his confession, Shepard claimed that he stabbed Joseph Sonnier in an irrational and foolish attempt to conceal what he termed involuntary manslaughter. "I stabbed him several times. I'm not sure how many times you said." "I stabbed 11 times. I had Dr. Sonnier's phone in my hand and considered dialing the emergency number to seek assistance. But I did not. Perhaps that is why 11 times. I returned the phone, mutilated the remains I had taken to Mike's, retrieved the remainder of the bullion, and attempted suicide." Dave admitted that when he agreed to the crime, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And when he found himself in front of Joseph, he realized he couldn't have killed. If it hadn't been for an accidental gunshot, Dr. Sonnier would still be alive. The plastic surgeon was arrested the same day on first-degree murder charges based on Dave's testimony and a large body of other evidence, including compromising phone calls and text messages containing explicit confessions. Detectives hope that the first interview will result in a confession, but Mike Dixon stubbornly denied everything and demanded an attorney, resulting in a lawsuit. As part of an agreement with the prosecutor, Dave Shepard immediately pleaded guilty to his role as a hired criminal and waived his right to appeal the sentence. As a result, instead of the death penalty, he was sentenced to life without parole. Mike Dixon pleaded not guilty, citing only circumstantial evidence. Unexpectedly, Dave, a key witness for the prosecution, testified during the trial that he committed the crime on his own and had no involvement from Dixon. Under oath, he explained that the silver bars were intended as an investment in a business that the two of them intended to start. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, so a retrial was ordered. The second trial occurred in 2016. Dixon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. His lawyers filed an appeal, and the judgment was reversed. The man was released on bail of $2 million. However, the prosecutor's office continued to fight for justice, requesting that the sentence be reinstated by the state's highest criminal court. Otherwise, a third trial would be held. The prosecutor's office filed a motion on February 11, 2019, which was granted. In April 2020, the bail was revoked and another arrest warrant was issued. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned the lower court's decision and reinstated Mike Dixon's sentence. The judge determined that the felon must continue to serve his life sentence without parole. Mike Dixon is currently housed in a prison in Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Joseph Sonny joined the love triangle when he started dating Rochelle in July 2011. The woman still refers to him as the main love of her life, and she regrets unknowingly transforming a criminal into a noble, loving, and honest man. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2009. In the American state of West Virginia, Stacy Smith, 32, was a mother of 2 children. Stacy's father called 911 a few days after Christmas to report that he had found his daughter unresponsive. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they discovered a message on the wall in her bedroom, which appeared to have been left by the perpetrator. Stacy Ann Smith was born September 21, 1977. Family and friends described her as a lovely and outgoing young lady. She was a cheerleader in school and was always the center of attention for the guys. After graduating from high school, she met Stephen, whom she adores. She was prepared to spend the rest of her life with him. In June 2002, the couple welcomed a daughter named Mackenzie. Soon after, Stacy and Stephen married. They were happy, and they believed it would last forever. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a son, Landon. Soon after, Stacy and Stephen's relationship deteriorated, and they decided to split up in 2009. Her son Landon was 3, and her daughter Mackenzie was 7 years old. They resided in St. Albans, West Virginia. After splitting from her husband, she tried everything to make her children happy. Stacy happened to meet a guy on the street who was in love with her when they were both in high school. His name was Brent. Stacy disliked him in high school, but their communication has evolved into a romantic relationship over time. Stacy had officially divorced her husband Stephen, and the latter knew she was re-establishing her personal life. He frequently saw Stacy and Brent together when he arrived to pick up the children for the weekend. Brent got along with Stacy's children, which made her happy. However, their relationship deteriorated over time. They occasionally quarreled, and most of the time, these quarrels were caused by Brent's jealousy. He was attempting to exert control over certain aspects of her life. Stacy was speaking with someone on the phone. He wanted to know who she was speaking to. They separated several times before reconciling on Christmas Eve 2009. Stacy and her children moved into a new house. Her cousin Timothy and boyfriend Brent helped her decorate the house for Christmas and create a cozy atmosphere. A few days later, on December 28, 2009, Stacy's father, John Paul, attempted to contact her by phone, but she did not respond. Several hours had passed since Stacy had answered the phone or called back. John became concerned and decided to investigate what was wrong. He got in his car and drove to Stacy's house, where she lived with her children. They had only moved into this house a few days before Christmas, and John wanted to make sure they were okay. When he arrived at the house, he noticed nothing unusual. He knocked on the front door and called out his daughter's name, but no one responded. The door was locked. Looking through the window, he noticed 3-year-old Landon and was able to get his attention. When Landon got closer, John asked where his mother was. The boy responded that she was asleep. John immediately recognized that something was wrong. Stacy was not a heavy sleeper. She'd wake up to knocks on the door. John asked Landon to let him in and demonstrated how to open the door. Once inside, John instructed the boy to sit in the living room while he investigated why Stacy wasn't waking up. When John entered the kitchen, he discovered his daughter's body lying on the floor. He realized Stacy had died. There were bloodstains all over the kitchen and Stacy's bedroom. John immediately called 911 and requested assistance. The police searched the home to ensure that the perpetrator was not hiding inside. There was no doubt Stacy's death was not accidental. The woman died of a stab wound to the neck. A message on one of the walls drew the detectives' immediate attention. The individual who left it accused Stacy of infidelity. The message contained only 2 words. The first word was cheating, the second word started with the letter W. It was also extremely heartbreaking that Landon spent the majority of the day alone, while his mother died. Forensic investigators discovered the boy's bloody footprints on the floor next to Stacy's body. It indicated that he was approaching his mother and possibly attempting to wake her up. He was only 3 years old and probably had no idea his mother wasn't just sleeping. The police seized all potential evidence from the house, including cigarette butts and beer cans that could contain DNA. The investigators were most interested in the writing on the wall. They needed to figure out who had left it. There was every reason to believe that the motive for the crime was jealousy. Severe cruelty could also imply that everything was about vengeance. The culprit could be someone Stacy knew and trusted. There were no signs of forced entry on the doors, so it was reasonable to assume she had let the criminal into her home. Stacy's car and keys were missing. Furthermore, investigators found neither her phone nor the crime weapon in the house. They shared the information about the car with all patrolmen because the criminal could have used it to flee the scene. Stacy's death presented a challenge for her loved ones, particularly her children, who had to be told that they would never see their mother again. Psychologists talked to Landon to see if he notices anything unusual. Perhaps he saw the one who hurt his mother, but the boy was unable to assist the police because he was not present at the time of the crime. He awoke to find his mother on the floor and assumed she was sleeping. He went to her and tried to wake her up, but she remained unresponsive. The suspect in this crime could be someone who thought Stacy had cheated on him. The investigation began with 2 potential suspects: Stacy's boyfriend Brent and her ex-husband Steven. Perhaps Steven still loved Stacy, and despite their divorce, he was upset that she had found another man. Brent was jealous, and many people knew it. Perhaps he suspects Stacy of cheating. When solving such cases, investigators must consider all possible explanations, even if they appear absurd at first. So they wanted to know if there was a man in Stacy's life that even her closest friends were unaware of. She was young and attractive, and she worked as a physician's assistant. Undoubtedly, men were drawn to her. While patrolmen searched the streets for Stacy's car, investigators spoke with her family. Following this conversation, Stacy's boyfriend, Brent, was named suspect number 1. Brent's family and friends knew he was extremely jealous and frequently lost control of his emotions. When he thought Stacy was communicating with someone other than him, he became enraged for no apparent reason. That is why Stacy has stopped communicating with him several times. All of this made Brent an ideal suspect, so the detectives decided to find him and speak with him. They wanted to know if he had anything to do with the crime, where he was when Stacy died, and how he would respond to these inquiries. It was not hard to find him. Brent was in his country house. Before traveling there, investigators obtained a search warrant. When they arrived at the house, Brent was in the garage. When he saw the cops, he became nervous, but this meant nothing. Many people become concerned when they notice police officers on their doorstep. Investigators informed Brent that they had a search warrant for his home and that their visit was part of the investigation into Stacy Smith's death. Brent was stunned to learn of Stacy's death. He exuded a sense of grief. But what if he was simply a good actor? That is what the investigators attempted to discover when they took him to the police station for questioning. During the interrogation, Brent only raised the police's suspicions about him. He stated that their relationship with Stacy was not stable. They frequently quarreled. He claims that their most recent argument took place the day before she died. Brent informed investigators that Stacy had cheated on him with one of his friends. Despite the passage of time, this betrayal has shaken their relationship. Brent claims that on December 27th, he went home after their argument. After calming down, he returned to Stacy's house a few hours later for a quiet conversation. They were in her bedroom, and they were intimate. He left around 2 a.m. Stacy's son Landon and cousin Timothy were present in the house. They were both sleeping. Brent claimed that there were no issues between him and Stacy when he left. He went home and was unaware that Stacy had died until the police informed him. No one could confirm Brent's alibi. Investigators had reason to doubt his story. They invited him to take a polygraph test to see how he would answer the questions. Brent reluctantly agreed to be tested because he did not want to be on the suspect list. He passed the test with no problems. At first, police considered removing him from the suspect list. However, during the polygraph test, officers noticed a small red spot on Brent's shirt that resembled dried blood. Brent stated that he had slightly injured himself the day before and that it was his blood, but only an expert examination could confirm or refute this claim. To verify Brent's testimony, the detectives decided to speak with Stacy's cousin Timothy. After all, if Brent was telling the truth, Timothy was the last person who saw Stacy alive. But there was an issue. While the rest of the family gathered to learn of Stacy's death, no one knew where Timothy was. Timothy disappeared. He did not answer the phone, and no one knew where he could be. It worried both the family and the police. What if Timothy had been kidnapped? There were such concerns because Timothy had previously struggled with illegal substances. Perhaps he owed money to someone, and they planned to exact revenge on him, but something went wrong. It has become a new version of the ongoing investigation. As I previously stated, one of the first suspects in the crime was Stacy's ex-husband, Stephen. Perhaps he was upset about Stacy's relationship with Brent even before they divorced. Yes, they are no longer living together. Perhaps Stephen was offended by Stacy's behavior. What if his anger drove him to commit the crime and leave an offensive message on the wall? Furthermore, one of Stephen's motivations could be his children. He could only see them on weekends. But perhaps he wanted the children to live with him. When Stephen arrived at the police station for questioning, he remained calm and reasonable. He denied any involvement in Stacy's death and promised never to do so to his children's mother. He claims that he and Stacy did not become enemies following their divorce. Stephen's understanding of what happened to Stacy was identical to that of her family. He believed Brent was the one who committed the crime. He informed investigators that Stacy and Brent's relationship was unstable. Stacy's ex-husband informed her of his whereabouts on the night of the crime. Shortly after, the police confirmed his alibi and removed him from the suspect list. At the same time, I was trying to locate Stacy's car. The investigators discovered another oddity. It turned out that the car wasn't Stacy's. The owner was Dr. William Casto, Stacy's boss. It's possible that Stacy had another man in her life. During the investigation, it was discovered that Stacy had a romantic relationship with her boss. Some colleagues said Stacy and Dr. Casto were very close, and he once gave her a car. Thus, the police had another potential suspect. Perhaps Dr. Casto found out about her relationship with Brent and decided to take his gift away. With all of this in mind, the detective began his search for Dr. Casto. He didn't hide from anyone and continued to live his normal life. After learning about Stacy's death, investigators wanted to speak with him. William Casto arrived at the police station without an invitation. During the interrogation, he did not deny that he and Stacy had an intimate relationship and that he gave her the car. He stated that he and Stacy had been dating for several years prior to her death. It was a voluntary relationship. He gave her a car and assisted her when she encountered problems. Casto denied being involved in the crime. He said he had no reason to kill Stacy. Casto was open with the investigators and disclosed his whereabouts on the night of the crime. The man had a solid alibi, which enabled him to be cleared of suspicion. The police now have one less suspect, but who left the offensive message at Stacy's house? Who did she offend so deeply? Was there another man in her life? The police had to respond to all of these inquiries. Meanwhile, police used GPS tracking technology to locate Stacy's car. It had been sitting in a deserted parking lot about 5 miles from her house for the entire time, and the investigators were confident that this vehicle would hold the key to solving the case. After locating the vehicle, patrol cars arrived and towed it to the police parking lot so that experts could inspect it. Stacy's credit cards and other belongings were in the car. There was no knife involved in the crime. nor was there any other evidence. Another unexpected twist in the investigation of this case occurred when the police looked into the biography of Timothy, Stacy's missing cousin, and discovered that he had previously had legal issues. And there was something from his past that he wanted to hide. He had previously been convicted of sexual offense and theft. According to the accusations, he molested the girl. However, as Timothy stated, she lied about her age. He believed this girl was of legal age. As a result, Timothy was sentenced to prison. He was also required to register as a sexual offender, which he never did. Timothy Ray Sutherland called the police 2 days after Stacy's death, claiming to be staying at a local motel. He denied having any involvement in Stacy's death. Timothy refused to register as a sex offender, so the court issued a warrant for his arrest. However, by the time the police arrived at the motel where Timothy was staying, he had escaped. However, there was a woman in the room with whom he was having a relationship. The woman stated that Timothy was hiding in an abandoned trailer on the other side of the city. On the same day, December 30th, 2009, he was arrested and transported to a police station. During the interrogation, investigators wanted to confirm Brent's claim that Timothy stayed at the house with Stacy and her son. Timothy confirmed that he was at his cousin's home that night. The cousin also stated that Brent was responsible for Stacy's death. Brent, he said, was a bad person. He and Stacy were fighting all day. They argued right in front of his eyes. Timothy didn't understand why Stacy was involved with this man. He believed Brent was the man who did not love her and treated her with disrespect. When asked why he fled the crime scene and hid, Timothy stated that he was afraid he would be arrested because he had not registered as a sexual offender. To summarize, Timothy held Brent responsible for Stacy's death. However, after receiving the laboratory report, the investigators found these accusations less credible. The dried blood on Brent's shirt was his, not Stacy's. The police were unable to find evidence that Brent was involved in the crime. As a result, the circle of suspects has shrunk once more. Brent claimed that Stacy, Timothy, and Landon were the only people in the house when he left. Clearly, 3-year-old Landon could not have committed this crime and written an offensive message on the wall. It indicated that Timothy was hiding something. Investigators discovered dried bloodstains on his jeans. As a result, the police sent all of his clothes to the lab for analysis, but he continued to claim that Brent was to blame for Stacy's death. However, the investigators kept pressuring him, and in the end, he told the truth. He said he thought Stacy was being stupid. She allowed Brent to yell at her and forgave him each time. On the verge of her death, they argued in front of his eyes and Brent left, but he returned a few hours later, and Timothy was furious that Stacy had forgiven him again and allowed him into her bedroom. He understood what they were doing there. After Brent left, Timothy went to Stacy's room to speak with her. What happened next is described in court documents with minimal detail. That is what it says. Mr. Sutherland was temporarily living with his cousin Stay Smith in St. Albans, West Virginia, in 2009. In the early morning of December 28, 2009, Mr. Sutherland had an argument with Miss Smith about her bedroom. Mr. Sutherland claimed Miss Smith's boyfriend did not treat her properly, which sparked the argument. During the argument, Miss Smith described Mr. Sutherland as a junkie. Mr. Sutherland left the bedroom in outrage after being referred to as a drug addict. He then entered the kitchen and smoked a cigarette. Within a few minutes, he returned to the bedroom with a butcher knife. Mr. Sutherland fatally stabbed Miss Smith on the right side of her neck while she lay in bed. Before fleeing the murder scene, Mr. Sutherland took Miss Smith's cell phone, credit card, money, and car keys. He also wrote the words "cheating" on the house's living room wall. Timothy told investigators that after he injured Stacy, she was able to get out of bed and take a few more steps. Her son slept in another room, while her daughter spent the night with friends. Timothy was crying as he told the detectives all of this, and he appeared to be very sorry. He also revealed where he had hidden the weapon used in the crime. He threw the knife he used to end Stacy's life out the car window, not far from her home. Later, the police discovered the knife in the location Timothy specified. According to laboratory analysis, Stacy's blood was found on his jeans. All of this was enough to warrant charges. When asked why he wrote these words on the wall, he explained that he wanted Stacy's boyfriend to be a suspect. Everyone knew Stacy and Brent fought a lot back then, and he wanted everyone to believe Brent killed her out of jealousy. However, Brent believed that was not the only reason. Brent believed Timothy was in love with his cousin and was jealous of her. That night, he sat in an armchair in the living room and overheard everything Brent and Stacy were doing in their bedroom. Perhaps jealousy caused him to lose his temper and do something irreversible. The police are investigating the possibility that Timothy unsuccessfully attempted to persuade Stacy into intimacy after Brent left the house. However, they found no evidence to support this. Only 2 people knew what happened that night, and one of them had died. Although Timothy Sutherland admitted his guilt during interrogation, he claimed innocence at the first court hearing in 2010. However, the authorities had sufficient evidence to convict him. The only question was whether the jury would believe the prosecutor, who claimed the crime was premeditated, or the lawyer, who claimed his client committed the crime out of passion. Timothy left her bedroom after an argument with Stacy, went to the kitchen, smoked a cigarette, and then returned with a knife, indicating that he was aware of what he was doing. On March 18, 2011, Timothy Ray Sutherland was found guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with no possibility of parole. In 2013, he attempted to appeal the verdict, but was unsuccessful. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2009 in the American state of West Virginia. Stacy Smith, 32, was a mother of 2 children. Stacy's father called 911 a few days after Christmas to report that he had found his daughter unresponsive. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they discovered a message on the wall in her bedroom, which appeared to have been left by the perpetrator. Stacy Ann Smith was born September 21, 1977. Family and friends described her as a lovely and outgoing young lady. She was a cheerleader in school and was always the center of attention for the guys. After graduating from high school, she met Steven, whom she adores. She was prepared to spend the rest of her life with him. In June 2002, the couple welcomed a daughter named Mackenzie. Soon after, Stacy and Steven married. They were happy, and they believed it would last forever. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a son, Landon. Soon after, Stacy and Steven's relationship deteriorated, and they decided to split up in 2009. Her son Landon was 3, and her daughter Mackenzie was 7 years old. They resided in St. Albans, West Virginia. After splitting from her husband, she tried everything to make her children happy. Stacy happened to meet a guy on the street who was in love with her when they were both in high school. His name was Brent. Stacy disliked him in high school, but their communication has evolved into a romantic relationship over time. Stacy had officially divorced her husband Steven, and the latter knew she was reestablishing her personal life. He frequently saw Stacy and Brent together when he arrived to pick up the children for the weekend. Brent got along with Stacy's children, which made her happy. However, their relationship deteriorated over time. They occasionally quarreled, and most of the time, these quarrels were caused by Brent's jealousy. He was attempting to exert control over certain aspects of her life. When Stacy was on the phone, he was curious who she was speaking with. They separated several times before reconciling on Christmas Eve 2009. Stacy and her children moved into a new house. Her cousin Timothy and boyfriend Brent helped her decorate the house for Christmas and create a cozy atmosphere. A few days later, on December 28, 2009, Stacy's father, John Paul, attempted to contact her by phone, but she did not respond. Several hours had passed since Stacy had answered the phone or called back. John became concerned and decided to investigate what was wrong. He got in his car and drove to Stacy's house where she lived with her children. They had only moved into this house a few days before Christmas, and John wanted to make sure they were okay. When he arrived at the house, he noticed nothing unusual. He knocked on the front door and called out his daughter's name, but no one responded. The door was locked. Looking through the window, he noticed 3-year-old Landon and was able to get his attention. When Landon got closer, John asked where his mother was. The boy responded that she was asleep. John immediately recognized that something was wrong. Stacy was not a heavy sleeper. She'd wake up to knocks on the door. John asked Landon to let him in and demonstrated how to open the door. Once inside, John instructed the boy to sit in the living room while he investigated why Stacy wasn't waking up. When John entered the kitchen, he discovered his daughter's body lying on the floor. He realized Stacy had died. There were bloodstains all over the kitchen and Stacy's bedroom. John immediately called 911 and requested assistance. The police searched the home to ensure that the perpetrator was not hiding inside. There was no doubt Stacy's death was not accidental. The woman died of a stab wound to the neck. A message on one of the walls drew the detectives' immediate attention. The individual who left it accused Stacy of infidelity. The message contained only 2 words. The first word was cheating, the second word started with the letter W. It was also extremely heartbreaking that Landon spent the majority of the day alone, while his mother died. Forensic investigators discovered the boy's bloody footprints on the floor next to Stacy's body. It indicated that he was approaching his mother and possibly attempting to wake her up. He was only 3 years old and probably had no idea his mother wasn't just sleeping. The police removed all possible evidence from the house, including cigarette butts and beer cans, which could provide a source of DNA. The investigators were most interested in the writing on the wall. They needed to figure out who had left it. There was every reason to believe that the motive for the crime was jealousy. Severe cruelty could also imply that everything was about vengeance. The culprit could be someone Stacy knew and trusted. There were no signs of forced entry on the doors, so it was reasonable to assume she had let the criminal into her home. Stacy's car and keys were missing. Furthermore, investigators found neither her phone nor the crime weapon in the house. They shared the information about the car with all patrolmen because the criminal could have used it to flee the scene. Stacy's death presented a challenge for her loved ones, particularly her children, who had to be told that they would never see their mother again. Psychologists talked to Landon to see if he notices anything unusual. Perhaps he saw the one who hurt his mother, but the boy was unable to assist the police because he was not present at the time of the crime. He awoke to find his mother on the floor and assumed she was sleeping. He went to her and tried to wake her up, but she remained unresponsive. The suspect in this crime could be someone who thought Stacy had cheated on him. The investigation began with 2 potential suspects: Stacy's boyfriend Brent and her ex-husband Stephen. Perhaps Stephen still loved Stacy, and despite their divorce, he was upset that she had found another man. Brent was jealous, and many people knew it. Perhaps he suspects Stacy of cheating. When solving such cases, investigators must consider all possible explanations, even if they appear absurd at first. So they wanted to know if there was a man in Stacy's life that even her closest friends were unaware of. She was young and attractive, and she worked as a physician's assistant. Undoubtedly, men were drawn to her. While patrolmen searched the streets for Stacy's car, investigators spoke with her family. Following this conversation, Stacy's boyfriend Brent was named suspect number 1. Brent's family and friends knew he was extremely jealous and frequently lost control of his emotions. When he thought Stacy was communicating with someone other than him, he became enraged for no apparent reason. That is why Stacy has stopped communicating with him several times. All of this made Brent an ideal suspect. So the detectives decided to find him and speak with him. They wanted to know if he had anything to do with the crime, where he was when Stacy died, and how he would respond to these inquiries. It was not hard to find him. Brent was in his country house. Before traveling there, investigators obtained a search warrant. When they arrived at the house, Brent was in the garage. When he saw the cops, he became nervous, but this meant nothing. Many people become concerned when they notice police officers on their doorstep. Investigators informed Brent that they had a search warrant for his home and that their visit was part of the investigation into Stacy Smith's death. Brent was stunned to learn of Stacy's death. He exuded a sense of grief. But what if he was simply a good actor? That is what the investigators attempted to discover when they took him to the police station for questioning. During the interrogation, Brent only raised the police's suspicions about him. He stated that their relationship with Stacy was not stable. They frequently quarreled. He claims that their most recent argument took place the day before she died. Brent informed investigators that Stacy had cheated on him with one of his friends. Despite the passage of time, this betrayal has shaken their relationship. Brent claims that on December 27th, he went home after their argument. After calming down, he returned to Stacy's house a few hours later for a quiet conversation. They were in her bedroom, and they were intimate. He left around 2 a.m. Stacy's son Landon and cousin Timothy were present in the house. They were both sleeping. Brent claimed that there were no issues between him and Stacy when he left. He went home and was unaware that Stacy had died until the police informed him. No one could confirm Brent's alibi. Investigators had reason to doubt his story. They invited him to take a polygraph test to see how he would answer the questions. Brent reluctantly agreed to be tested because he did not want to be on the suspect list. He passed the test with no problems. At first, police considered removing him from the suspect list. However, during the polygraph test, officers noticed a small red spot on Brent's shirt that resembled dried blood. Brent stated that he had slightly injured himself the day before and that it was his blood, but only an expert examination could confirm or refute this claim. To verify Brent's testimony, the detectives decided to speak with Stacy's cousin Timothy. After all, if Brent was telling the truth, Timothy was the last person who saw Stacy alive. But there was an issue. While the rest of the family gathered to learn of Stacy's death, no one knew where Timothy was. Timothy disappeared. He did not answer the phone, and no one knew where he could be. It worried both the family and the police. What if Timothy had been kidnapped? There were such concerns because Timothy had previously struggled with illegal substances. Perhaps he owed money to someone, and they planned to exact revenge on him, but something went wrong. It has become a new version of the ongoing investigation. As I previously stated, one of the first suspects in the crime was Stacy's ex-husband, Stephen. Perhaps he was upset about Stacy's relationship with Brent even before they divorced. Yes, they are no longer living together. Perhaps Stephen was offended by Stacy's behavior. What if his anger drove him to commit the crime and leave an offensive message on the wall? Furthermore, one of Stephen's motivations could be his children. He could only see them on weekends, but perhaps he wanted the children to live with him. When Stephen arrived at the police station for questioning, he remained calm and reasonable. He denied any involvement in Stacy's death and promised never to do so to his children's mother. He claims that he and Stacy did not become enemies following their divorce. Stephen's understanding of what happened to Stacy was identical to that of her family. He believed Brent was the one who committed the crime. He informed investigators that Stacy and Brent's relationship was unstable. Stacy's ex-husband informed her of his whereabouts on the night of the crime. Shortly after, the police confirmed his alibi and removed him from the suspect list. At the same time, I was trying to locate Stacy's car. The investigators discovered another oddity. It turned out that the car wasn't Stacy's. The owner was Dr. William Casto, Stacy's boss. It's possible that Stacy had another man in her life. During the investigation, it was discovered that Stacy had a romantic relationship with her boss. Some colleagues said Stacy and Dr. Casto were very close, and he once gave her a car. Thus, the police had another potential suspect. Perhaps Dr. Casto found out about her relationship with Brent and decided to take his gift away. With all of this in mind, the detective began his search for Dr. Casto. He didn't hide from anyone and continued to live his normal life. After learning about Stacy's death, investigators wanted to speak with him. William Casto arrived at the police station without an invitation. During the interrogation, he did not deny that he and Stacy had an intimate relationship and that he gave her the car. He stated that he and Stacy had been dating for several years prior to her death. It was a voluntary relationship. He gave her a car and assisted her when she encountered problems. Casto denied being involved in the crime. He said he had no reason to kill Stacy. Casto was open with the investigators and disclosed his whereabouts on the night of the crime. The man had a solid alibi, which enabled him to be cleared of suspicion. The police now have one less suspect, but who left the offensive message at Stacy's house? Who did she offend so deeply? Was there another man in her life? The police had to respond to all of these inquiries. Meanwhile, police used GPS tracking technology to locate Stacy's car. It had been sitting in a deserted parking lot about 5 miles from her house for the entire time, and the investigators were confident that this vehicle would hold the key to solving the case. After locating the vehicle, patrol cars arrived and towed it to the police parking lot so that experts could inspect it. Stacy's credit cards and other belongings were in the car. There was no knife involved in the crime, nor was there any other evidence. Another unexpected twist in the investigation of this case occurred when the police looked into the biography of Timothy, Stacy's missing cousin, and discovered that he had previously had legal issues. And there was something from his past that he wanted to hide. He had previously been convicted of sexual offense and theft. According to the accusations, he molested the girl. However, as Timothy stated, she lied about her age. He believed this girl was of legal age. As a result, Timothy was sentenced to prison. He was also required to register as a sexual offender, which he never did. Timothy Ray Sutherland called the police 2 days after Stacy's death, claiming to be staying at a local motel. He denied having any involvement in Stacy's death. Timothy refused to register as a sex offender, so the court issued a warrant for his arrest. However, by the time the police arrived at the motel where Timothy was staying, he had escaped. However, there was a woman in the room with whom he was having a relationship. The woman stated that Timothy was hiding in an abandoned trailer on the other side of the city. On the same day, December 30th, 2009, he was arrested and transported to a police station. During the interrogation, investigators wanted to confirm Brent's claim that Timothy stayed at the house with Stacy and her son. Timothy confirmed that he was at his cousin's home that night. The cousin also stated that Brent was responsible for Stacy's death. Brent, he said, was a bad person. He and Stacy were fighting all day. They argued right in front of his eyes. Timothy didn't understand why Stacy was involved with this man. He believed Brent was the man who did not love her and treated her with disrespect. When asked why he fled the crime scene and hid, Timothy stated that he was afraid he would be arrested because he had not registered as a sexual offender. To summarize, Timothy held Brent responsible for Stacy's death. However, after receiving the laboratory report, the investigators found these accusations less credible. The dried blood on Brent's shirt was his, not Stacy's. The police were unable to find evidence that Brent was involved in the crime. As a result, the circle of suspects has shrunk once more. Brent claimed that Stacy, Timothy, and Landon were the only people in the house when he left. Clearly, 3-year-old Landon could not have committed this crime and written an offensive message on the wall. It indicated that Timothy was hiding something. Investigators discovered dried bloodstains on his jeans. As a result, the police sent all of his clothes to the lab for analysis, but he continued to claim that Brent was to blame for Stacy's death. However, the investigators kept pressuring him, and in the end, he told the truth. He said he thought Stacy was being stupid. She allowed Brent to yell at her and forgave him each time. On the verge of her death, they argued in front of his eyes and Brent left, but he returned a few hours later, and Timothy was furious that Stacy had forgiven him again and allowed him into her bedroom. He understood what they were doing there. After Brent left, Timothy went to Stacy's room to speak with her. What happened next is described in court documents with minimal detail. That is what it says. Mr. Sutherland was temporarily living with his cousin Stacy Smith in St. Albans, West Virginia, in 2009. In the early morning of December 28, 2009, Mr. Sutherland had an argument with Miss Smith about her bedroom. Mr. Sutherland claimed Miss Smith's boyfriend did not treat her properly, which sparked the argument. During the argument, Miss Smith described Mr. Sutherland as a junkie. Mr. Sutherland left the bedroom in outrage after being referred to as a drug addict. He then entered the kitchen and smoked a cigarette. Within a few minutes, he returned to the bedroom with a butcher knife. Mr. Sutherland fatally stabbed Miss Smith on the right side of her neck while she lay in bed. Before fleeing the murder scene, Mr. Sutherland took Miss Smith's cell phone, credit card, money, and car keys. He also wrote the words cheating on the house's living room wall. Timothy told investigators that after he injured Stacy, she was able to get out of bed and take a few more steps. Her son slept in another room, while her daughter spent the night with friends. Timothy was crying as he told the detectives all of this, and he appeared to be very sorry. He also revealed where he had hidden the weapon used in the crime. He threw the knife he used to end Stacy's life out the car window, not far from her home. Later, the police discovered the knife in the location Timothy specified. According to laboratory analysis, Stacy's blood was found on his jeans. All of this was enough to warrant charges. When asked why he wrote these words on the wall, he explained that he wanted Stacy's boyfriend to be a suspect. Everyone knew Stacy and Brent fought a lot back then, and he wanted everyone to believe Brent killed her out of jealousy. However, Brent believed that was not the only reason. Brent believed Timothy was in love with his cousin and was jealous of her. That night, he sat in an armchair in the living room and overheard everything Brent and Stacy were doing in their bedroom. Perhaps jealousy caused him to lose his temper and do something irreversible. The police are investigating the possibility that Timothy unsuccessfully attempted to persuade Stacy into intimacy after Brent left the house. However, they found no evidence to support this. Only 2 people knew what happened that night, and one of them had died. Although Timothy Sutherland admitted his guilt during interrogation, he claimed innocence at the first court hearing in 2010. However, the authorities had sufficient evidence to convict him. The only question was whether the jury would believe the prosecutor, who claimed the crime was premeditated, or the lawyer, who claimed his client committed the crime out of passion. Timothy left her bedroom after an argument with Stacy, went to the kitchen, smoked a cigarette, and then returned with a knife, indicating that he was aware of what he was doing. On March 18, 2011, Timothy Ray Sutherland was found guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with no possibility of parole. In 2013, he attempted to appeal the verdict, but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Can the Collar family's crime be justified by a nervous disorder? Kansas passed legislation in 1995 stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. This law was enacted because, when brought to trial, almost every criminal attempted to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or was unaware of the consequences due to a mental disorder. The patriarch of the Happy and Large Collar family attempted to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was discovered to be sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for vengeance against the ex-wife who abandoned him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a global phenomenon. Statistics show that these motivations account for 1 out of every 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can transform a person into a true beast who harms even his own children. The Collar family story begins with James Craig Collar's birth in Weatherford, Texas, in 1963. Wayne White and Karen Collar, his future wife, were both born in the same city in 1965. They met as students at a Texas university in the early 1980s. Craig was graduating from engineering, and Karen was a freshman in humanities. They quickly found common ground and developed a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and looked like the ideal couple. Craig was a standout student in the late 1980s, known for his determination and engineering ability. Following graduation, they held a small wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child was born in 1991, and Lauren followed in 1993. They lived in a nice house in Weatherford and were quite wealthy by local standards. Craig received a lucrative job offer from a large utility company in Weatherford in 1999, while Karen was expecting her third child. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Cian, whom he cherished. Craig used his increased income to purchase a large house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood, as well as a dependable family car. Karen remained at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family appeared flawless. Emily and Lauren were talented athletes and musicians who frequently competed in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and attended a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, aspired to attend a conservatory and pursue a career in music. Sean was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy who loved numismatics and aspired to be an archaeologist. Craig was very close to his parents and sisters, and he provided for his family. Karen made the house comfortable, raised her children, and baked delicious treats. They were involved in the community and worked to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful, talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, family members kept many problems hidden. Karen told her younger sister, Linda, in 2007, that she was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that his control was growing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, including not only major purchases, but also everyday household expenses. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts and bank transaction information, and she reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. Craig set a strict schedule for the entire Collar family. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be there to greet him. They went to bed, awoke, and ate at specific times, and even intimacy between the couple was planned. Craig's desire for control grew stronger over time. He became more demanding and selfish, and Karen's activities were planned down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She attempted to meet all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would relinquish control and they could return to their old lives. However, Craig appeared to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was very disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had pictured Craig as the ideal husband, father, and family man, but he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. Karen did not, however, want to destroy her family. Furthermore, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. As a result, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a consistent income. Karen's new hobby, despite her advanced age and 3 children, Karen maintained excellent physical fitness. She always followed good nutrition principles, tried new diets on a regular basis, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. She enrolled in a local fitness club without her husband's knowledge and began working out for several hours per day. It was her way of releasing stress, distracting herself, and organizing her thoughts. She went to the gym while Craig was at work, and Craig didn't notice her workout. The sports club's management quickly noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered the opportunity to try out as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could never have imagined such an opportunity, as she will now be able to do what she enjoys while also earning a decent living. Craig eventually found out his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and her husband to forbid her from going, but he responded calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found work and was now making her own money. His only requirements were that she be home when he arrived, prepare meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen accepted these conditions because they gave her the freedom to act and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify every penny she spent to her husband. Unexpected romance and a romantic triangle. Soon, the fitness club had a new instructor named Sonny Rice. Karen and Sonny quickly bonded and became friends. Karen, who'd been a stay-at-home mom for many years, was unable to interact with people outside of her family. Sonny became a trustworthy confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart conversations. It didn't take long before their friendship evolved into something more. Naturally, they concealed their emotions and relationships from everyone. Karen eventually decided that she needed to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, unsure how to begin or what the consequences would be. She eventually opened up to Craig. Although Craig was perplexed by his wife's revelation, he reacted calmly and did not cause a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sonny, but only if he could join them. Karen was taken aback by her husband's proposal and unsure how to respond. Nonetheless, Craig took the initiative and started courting Sunny by sending her flowers and small gifts. He appeared to see this as an opportunity to improve his intimate life and inject passion and new sensations into his marriage to Karen. The women initially agreed to his proposal, but quickly realized that Craig saw it as a game of dominance. Their unusual love triangle did not last long, and Craig was forced to accept that he was not welcome in their relationship. Craig, feeling insulted, demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sunny, sincerely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, Karen appeared to be ready to move on to a new relationship. A move to a different state and secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig determined that the best way to save his family was to relocate to another state. He started looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city adjacent to Kansas. Craig hoped that his wife's move to another state would put an end to her affair with Sunny and allow their family life to return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 was difficult for the family because the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's new salary was nearly double that of his previous position in Weatherford. However, with increased responsibilities and working hours, Craig naively believed he had permanently removed Sunny from his wife's life, but he was mistaken. Karen and Sunny maintained regular contact, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They'd drive to meet halfway and spend a few hours in a roadside hotel before heading home. Karen already knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was almost inevitable. These secret trysts lasted until December 2008. On New Year's Eve, the callers returned to their hometown to see family and friends. Sunny was also present at the party. Karen and Sunny initially kept their interactions low-key, exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and people became more intoxicated, they appeared to lose sight of social norms. The couple was inseparable, holding hands and exchanging long glances. Some guests even caught them kissing. Craig was not only angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, exposing her affair. Craig created a scene at the party by verbally attacking his wife and Sunny. Craig became enraged and forcibly dragged Karen from the party. On the way home, he lost control. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her so hard that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, striking her to stumble and fall, striking her head hard, resulting in divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict persisted, and a few days later, Karen informed Craig that she was leaving him. She filed for divorce and demanded custody of the children. Craig initially apologized, begging to keep the family together for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. Karen, on the other hand, refused to give up and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, pleading with them to speak with Karen and persuade her to stay with him rather than disband the family. Despite his best efforts, she firmly informed him that she was leaving for Sunny and that she was never truly happy in their marriage in the early spring of 2009. While they were still living together, another argument erupted, and Craig used physical violence for the first time since the New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, who arrested him. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical and that he was the only one who held her tightly to calm her down, resulting in bruises on her arms. Karen moved out with the children after this incident, without waiting for an official divorce. Craig was dealt a serious blow, but he was even more enraged when he discovered that his daughters had sided with their mother, claiming that for the first time in a long time, he saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily or Lauren, instead calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while completely ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig remained hopeful that his wife would reconsider and return to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her around. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, hoping to go undetected, and even attempted to install a hidden camera in her home when no one was present. Naturally, all of this required time and effort. As a result, Craig was forced to give up work. First, he took a vacation. Then he claimed to be sick, and finally he began skipping work without explanation. His reckless behavior led to his dismissal. Craig was forced to move into his parents' home after losing his job and source of income due to a lack of funds. With so much free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day, prompting her to take her ex-husband to court to prevent him from approaching her horrible Thanksgiving. Karen took her children to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Berlin, Kansas, on the evening of November 29. The Berlin Game Police Department received a call reporting a suspicious van and the sound of gunfire. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's house. A man got out and entered. They then reported hearing screams and gunshots, but they are unsure. The man then left the house, got back in his truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not try to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When the police arrived at the house, they were greeted by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. Cian Collar was unable to explain what had occurred. However, it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the officers inside near the front door. Despite having 2 gunshot wounds in the kitchen, the 89-year-old homeowner was found alive in a pool of blood. Karen, 44, was found dead by police. She was shot in the chest and then killed with a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had abandoned her with no hope of survival. Emily, her oldest daughter, was found dead between a wall and a couch. She had apparently attempted to flee from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and killed her with 2 blank shots. Lauren, her younger sister, lay in a pool of blood in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was still alive, begging faintly for her life, and repeatedly claiming that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately taken to a nearby hospital's intensive care unit. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives were not saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1 from massive blood loss and organ damage, while her great-grandmother died a few hours later. Cian, the only surviving witness, was in shock. Psychologists assisted him, but he required a thorough interrogation as the sole living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's home. He explained that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to request his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered holding a shotgun. Without speaking a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife, shot her, and then moved closer to fire again. For the initial few seconds, Cian was frozen in horror as his father turned to face him, but he did not aim. Instead, he stared silently and intently at him. Cian realized he needed to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy dashed toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for assistance. However, as he approached the threshold, he heard several additional gunshots. He took refuge in a small outbuilding because he was afraid to enter the house. He heard several more shots and waited in fear for his father to come after him. Mr. Collar Craig was immediately added to the wanted list, with warnings that he was armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, allowing them to quickly determine the gunman's direction of travel. At one point, the man left his vehicle in a wooded area and started walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the following morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, while prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lay next to the driver's seat. Mr. Collar did not resist arrest. He didn't appear to care anymore. He appeared perplexed and even terrified, and he openly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he thought the police were already aware of. When he was taken to the police station, Craig immediately admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He revealed that his wife had cheated on him with Sonny and humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party. His efforts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what remained of his self-esteem. The man cried, saying he had no idea why he had taken such a drastic step and that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and a just sentence. Craig's trial started in December 2010. The defendant, after consulting with his lawyer, Thomas Haney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only way to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. He attempted to persuade the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife abandoned him for a lover. His children supported their mother, and he lost his job, forcing him to return to his parents' home. According to the lawyer, all of these factors contributed to Mr. Collar's breakdown, and he committed the crime while insane, unaware of his actions. Prior to 1995, there was a law that allowed criminals to obtain leniency by claiming insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime occurred and the trial was held, the law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution discovered no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, just cold calculation. He had already purchased guns and ammunition before going to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was present. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance for survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Sean, allowing him to flee. In August 2011, the man was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to death. Sean, who was 12 years old at the time, testified during the final hearing. He stated that he did not want his father to die because he was his only remaining close relative. Despite numerous appeals from Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. Mr. Collar remains in prison today, fighting to have his case reviewed and his death sentence overturned. Sean, after the deaths of his mother and sisters, was officially detained by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has completed his education, and has decided to live and work in his home state. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Texas blue-eyed butcher, Susan Wright. Anger is a strong negative emotion in which a person usually tries to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the cause of the wrath." Long-held negative emotions, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgives and gives another chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. Susan Wright's case in the early 2000s stunned everyone with its incredible cruelty. But the merciless perpetrator stood in front of the court, and it appeared that he had received just punishment. However, several years later, it was revealed that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion came after many years of patience, resignation, and silence. At first glance, this family appeared to be ideal, but no one could have predicted what was going on behind closed doors. But first, let us try to understand the case of the blue-eyed butcher and what drove a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to commit such a desperate and simply monstrous act. Who exactly is Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence. She was the eldest of 2 children raised alongside her biological sister Cindy. Susan was a lively and sociable child with artistic abilities from a young age. During her school years, she was very interested in dancing and aspired to be a choreographer someday. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, and after graduating from high school, she enjoyed being the center of attention. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to attend college. She did not give up, however, and instead decided to take a short break to save money for her education. She spent several months working as a dancer in one of the city's popular nightclubs. There, the young blonde performed topless, gaining notoriety for which she was not proud. She quit her job and never returned, instead using her savings to pay for evening classes at a nursing school. Susan had always aimed for independence. To support herself while studying, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. She quickly realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled to pay for her education. As a result, the young blonde dropped her classes and focused on her work instead. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first meeting was at a Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he came in for a meal. He was immediately captivated by the blue-eyed blonde's beauty and radiant smile, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer since then. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but he eventually mustered the courage to get her number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and small surprises, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace, and that in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but the small age difference didn't bother them. He was attentive, sweet, and caring, and quickly won Susan over. However, it quickly became clear that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and controlled substances. He claimed to have stopped using drugs in the past and promised to completely abstain from alcohol. The innocent young woman believed him. She was truly in love for the first time, and she believed they could overcome any challenges together. Susan soon discovered she was pregnant and hurried to tell her beloved. Wright seemed pleased with the prospect of becoming a father, but made no decisive moves. He did not propose, and the couple continued to live separately. Susan, perplexed by her boyfriend's behavior, took action on her own. She insisted on having their first child in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses, rather than a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. Around this time, they purchased their own home in quiet Harris County, Texas, and moved in just a few weeks before their child was born. They were the ideal family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, who was born in 2001. Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she had a daughter named Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and appeared to live a life that embodied the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and Susan agreed to become a stay-at-home mother after their children arrived. She was responsible for raising the children and creating a comfortable environment in their family home. Mrs. Wright's neighbors described her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family appeared to be perfect, but the reality was very different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every way. Susan spent her time cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh, home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for more than 2 days or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, which was nearly impossible with 2 young children. Jeffrey had to wash his clothes almost every day because he never wore the same thing twice. If one of these rules was broken, it resulted in insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be incredibly frugal. The romantic who wanted flowers and presents was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 per week. This was intended to cover cooking, housekeeping, and purchasing all of the children's necessities. Susan was required to account for all expenses for her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not stop drinking as promised, but that was only the beginning. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied addiction, describing his drug use as light doping to deal with work stress and stay in shape. However, while under the influence of these substances, he frequently became aggressive, hitting his wife and even their young son. When Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation in order to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted angrily. He saw no issue with his behavior, claiming that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, so she should accept and live with it. Interestingly, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's flaws. They empathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt powerless to help her with the final straw. According to the woman, her husband became aggressive towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This resulted in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize and promise it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. Jeffrey soon stopped apologizing and family violence became commonplace. Jeffrey went to the gym 3 times per week to practice boxing. He said the workouts allowed him to let off steam and that he would definitely take his son with him once he was a little older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym as usual after work. He returned home on edge, exuding excitement and nervousness. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to teach his son about boxing and demonstrate some techniques. He got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to console him while hoping his wife would not hear. Susan did pretend not to notice, but this was the last straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the kids to bed while her husband stayed in the bedroom and took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies depending on the account. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, took advantage of her, and attempted to kill her with a knife, but she was able to wrestle the weapon from his grasp, and the resulting confrontation was solely for self-defense. However, her story changed several times, and the investigative version presented at trial appeared more credible, eventually becoming the official account of how she was seduced, immobilized, and brutally murdered. Susan resolved to use her dancing abilities to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, putting on a seductive show for her husband. She then proposed a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She secured Jeff's hands and right leg to the bed with 3 of his neckties. His left leg was secured with her robe's silk belt. Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, firmly fastened to the bed with a gag in his mouth and surrounded by dim lighting. Mrs. Wright first lit one of the candles and poured hot wax onto the man's chest. Although painful, it felt like part of their game. The same fate befell his intimate area, and the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey was initially unaware of what was going on. He attempted to free himself and scream, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small, sharp knife that she had brought from the kitchen. She began by slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face, then moving up and down the groin. Susan began slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had experienced. Then she started crying and striking faster and faster. Forensic experts discovered 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased's body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious throughout the ordeal. Her actions indicated that she was in despair and emotional turmoil, and her lawyers insisted on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't thought about what she'd do next or how she'd handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. For several hours, the woman sat on the floor next to her husband's body on the bed. She then looked around and realized the room was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring that no neighbors had turned on their lights and that the outside was quiet and deserted. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit dug by Jeffrey over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan came together instantly. This pit would become the final resting place for her despised spouse. Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow to move the body from the bedroom to the yard. This aspect raised numerous questions for the investigators. As a petite, slender woman, she was able to load and transport a man twice her height and weight out of the house on her own. There was suspicion of an accomplice. However, none of these speculations were confirmed. The seemingly amazing strength that appeared out of nowhere gave the defense another reason to insist on a state of effect. The woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it at night, though a light covering would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placed them in trash bags, and disposed of them in various bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side because she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent cleaning blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a challenge because a large stain proved impossible to remove creatively. The lady doused it in bleach, hoping that the chemicals would remove any evidence of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. She attacked and fled. Susan sobbed as she called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. She informed them that her husband, who was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet before declaring himself fed up and leaving. Her Jeffrey's parents were stunned. They were aware that their son was far from perfect and felt deeply sorry for their daughter-in-law. But when they learned he had hit the child, they immediately invited Susan and the children to stay with them for a while. However, the young mother declined. She went on to say that she would file a police report and disclose everything that had happened in their home. Mrs. Wright went to the police station 2 days later because her husband's sudden disappearance was raising new questions and something needed to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands of her husband and required protection. Susan was able to obtain a restraining order to prevent her husband from approaching her and the children, despite the fact that she knew her significant other would never be able to come near them again. Susan displayed bruises and cuts on her arms as evidence, claiming that her husband inflicted them with keys while she tried to fend him off. Bradley had a small bruise on his face, and he admitted that his father had hit him. At first glance, the woman's story seemed plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, then fled because he was scared of what he had done. But Jeffrey made no contact over time, which raised suspicions. He appeared to have fled without his belongings or documents, leaving even his mobile phone at home. The man had not shown up for work or to see his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had noticed him. It was as if he had vanished completely. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to hide, but he hasn't killed anyone or caused serious injury to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth is that Susan found it unbearable to remain in the house where she confronted her husband and buried his body. She began to believe he was still alive and about to rise from his grave for vengeance. On January 17th, she was practically losing her mind, as was their dog, but she kept barking and attempting to dig up the grave. After taking her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's home. Her mother was aware of what had occurred, but after seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the situation. Velma simply asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Her daughter started crying and nodded. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she had no idea what to do next, on her mother's advice. Susan called Neil Davis, a lawyer, the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all of the details and considered all possible scenarios. On January 19th, I called the Harris County District Attorney's office. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had committed suicide and buried her husband's body in the backyard, as she had admitted, and was prepared to give a statement at the police station. Susan voluntarily went to the police on January 24th, 2003, and stated that she would make a complete confession. Her story was disjointed. She became confused by the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed to be afraid of him, and asked for protection. As a result, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression. Overall, Wright was capable of comprehending her actions. The gruesome discovery came when the deceased husband's remains were extracted from a makeshift grave in the backyard. Investigators were astounded because they had never witnessed such brutality before. Experts discovered 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, including 8 in the groin area, approximately 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders, and 22 in the abdomen. 46 for the chest, 23 for the neck, and 41 for the face. Only one head wound could have caused death. All other cuts were superficial and did not pose a direct threat to life, implying that the man died in agony while conscious after his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Jeffrey's wrists and ankles bore deep marks from the ties and belt that his wife used to bind him. The victim's injuries indicated that he attempted but failed to free himself. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the person. Candle wax was also found on the deceased's chest and groin. Mrs. Wright claimed it was an accident after her husband knocked over a lit candle onto himself. However, the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim with the intent to cause suffering. The deceased's wife's underwear remained in his mouth, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man might have acted aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation occurred appeared normal at first glance, save for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had clearly spent a lot of time cleaning up, but when special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal blood traces, the scene took on a completely different light. Blood was found everywhere, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial begins, and the defense presents its version. The accused's trial began in late February 2004. Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked closely with his client. Susan was almost always in tears as she described that horrific night and the events leading up to it. The woman claimed that her husband had abused and treated her cruelly for years, but when he began raising his hand to the children, she couldn't take it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and promised that the boy would also take boxing. When Bradley refused, his father struck him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, encouraging him to seek medical attention. He got angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She attempted to stop him, resulting in a struggle in which she sustained palm and wrist injuries. The defendant then claimed that her husband struck her, causing her to fall and temporarily lose her bearings. When she arrived, she noticed Jeffrey holding a knife. Following that, the woman's testimony became increasingly inconsistent, and she was unable to explain how the weapon ended up in her hands. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, claiming that it was the reason his client, after seizing the knife, began to strike and did not stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Susan claimed that after the confrontation, she tied the victim's limbs to the cart and transported him to the yard. As previously stated, the wax allegedly landed on his body by accident from a candle on her bedside table, which she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she was unable to explain why her underwear was discovered in the deceased's mouth, as well as the prosecution's version and the verdict. The prosecution's version and arguments were much more persuasive and logical. Experts demonstrated that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, implying that the binding was part of an intimate game played by the defendant too. As a result, the man's gag could be reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were delivered at a specific angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, rather than in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injuries. All of the cuts were made from the front, while the victim was lying on his back, securely fastened. It was unclear whether Susan planned her husband's death and intended to bury him in the pit he dug for the fountain. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had meticulously planned everything in order to receive a large sum from insurance. The case received a lot of attention, and Susan was dubbed the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder in the press. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest possible punishment for her. While most neighbors sympathized with the woman, she recalls occasional bruises on her body that resembled signs of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. The prosecutor initially sought life in prison for Mrs. Wright, but later reduced their demands to 45 years. In March 2004, the accused was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She did not react to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. Susan's lawyers filed an appeal a year later, but it was denied due to new developments and a reduced sentence. Wright and her defense team appealed again in 2008. This time, a new witness testimony had a significant impact on the course of the case. The witness was Misty McMichael, wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-90s, she had a long-term relationship with Jeffrey Wright and was even engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences with Wright's physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, which prompted her to end the engagement and permanently cut ties with him. Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years in 2014 when she was 38 years old, based on these new circumstances in the witness testimony. She was eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. In July 2017, she received a second denial. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old when she was released. Reporters and photographers waited for her outside the prison walls, and she burst into tears and begged to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the National American Television Network CTTV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show 48 Hours Mystery and an episode of The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. Blue-Eyed Butcher, a feature film starring Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright, was released in 2012. In 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Bland released The Wheel of Fortune, a 17-minute short film inspired by the Jeffrey Wright trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story takes place in the year 2020. Marilyn Levesque, 22, was found dead with multiple stab wounds. Her death sparked a massive public outcry, with many demanding that Canadian authorities explain how this could have occurred. Marilyn was born in 1997 to Corinne Levesque and Franz Goulet, who split up shortly after her birth. Her friends described her as kind, outgoing, and always friendly. Originally from Chicoutimi, Marilyn spent some of her childhood with her mother and some in foster homes. Chicoutimi is one of 3 municipalities that make up the Sanguine metropolitan area in Quebec, Canada. She left her hometown for Quebec at the age of 17 and returned after breaking up with her boyfriend. She began commuting between the two cities, working in the capital 2 or 3 days per week. Because she did not yet have a driver's license, she took the bus or used carpool services. By early 2020, she was living with her new boyfriend, Gabriel Trucon, in the Chicoutimi district, about 130 miles from Quebec, according to Gabriel. Marilyn aspired to a stable life and decided to pursue a career in architecture. However, on January 22, 2020, everything changed. It was Wednesday, and Marilyn was in Quebec. Her trip was work-related, so Gabriel stayed and she came to me. Gabriel became very concerned around 9 o'clock in the evening because he couldn't reach Marilyn. After several failed attempts to contact his girlfriend, Gabriel began texting Marilyn's co-workers, hoping that someone had seen her. But soon, Gabriel received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, the caller identified himself as a police officer and informed him that Marilyn had been discovered dead. Later, forensic experts determined that she died from multiple stab wounds, with over 50 on her body. To continue looking at Marilyn's story, we must go back 17 years. In 2003, Chantal Deschamps, a 32-year-old bartender at a hotel in Quebec, met Eustachio Galice, 36, who also worked at the hotel and was her boss in charge of the guests' meals. Eustachio and Chantal began a passionate love affair shortly after they met. Chantal was the mother of 2 daughters, ages 10 and 6, whose father she had not seen in years. Eustachio has been married to Joanne Lafrance since 1996. They had 3 children. The couple's relationship appears to have been strained. For example, Eustachio broke down walls in their home twice or 3 times in a fit of rage. He once attacked his wife while they were traveling through Ottawa, was arrested, and served 7 days in jail. Despite the incidents described and other instances of verbal abuse, Joanne Lafrance stated that she was not afraid of her husband and regarded him as a good father to their 3 children. Although he did not always spend time with his family due to his demanding job, when Eustachio and Chantal's romance began, he left his wife Joanne and their 3 children to live with his new sweetheart. Chantal and Eustachio married, formalizing their rapidly developing relationship. Everything seemed to be going well for the couple at first, as is common. Eustachio got along well with Chantal's children, and they spent weekends together at the movies, the ice rink, and other entertainment venues. However, the relationship rapidly deteriorated. At the same time, Galice worked more than 60 hours per week. He informed his supervisors that he would resign on December 31, 2004, because he could no longer bear the pressures of his job as the hotel's food and beverage manager. He did not, however, discuss his personal difficulties with his employer. In recent months, Eustachio Galice and Chantal Deschamps' relationship has become increasingly complicated and tumultuous. Some witnesses described the man as being extremely jealous, while others claimed that both Eustachio and Chantal were possessive and frequently argued about it. According to the couple's friends, Eustachio Galice would raise his voice but not physically abuse Chantal Deschamps, despite the fact that she would insult or slap him. The tension in the relationship peaked on October 21, 2004. Eustachio and Chantal returned home that morning after working the hotel's night shift. Chantal's 2 daughters were still sleeping. They spent their evening with Joni Heian, their babysitter, who had stayed over at their house because their mother worked the night shift, interrupted the couple's conversation. Joni learned about their argument that night. The babysitter left the house around 7:15 a.m., and the kids were supposed to be at school around 8 a.m. Before leaving for school, the girls entered to greet their mother, who was in the bedroom with Eustachio. This was the last time they saw their mother alive. Eustachio Galiz arrived at his ex-wife Joanna Lafront's home at 1:29 p.m. to drop off all of his cash savings. At this point, he called the cops and admitted to killing his wife, Chantal. At 1:39 p.m., the police arrived at Joanne Lafront's house, where Galiz repeated his confession and surrendered without resistance. He then insisted that the police come to the school as soon as possible. Before Chantal, his two daughters returned home and discovered their mother's body. At the same time, police went to Chantal Duchamp's house, where they discovered her bloody body on the bed in her bedroom. Next to the body, the police discovered two blood-stained knives and a hammer with a broken handle. An autopsy revealed that the woman died from multiple hammerhead injuries and stab wounds. The hammer blows were so severe that the handle broke. During his trial in 2006, a jury convicted Eustachio Galiz of second-degree murder. He admitted that his motive for committing the crime was Chantal's decision to leave him. Galiz was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 15 years. In 1997, he served 7 days in jail for assaulting his first wife, Joanne Lafront. In 2004, he killed his second wife, Chantal Duchamp. It can be concluded that Galiz abused women. Despite this, 15 years later, in March 2019, the parole board determined that Galiz's risk of reoffending was low enough to release him. As part of his parole strategy, Galiz was allowed to date women to satisfy his sexual desires. The parole officer devised a strategy to determine the amount of contact Galiz could have with women. He was allowed to visit an erotic massage parlor once a month to satisfy his sexual needs, but he was forbidden from having romantic relationships. He was also required to keep a curfew from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he was attending an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. However, his control was so weak that he went to the massage parlor several times a week rather than once a month. Remember, he was released in March 2019. Galiz, 51, met Marilyn Levesque, 22, an employee at an erotic massage parlor, in June. Marilyn's relatives were mostly aware that she made a living by providing intimate services for money, but she told them little about it, and when she did, she usually made fun of it or mentioned it casually. Her close friends described her as a sensitive young woman. She also became extremely rigid in her work. Part of her wanted to change her life and leave the job that her relatives believed in, but it's difficult to return to the minimum wage. When you're used to earning the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages in 2 hours, how did she end up prostitution? The situation is unclear. But one thing is certain: Marilyn experienced a difficult childhood. She was frequently placed in foster homes. Marilyn's boyfriend and close friends knew where she worked and what she was paid for. According to her friends, she was neither proud nor ashamed of her job. And we always talked about it openly. Marilyn's boyfriend didn't mind that she earned money this way because she worked in Quebec, 100 miles away from their home. Galiz, who had almost no one to supervise him, began going to the massage parlor several times per week. The man gave the parole board the impression that he had been reformed, but his nature had not changed. On several occasions, he used violence against female employees, and as a result, he was barred from visiting the massage parlor. None of the employees knew Galiz was a criminal, let alone that he had been imprisoned for the murder of his wife in late summer 2019, when it was discovered that Galiz had assaulted several women at a massage parlor. The parole board prohibited him from visiting erotic massage parlors under threat of imprisonment, but by this point they'd fallen in love with Marilyn and devised a workaround. He offered the girl 1,300 Canadian dollars for a meeting in a hotel room, which she accepted. It was their first meeting outside of the massage parlor, and everything went well. Galiz was so sympathetic to Marilyn that he began to share his emotional feelings with her. He told her how much he missed his wife and had mourned her for 15 years, but he didn't say he had killed her. Shortly after, Eustachio Galiz began to suspect that the young woman was drifting away from him and that their relationship was deteriorating. He began to feel rejected, which caused him anxiety and jealousy. The man scheduled another hotel appointment for January 22, 2020. Marilyn told her boyfriend that she avoids hotel meetings and prefers massage parlors, which have guards to protect the workers and kick clients out if there is a problem. However, the $2,000 offered to Gaulies this time compelled her to accept another meeting at the hotel at 5 p.m. Gaulies and Marilyn were spotted in the hotel's restaurant, which is located in southwest Quebec. After dinner, around 8:30 p.m., the couple went to their room, and at 11:35 p.m., Gaulies arrived at the police station and confessed to the murder, as he had in 2004. The police went straight to the hotel, hoping that Marilyn was still alive. Unfortunately, she had already died. During the autopsy, 57 stab wounds were discovered on her body. Gaulies was found to have spent about 2 hours at the bar before surrendering to police, as well as disposing of the murder weapon and Marilyn's cell phone. What happened was terrible in and of itself, but in this case, the perpetrator's identity and past in the context of his new atrocity sparked widespread outrage and demanded answers from authorities. Secretary of Public Safety Bill Blair expressed his condolences to Marilyn's family, saying her death could have been avoided. Sonia Labelle, Quebec's Justice Minister, wanted to know how a violent criminal like Gaulies was granted parole. She also questioned whether the officers who worked with Gaulies had adequate training to assess public safety risks and called on Federal Public Safety Minister Bill Blair to investigate the situation. Another commission was formed to investigate the parole board's actions, which revealed flaws in the first board's work case management and supervision of the offender. The head of Canada's Correctional Service described Marilyn's death as a terrible tragedy that should never have occurred. He also promised that the Correctional Service of Canada, along with the parole board, would take significant steps to avoid similar incidents in the future. Despite the high-profile statements, no one was severely punished, as is typical in such cases. Some parole board employees have been transferred to new positions, while others have been sent for refresher courses. There is no way to bring the young woman back, and her death is hoped to serve as a wake-up call for those who make decisions with serious consequences. The government paid compensation for Marilyn's death after the authorities and her family reached an agreement. The agreement prevented Marilyn's relatives from filing a lawsuit, but the amount of compensation was not disclosed due to confidentiality agreements. It should be noted that some have condemned the victim because of her professional activities. Gaulies was initially charged with second-degree murder, but after it was discovered that he had planned the crime and purchased the knife in advance, he was charged with first-degree murder. Gaulies pleaded guilty, admitting that he planned the murder in advance. During his trial in February 2020, the prosecutor told the court that the police had feelings for Marilyn and became jealous and angry when they realized he was only a means for her to earn money. Jealousy was discovered to be the primary motive for the murder. On February 27, 2020, 51-year-old Eustachio Gaulies was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This time, he will be able to apply for parole after 25 years, rather than 15 years after his wife's murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In April 2015, the small town of Leeton in New South Wales, Australia, came to a halt, businesses closed, and the local high school suspended classes as the community mourned Stephanie Scott and offered condolences to her family. Stephanie's funeral was attended by over 1,000 people, and a public memorial was organized so that everyone could share in the community's grief. Many attendees wore Stephanie's favorite color, yellow, and released yellow balloons into the sky to represent the liberation of her spirits as they soared into the heavens. The gathering prayed for Stephanie's eternal rest, as well as for the comfort and healing of her loved ones. The song chosen for Stephanie and her fiancé Aaron's first wedding dance reminded everyone of the young couple's cruelly interrupted story, filling their hearts with sadness and sorrow. Stephanie Scott, only 26 years old, was friendly, intelligent, and always smiling. Since childhood, she was curious and active, taking part in school clubs and sports. As an adult, She followed in her father Robert's footsteps as a teacher, sharing his enthusiasm for education. She taught English and drama at Leeton High School and was very proud of her work. Stephanie and Aaron, who was slightly younger than her, had known each other since they were very young. They spent time together, shared interests, and participated in sports in their hometown. They were close friends until Aaron turned 21, when their relationship developed into romance. Stephanie, a perfectionist, had spent months meticulously planning every detail of their wedding, which was scheduled for April 11th, 2015. Almost everything was set, including the arrangements and a honeymoon in Tahiti. She recently had her bachelorette party. Their only remaining task was to rehearse their first dance, for which they had received numerous lessons. The first weekend of April served as a reminder that their long-awaited day was quickly approaching. Aaron invited Stephanie to a party out of town, but she declined to complete some remaining tasks, such as finalizing plans for her students while on her honeymoon. On Easter Sunday, April 5, 2015, Stephanie Scott went to her school in Leeton, New South Wales, around 11 a.m. to hand over some work to a deputy teacher. She parked her car on the street and walked to meet a co-worker who lives nearby. They entered the school after opening the gates together. Stephanie then locked the gates behind them and went to the English teacher's office, carrying keys. She sent an email to a bus company to confirm transportation arrangements for her wedding guests. After working for a few more hours, she was overjoyed that all of her tasks had been completed successfully. Stephanie exited the administrative building and walked toward the gates. Aaron, aware that Stephanie had left and would be gone for a few hours, became concerned as the evening progressed. He texted her the day before and received a prompt response. However, on April 5, he received no response from Stephanie. When Aaron returned home after 7 p.m., Stephanie was still missing, and her car was nowhere to be found on the street, trying to control his anxiety. Reasoned that Stephanie might be exhausted from the stress of the upcoming wedding and leaving her students for an extended period of time, and she needed some alone time. However, such complete silence was unusual for her. Despite the excitement of wedding planning, Stephanie had been enjoying every minute, eagerly sharing details about her gown and the wedding menu. She did not appear nervous or depressed, but rather excited and prepared for her big day. As his concern grew and sleep eluded him, Aaron texted Stephanie again in the morning before calling her family. It had been more than a day since Stephanie's disappearance, so Aaron went to the Leeton police station to report his missing fiancée. After inspecting the area and noting Stephanie's car's disappearance, the police speculated that she may have left the school and been involved in an accident or become stuck in a ditch or creek. Helicopters were dispatched to search the area. Due to Easter Sunday and the small number of students at Stephanie Leeton High School, ground police went straight to the school's last known location. There were few witnesses, complicating the police investigation while also eliminating hundreds of potential suspects. A check of the school's alarm system in Stephanie's classroom revealed that she had deactivated at 1:30 and then reactivated it at 1:38 p.m. This provided the police with the exact time Stephanie was nearby, but it was the only information they could obtain. Detectives attempted to track Stephanie's phone, but it was turned off. Her last bank account and social media activity occurred on Saturday, April 4. By April 7, local news broadcasts had begun to cover the story, and hundreds of people in the small community were eager for any information about Stephanie. However, Stephanie's behavior was completely out of character. And as the wedding approached, hope faded. Stephanie's mother, Maryland, stated that if her daughter was not found within the next few hours, it was likely that something bad had happened. A reporter from a local newspaper in Leeton reported that the police had resumed their search of the school. They spent the majority of the day using digital mapping technology to examine the school grounds, specifically marking the room where Stephanie worked on the day she vanished. A witness near Leeton High School on Easter Sunday reported hearing strange noises around 2 p.m., such as rustling and dragging something on the ground. He noticed Stephanie's car under a covered walkway, but didn't think much of it at the time. Later, her car vanished. Another eyewitness, a school employee, told detectives about an unusual conversation he had with one of the school's cleaners the morning after Stephanie vanished. Amid the rumors and anxiety surrounding the missing girl, the witness asked the cleaner when he last saw Stephanie, and he said he didn't see her on the day she vanished. When asked if he thought Stephanie had run away due to wedding stress, the man laughed strangely and nervously, which the witness found unsettling. Additionally, the witness noticed scratches on the cleaner's face. The police decided to question him for more information. Vincent Stanford was 24 years old. Detectives spoke briefly with Vincent, who explained that he stopped by the school to empty the garbage cans. He wasn't scheduled to work that day. He said he was only there for a short time because he needed to buy groceries. Vincent claimed he hadn't seen Stephanie at the time and couldn't help but wish them luck in their search. He added that he left school after 3 p.m. to go to the store where he always shopped. The police contacted the store Vincent claimed to have visited, only to discover it was closed on the specified date. This implied that Vincent had reasons to lie about the store, making him a suspect in the investigation. Investigators decided to conduct another thorough interrogation of Vincent, so they went to his home, where he lived with his mother. When they arrived, Vincent was not home. His mother allowed the police to search the house, and they discovered a set of keys on a red and white cord that matched Stephanie Scott's keys. While the police were collecting evidence, Vincent arrived in his car. He was immediately detained and his car was seized. In the back seat, they found several MF panels that appeared to be stained with blood. Police also noticed tire tracks in front of the house that did not match Vincent's vehicle. In addition, a used condom was discovered on the ground with its wrapper inside the bedroom. They asked Vincent where he was that day, pointing to a camera in the front passenger seat. He said he was taking photographs. When the police turned on the camera and asked for permission to view it, Vincent shrugged and agreed. The first image they saw was a photograph of a burned woman's body lying in a wooded area. Vincent tried to explain it away as shots from a movie he had filmed because he thought they were funny. However, the police discovered that these were actual crime scene photos featuring Stephanie as the victim, Vincent Stanford. The cleaner at Leeton High School was arrested immediately. His seized phone and laptop contained numerous photos of young girls, both from Leeton High School and from the internet. In addition to photos of women, he clearly stalked. This painted a negative picture of his behavior. Although Stephanie's body had not yet been discovered, Vincent was charged with her murder on April 9. News of his arrest spread quickly. Vincent Stanford, 24, was detained in connection with Stephanie Scott's disappearance and presumed murder. During this time, a search team discovered Stephanie's car, abandoned in a remote area 8 kilometers away from where she was last seen. However, her body was still missing, so the search continued. Detectives worked to determine where the photographs of the body were taken. On April 17, 5 days after Stephanie was last seen, another witness came forward. He reported seeing a car near a canal around 4 p.m. on Easter Sunday. Before driving away, a man got out of the car and threw what appeared to be a laptop into the water. Police quickly recovered the laptop from the canal bed, confirming it belonged to Stephanie. Meanwhile, divers continued their search for the slain schoolteacher's body in the New South Wales River. During a live broadcast, reporter Natalie Cooper discussed the ongoing search for Stephanie's body. The 26-year-old teacher's body was still missing. Police searched fields and vineyards near where her red Mazda was found earlier this week. Police divers also investigated a canal in the area. While retrieving a laptop thought to be Stephanie's, Cooper mentioned a shrine near the site that many people had visited earlier that morning. Regardless of whether they knew Stephanie personally, the entire community was deeply saddened. Her family and fiancé had visited the shrine the night before, lighting candles in prayer and comforting one another in their grief. The reporter also stated that police were desperately looking for sightings of a white vehicle believed to be owned by Vincent Stanford, the suspect in Stephanie Scott's murder. Witnesses were urged to call the police immediately. Meanwhile, Vincent in custody approached the police and requested to speak with them. He provided the detectives with all relevant information, including the location of Stephanie's body. According to Vincent, on the day of the incident, Stephanie was in the upstairs teacher's room, working on a computer with the door to her office open. Vincent was cleaning garbage cans with a pressure vacuum and needed to transport some cans upstairs. When he realized Stephanie, Vincent had told the detectives that he had a sudden urge to kill her, he went home to get his special kit, which included handcuffs, Viagra, a knife, and cleaning supplies. He also Googled information about bride violence en route, and when he returned, Stephanie was packing to leave. As she walked past him, she looked into his eyes and smiled, wishing him a happy Easter. Vincent abruptly grabbed her and dragged her into a storeroom. Detectives reminded him of the scratches on his face they discovered during their first encounter and inquired about their origin. Some of the scratches were from Stephanie's microphone, while others were from her nails as she defended herself while he attempted to kill her. Vincent described how he grabbed Stephanie from behind, covering her mouth with his right hand while encircling her waist with his left. Before taking her to the storeroom, he shut the door and violently threw her to the ground, striking her from left to right. After assaulting Stephanie, Vincent used the knife to kill her. He felt compelled to do this, admitting to harboring many brutal thoughts and schemes, as well as having killed others in the past. He speculated about having some psychological issues, emphasizing that he had no hatred for his victims and simply enjoyed killing. Vincent then remembered having a hunger pang and decided to go home for a sandwich and coffee. Stephanie was left lying alone on the storeroom floor. He went to his car. After eating, he returned to school, placed Stephanie's body in the trunk of her car, and drove her to his house, parking on the street. Vincent drove Stephanie's car to a national park on Easter Monday, carrying her body. He pulled her body from the trunk and stripped it on the ground. He noticed numerous bruises and abrasions on Stephanie's face, including swelling on the right side and a bruise beneath her eye. He then decided to cover the body with branches and fill it with gasoline. He started the fire with a match and then discarded it nearby. Vincent stayed briefly to photograph Stephanie's body with his camera, then waited 5 minutes to ensure the fire was properly lit before leaving. He abandoned Stephanie's car on a remote country road and walked back into town. In response to detectives' questions about Stephanie Vincent's brutal treatment, she continued to deny such actions, even though the officers knew it was false. As a result, he was charged with aggravated bodily harm and physical injury to a woman. Investigators wanted to know why the photograph showed this. The woman wore only a bra. Vincent explained that he usually removes almost everything, leaving only the bra. He wasn't sure why he did this, possibly for a souvenir. He admitted to taking Stephanie's bra, along with her earrings and wedding ring. Vincent claimed he couldn't remember when he took them from the woman and likely threw them away with other items. In fact, Vincent had taken Stephanie's wedding and graduation rings and sent them to his twin brother Marcus, who lived in Adelaide. Mark sold Stephanie's rings and earrings at a jewelry store before destroying her driver's license after photographing it. A 24-year-old man was arrested at his home in the Adelaide Hills around 7 a.m., and neighbors were shocked to see the next chapter in a murder case that has captivated the nation unfold right on their doorstep. It was shocking and upsetting for their small neighborhood and commute. Marcus, Vincent's identical twin, worked on a flower farm. His colleagues described him as quiet and reserved, rarely interacting with them outside of work. Marcus Stanford did not have a lawyer during the trial, and when the judge asked why he should not be sent to Leeton, he replied with a strong Dutch accent that he had never been there and did not need to go. However, the next morning, he was escorted to Sydney by police and remains in custody. Stephanie's family was further devastated when the police announced a second arrest in Stephanie's case, Vincent's twin brother Marcus. Finally, the search for Stephanie has come to an end. In fact, while Vincent was still giving his confession, the police had already found Stephanie's body. A woman's burned body was discovered in a national park 60 miles from Leeton Middle School on the day before her wedding. Stephanie died as a result of being brutally beaten on the head with 40 blows, according to an in-depth investigation. She had also been stabbed in the neck before her body was discarded and set on fire. Photographs discovered on Vincent's phone were conclusively identified as Stephanie. Vincent Stanford's guilt was undeniable, and both he and his brother Marcus were put on trial in court. Events occurred unexpectedly. Initially, Vincent denied his guilt, making the proceedings uncertain. However, based on the presented evidence and police work, it was determined that the case could result in a conviction. Psychological tests revealed that Vincent was suspected of being a serial killer, posing a threat. He showed no emotion or sympathy and was merciless and indifferent, frequently laughing and not taking the situation seriously. Several troubling aspects of his biography came to light. Vincent Stanford was born in Australia, but the family relocated to the Netherlands when he was 3 years old. They eventually returned to New South Wales. He had a dream about murder when he was 7 years old. At the age of 12, he nearly strangled his teacher. His classmates labeled him a psychopath, and due to issues with violence and disobedience, he was sent to a behavior modification school. He claimed he couldn't adapt to society and was eventually admitted to a psychiatric facility where he was diagnosed with autism and oppositional defiant disorder. Vincent told the police that after being released, he attempted to attend university and join the army, but was turned down in both cases. As a result, he worked at several different places before landing a position as a cleaner at Leeton Middle School. His initial contract was for 5 weeks but was later extended. While working in the school, he frequently hid in the women's restroom during student lunch breaks to observe them. Detectives discovered on Vincent's phone that he stalked schoolgirls and other women working in nearby shops before murdering Stephanie. His phone contained approximately 2,000 photos of a single young girl. He also kept a diary about her, following her home several times and noting when she left, hoping to figure out who else was inside. A single entry was read: "She is home alone at 15:40, which gives her enough time to abduct." He initially targeted this young girl, but when his plan failed because she left town, he turned his attention to Stephanie, a school employee. A thorough examination of Vincent's car revealed that stains on EDF panels confirmed the presence of Stephanie's DNA. During a search of the Stanford home, investigators discovered traces of Stephanie's blood on a knife, several condom pockets, and her bra after she admitted to selling Stephanie's rings, destroying evidence and assisting Vincent in concealing facts. Marcus, Vincent's twin brother, was sentenced to 15 months in prison. The judge noted that Marcus's sentence did not include the possibility of early parole because such a practice does not exist. Marcus was sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison for his role in Stephanie Scott's murder. The sentence was set to end on September 9, 2016. If Marcus had not pleaded guilty, he would have been sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison. Marcus was released in October of 2016. More than 60 people signed a petition calling for an appeal of the court's decision in the Marcus Stanford case, which they described as pathetic. Marcus briefly returned to Leeton with his mother following his release from prison. However, the local community made it clear that his presence was unwelcome, and his current location is unknown. Marcus has apologized for his actions since his release, claiming he will not cause any more trouble and admitting that his actions were completely foolish. He regrets being unable to change the past. Marcus wishes to have no contact with his brother Vincent and does not intend to have any twins. Father Steve has expressed confusion and fear about Vincent's crimes and has no desire to communicate with him. He rejects the idea of meeting Vincent and wants nothing to do with him. Steve stated that he does not understand why Vincent committed these crimes and, frankly, does not intend to seek an explanation. Vincent Stanford was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 15 years for sexual violence with aggravating circumstances on the day before Stephanie's 28th birthday. Both sentences became effective on April 8, 2015. During the trial, Stephanie's mother, Marilyn, stated that Vincent was unable to cope with his own life and thus killed Stephanie, depriving her of a happy future. They will never know the full extent of their daughter's pain, but knowing that she suffered is too much to bear. Thus, the family prefers to remain out of the public eye in order to mourn their beautiful daughter and overcome their grief in the future. Stephanie's relatives will not answer questions, participate in interviews, or watch television shows. The day after the trial, the family planned to commemorate Stephanie's 2 brief but extraordinary lives on her 28th birthday. This is the second birthday they've celebrated without her. Stephanie's mother invited everyone to a tea party at 3 p.m., which included mint cookies. The Scott family also advocated for stricter screening and evaluation of school staff in order to avoid similar incidents in the future and reduce risks to students like Stephanie Scott. Tragically, more than a year after Stephanie's death, her father, Robert, was killed in a bizarre accident when a tree fell on him. This ultimately led to his death. He was buried near where his daughter was interred. After losing Stephanie, Aaron moved to Europe in the hopes of healing the pain associated with New South Wales. 5 years after losing his beloved, Aaron found new love and announced his engagement to Samantha. Stephanie Scott's tragic story left a lasting impression on the Leeton community. She will never be forgotten, and her life has been documented in books. Stephanie's family hopes that people will remember her for all of her remarkable qualities, including her love of teaching, helping, and mentoring others. They believe Stephanie exemplified all of the good qualities of a human being and had a significant impact on many lives. In her memory, her loved ones encourage everyone to be kind to themselves and to do good in the world. Stephanie Scott's story has left an indelible impression on everyone, inspiring them to live lives of service to others. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It's pretty exciting to tell your parents you've decided to have your own wedding. Tina Thomas was much more nervous than her fiancé, Gabe Watson. Tina was 26 years old at the time, exactly like her future husband. This was her third serious relationship and her second attempt at marriage. Her first attempt to start a family with her boyfriend, Scott McCulloch, failed. The relationship between the young people was fine, but only Tina's mother opposed the wedding. Scott disliked the fact that there were no specific claims, but like every mother, she wanted a better and happier life for her daughter, Tina, who was still very young at the time. As a result, the couple quickly split up, and the prospect of a shared future faded. The second attempt, with Stan Marks, also failed. Tina's parents had no involvement in this situation. The couple was unable to overcome the first 3-year crisis and separated with mutual consent. Tina finally meets Gabe Watson on Christmas Eve at a party with her friends. We can't say it was love at first sight. Instead, the relationship was based on mutual support following a recent breakup. Yes, this may not be the most exciting reason to begin a new relationship, but 2 years later he proposed marriage to Tina. Tina, having learned from bitter experience, said she agreed, but couldn't do it without parental permission. Gabe chose Valentine's Day in 2003 to make a beautiful and romantic appeal to his chosen one's parents, just like a true prince. However, Tina's father was away, so the dinner was rescheduled for the following day. On February 15, during the dinner, when Watson expressed his desire to live with Tina for the rest of his life, her father asked of him a seemingly simple question. "Is he in love with Tina?" Gabe stammered like a schoolboy and never responded. His father saw this reaction as a common embarrassment among strangers. He then asked his daughter the same question. Surprisingly, Tina did not directly answer this question, but she did begin her speech by expressing her fear of being alone at the age of 26. After giving it some thought, the father blessed the children. Planning a wedding takes a significant amount of time and effort. While Tina was thinking about her outfit, her guests, and the entire wedding, Gabe was only concerned with the honeymoon. He didn't care how his future wife chose to spend her vacation. He had already made every decision for her. His plan was to visit the Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia and dive there. First, look at the sunken ship, the Townsville Titanic, which sank in 1911. The problem was that, unlike Gabe, Tina was not into diving. Yes, he took her scuba diving in the pool, occasionally in calm water under the supervision of lifeguards, but nothing more. Gabe was an experienced scuba diver. He was completing a rescue diving course and had over 50 dives under his belt at the time. And they weren't in a pool. If you do not learn to dive by our honeymoon, I will warn you right away. You're staying at home, walking your dog, or pruning roses in the garden, Gabe said. You are not going anywhere with me. Tina had no choice. Gabe even took out a loan to buy her own equipment and cover her fiancé's tuition. Tina's first instructor was disappointed with her abilities and even warned Gabe that his fiancée lacked the necessary skills for open ocean swimming. A furious Gabe refused to listen to the diving instructor, accusing him of being the one who couldn't explain and refusing to continue with the class. The second instructor quickly gave Tina credit. Although she stated that Tina does everything she can to please her future husband, the young couple married on October 11. After 2 days, Tina and Gabe flew to Australia, spending $10,000 on a trip that provided funds for their wedding. It should be noted that Tina dedicated a portion of her honeymoon to her. They walked around Sydney and visited the Sydney Aquarium and Zoo. Tina was excited, but the closer they got to the Great Barrier Reef, the sadder she became on October's morning. When they first flew to Townsville, they boarded a boat to one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and every diver dreamed. After a while, dive company employees will tell you that the couple did not appear to be experienced divers. Even Gabe, who had completed courses and gained experience, struggled to understand the equipment as if he had never seen it before. Nonetheless, He assisted Tina in passing the pre-dive exam, despite the fact that such a test should be conducted separately. When the instructor offered Tina his assistance underwater, she refused. It was also mentioned in the conversation that there was a strong current that day, and that this historical moment should not be overlooked or dismissed. As I previously stated, Gabe assisted his wife in organizing the equipment they had purchased in the United States before heading to retrieve the tanks they needed to rent. Gabe took an 11-liter tank for himself and gave his wife an 8.5-liter tank, which was extremely small for this location and potentially dangerous given Tina's lack of experience. It was not possible to descend to the Townsville Titanic for the first time. Tina requested additional cargo because she could not dive to depth. Gabe also initially refused to use the underwater computer, which calculates the necessary diving and ascent speeds and displays the amount of oxygen in the cylinders. After returning to the boat, the computer worked, so they tried again. Tina was the first to submerge Gabe, who was swimming behind her, according to the game statement. The wreck was 49 feet deep. At first, everything seemed fine. Tina came to a halt and began waving at me before signaling her desire to ascend. I realized right away that she was simply panicking. She used to do that. By this point, we had climbed halfway. So I decided to calm her down by staying with her at the same depth for a while without diving further, allowing her to psychologically adjust to the pressure. She continued to breathe deeply, which was dangerous, and I realized she was sinking. I tried to grab her belt to keep her down, but she swung her arms so hard that she knocked my mask off. Tina was already too far away from me by the time I finished putting the mask back on my face. For a while, I attempted to swim to her but was unsuccessful. Then I decided to return to the surface and ask for assistance from the lifeguards. Along the way, I met another swimmer with a narrow set, but he ignored my signals for assistance. Yes, there were 2 Asian men with them, but neither of them confirmed Gabe's statement about his request for assistance. Later, when the police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed that Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife for a short time before abandoning the effort. Although the ascent to the surface was not an emergency, Gabe followed the instructions and stopped at each required depth level. When questioned by police, Gabe stated that he could have saved his wife but chose not to. Furthermore, this tragic incident occurred at the start of their dive, so Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to swim to the bottom and return to the surface. The rescuers are on duty aboard the ship. When they realized what had happened, they immediately went in search of Tina, and they found her quickly. But it was too late. Tina was lying on her back, eyes open under her mask at 82 feet. Her body was immediately lifted onto the deck of the yacht. They gave her artificial respiration for approximately 40 minutes. But to no avail. Tina died, and despite all of this time, he did not approach his wife, but instead stood to the side and sniffed his nose, according to witnesses. The same company employees claimed that the young man on his way to the shore, who smiled and even played cards with other passengers, denied this in court. Tina's subsequent autopsy revealed that not everything was clear. Yes, there is no evidence of a violent death, but there are bruises on the neck. There are traces of blood in the nostrils, which is common at the 82-foot depth where Tina's body was discovered. There are no traces of alcohol in the blood, but there are high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol. Although these drugs are used to treat seasickness, a small amount of fluid was detected in the lungs. Tina died from drowning, according to the report, but she could have drowned while already oxygen deprived. Tina's equipment was examined by Australian water police, but no malfunctions were discovered. The police could have written it off as an accident. An inexperienced diver disregarded safety precautions and paid with his life. Unfortunately, this is a very common case, but there were some suspicious moments in the story, such as the rather ambiguous results of the autopsy. According to the diving team, the autopsy also revealed Watson's strange behavior, which does not fit into the conventional picture of a husband grieving for his wife who has just died. All of these factors contributed to the case's difficulty in closure. That's why the investigation took so long. Gabe realized detectives were searching for him. Furthermore, his parents refused to accept what had happened as a tragic accident, preferring to see their son-in-law in the dark, if not as their daughter's murderer, then as a man who had not helped her. During the first interrogation, the police noticed that the suspect was in shock, crying and laughing, twitching nervously, asking to call his father, who complained of ear pain, and begging him to inform his wife's parents about the tragedy. Gabe was released late at night. He went to the yacht owned by the company that sent them to the reef and requested a night's stay, claiming that the trip was supposed to last 2 days, but because his wife had died, they had only been there for 24 hours. He also requested a refund of half the cost of their dive. In fact, he never saw the sunken ship. Gabe's mother flies to Townsville on October 24 to support him and help him find a lawyer. They go to the morgue that same day, as requested by Gabe. Gabe wanted to see his wife one more time because the husband was still a suspect. The morgue employee contacted the detective in charge of the case who may have hidden some evidence. But the bereaved husband only cried, gripped his wife's cold hand, and begged her forgiveness. Unaware that a police officer was standing outside the door at the time, he recorded him on a tape recorder. "I did not mean to hurt you." Detective Lawrence later uses these words against Gabe in court. "Then visit the morgue. You said you didn't mean to hurt Tina. What do you mean by that?" Lawrence will ask the question. The story of Gabe's sore ear was told again as he traveled home with his wife's body. During a layover in Oakland, he requested medical attention on the airport grounds and was held there for evaluation. The investigation determined that this was done on purpose to avoid seeing Tina's father. However, divers will confirm that your problems are a fairly common ailment. Tina's funeral was held on November 5, and Gabe still had to meet with his late father. Gabe removed his wife's wedding ring, placing it on his ring finger instead of hers, as well as earrings, which he immediately handed over to his father-in-law. Watson and the Thomas family did not cross paths again that day. Later in the trial, Gabe would be asked, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during the funeral?" Gabe will just smile and shrug. "I doubt I could have done it later." Everyone had different perspectives on Gabe. Some described this chubby, funny man as a kind man, while others called him a tyrant and desperate man, but they all agreed on one thing. Gabe and Tina were not happy, or didn't appear to be. Tina's friends confirmed what she told her father during a family dinner on February 15. Tina died on the seabed because she was afraid of dying alone, and her union with Gabe was simply a means to that end. Also, the victim, who died shortly before their honeymoon, told a friend that her husband dragged her to an insurance company and forced her to insure his life at a higher interest rate in case of death, putting his name in the beneficiary column. The insurance agent checked the testimony and confirmed everything. The taxi driver who took the newlyweds to the yacht was also questioned. Tina cried the entire way, but her husband ignored her. Finally, Tina's friend Amanda Phillips shared another story, revealing what the couple's relationship was truly like. This damn jerk videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom, edited it, and put it on a Christmas videotape. That would have been fine, but he showed it to a large group of people. He laughed like a horse as everyone twiddled their fingers around their temples, attempting to explain to him that it was a very low act. I was clutching crosses on my fingers, hoping Tina wouldn't get the idea to marry him. While removing jewelry during a funeral may appear to be a frightening and condemnatory act on Gabe's part during the trial, in 2008, the jury was shown extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, removing all the flowers, and carrying them away. They were later discovered in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and wanted to find out who had stolen them. He placed a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he didn't expect to see Gabe on the tape, and I was outraged by such an act in court. Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own during an extreme honeymoon. Her request for no flowers on the grave sounded strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have lasted. If the cops had worn the same gear as the newlyweds and not attempted to stage the incident, Gabe claims Tina drowned while he was attempting to put a mask on her face. It turned out that you couldn't put on the mask underwater without using another source of air. Tina received oxygen in late November 2008. Gabe was arrested by Australian police, and his trial began on June 5, 2009, with him pleading guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So he was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to 18 months in prison. After serving his sentence, Gabe returned to the United States. However, a year later, the now US court charged him with first-degree murder, with the motive being to receive insurance payments following his wife's death. Gabe's lawyer attempted to defend his client by blaming the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company failed to ensure the safety of tourists and are now afraid of losing their license, and thus the entire business is attempting to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband, who has already served his sentence in another country. The insurance company paid Gabe $33,000, but he spent a lot more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nonetheless, the prosecution continued to argue that the husband's spending was necessary because he could not assume he would not be believed. Furthermore, the prosecutor refused to accept Gabe's lack of ability to save his wife, despite having a degree in drowning rescue. When Gabe finished speaking, he addressed the jury. It has been 7 years since the tragedy, and I haven't stopped thinking about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death and accusing me of murder. There was no one who looked me in the eyes and said, "Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but this is not your fault." On the contrary, everyone simply wants me dead. And now I can only understand my late wife's parents. They will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them. And no matter how much I kneel before them, and no matter how much I beg their forgiveness, you frequently hear the phrase, "I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child." But I've never heard anyone say that they can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on their honeymoon. If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't do enough to save Tina. But I've already been punished for that. Perhaps you would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife 7 years ago, but I was afraid of death. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get from the bottom to the top. I only wanted to live, and I still want to live today. There was no evidence presented in court to prove Gabe was guilty. The jury found Gabe not guilty. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, at the Summer Olympics in London, a young Puerto Rican boxer named Felix Verdejo Sanchez shone brightly. He was dubbed a diamond, one of his country's most promising athletes, and was expected to win championships and gold medals. Then it appeared to everyone that this talented and motivated young man would achieve great things in sports. In 2021, the boxer's name appeared in all of the world's media, but this time in the Criminal Chronicles section. This story is about a teenage attachment that turned into an addiction and resulted in a terrible tragedy, as well as how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasily Lomachenko, nearly received a death sentence, but was eventually sentenced to life in prison. It is worth noting that, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions from the boxer's accomplice, he continues to refuse to plead guilty. The future world boxing star was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in 1993. Born on May 19, he grew up in a large, modest family and developed an early fondness for sport. True in childhood. He intended to make baseball a part of his life, but a funny incident changed everything. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to see them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard when they suddenly got into a fight. Parents separated the children, and the future athlete's father advised him that if he wants to fight someone in the future, he should wear boxing gloves. Following that fight, Felix was taken to a local gym at his request, where the boy fell in love with boxing, as he later admitted after the first training session. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championship. A year later, he won his country's championship, and a year after that, he competed in the Olympic Games in London, reaching the quarterfinals. In the same year, he began his successful professional wrestling career. Verdejo competed in 29 fights, winning 27 of them convincingly, and in 2014 he was named the author of the best knockout in a fight against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, a year later and defended it 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who witnessed the fight was certain that this young man would leave his mark on the history of world boxing. Meet Keishla Rodriguez. The girl was born in San Juan in November of 1993. Her full birth name is Keishla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Josie and Kyla Rodriguez, shared another daughter, Belize Nicole, And they also raised Kyla's son, Jonathan. Keishla, who had a previous marriage with a woman, grew up to be an open and sociable girl. She excelled in school and adored animals, with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister, Elise, to whom she confided all of her secrets and concerns. Keishla attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people have known each other since childhood, and in adolescence, they formed a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kyla moved to Florida with relatives, while her daughters, who were already adults, chose to remain in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they remained in close contact and informed each other of everything that happened to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already competed in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At the time, the girl was only 14 years old and still in school. Even so, she had big plans for the future with a promising and world-renowned athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not opposed to the relationship. Felix, an attractive and talented boxer who has always had a large fan base and is on his way to becoming a star, was literally bathed in the rays of fame and surrounded by female attention. He did not pass up the opportunity to write a novel or have a side affair. In addition, despite his serious relationship with Eliza, he continued to meet with his school friend Keishla, whose sister barely informed her mother Kayla Rodriguez, who was aware of the affair and did not approve of it. In addition, the situation was very unclear. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman, while the athlete's great love was planning their wedding and making long-term plans for their future together. On the other hand, Keishla was aware that the lover had a fiancé, but Felix refused to let her go. Furthermore, he was her first great love, and the naive girl secretly hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married Eliza, who was barely 19 years old at the time. Eliza was already a well-known model, with tens of thousands of social media followers, and had recently opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious car accident while rushing on his motorcycle. He was rushed to the hospital with serious head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, was concerned that his talented charge would go off the rails at the peak of his career. Despite the disappointing prognosis, Felix recovered quickly and returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted a photo of himself with Elise, who was pregnant for a long time, on his social media profile. In the photo's comment, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess," and a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter named Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public appeared to be a devoted husband, a caring father, and an excellent family man. But, hidden from his wife, he continued to meet with Keishla, who refused to let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected her husband was cheating on her. But every time he made a tearful vow to leave his mistress, Keishla tried to end the painful relationship, but Felix refused to let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he discovered that Keishla had someone who was unsuitable for her and her chosen one, Keishla, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, would continue to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, decided to devote her life to animal care and accepted a position at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which he adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Keishla. The wife scandalized her husband and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbidding him from seeing their daughter. Eliza's threats had some effect. Furthermore, the athlete's career at the time was in serious decline, with unnecessary problems that he didn't need for a while. He stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix refused to let her go. Keishla attempted to control almost every step after a few months of secret visits, and in April 2021, she discovered she was pregnant. She purchased a rapid test from the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and explained everything. Abortion was out of the question because Keishla was already 27 years old and ready to have a child, even if it meant raising it on her own. A few days later, Keishla broke the news to her child's father, hoping in her heart that he would accept it, but Felix was not pleased, to say the least. He became enraged and told his mistress that she should see a doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would need to have an abortion. Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten and insist. Felix stated that an illegitimate child will eventually destroy his reputation, which he cannot allow. Following Keishla's hospital visit, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, making him furious. Felix yelled and demanded that Keishla immediately get rid of the child, but she flatly refused. The athlete then decided to go undercover, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally inspect the issued medical certificate. He invited Keishla to a meeting in the evening in a crowded location, which did not surprise her given that they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and had connections to the criminal underworld, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and requested assistance in getting rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision for the police and faced the prospect of imprisonment. It didn't scare him, but the athlete persisted, confident that everything would go well and that the cops would never come after them. Furthermore, Felix promised him a substantial monetary reward, and Luis agreed. Felix called Keishla and said he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29 to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Keishla called her sister back right after speaking with her lover, telling her everything. She remained hopeful that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. However, the situation is not particularly alarming. She was aware that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was concerned that he would not do anything to her. Marylise called her mother and expressed her concern. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to persuade Keishla to cancel the fateful meeting. Rodriguez arrived at the meeting on time, driving her own Kia Forte and carrying a doctor's note. Verdejo arrived there in his pickup truck. In the back, Luis was hiding. Keishla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He mentioned terminating the pregnancy again, but Keishla, crying, refused. Against this backdrop, the couple began to argue violently, leading to shouting before Felix suddenly hit Keishla in the head with his fist, causing him to lose consciousness. Until Keishla regained consciousness, Felix injected her with a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances that Luis had obtained at his request. Then, he and his accomplice carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had already been prepared. The men tipped Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp to ensure that no one saw anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice took the wheel of the cashless vehicle. They drove together to the bridge that crosses the San Jose Lagoon. It was almost deserted at night, and the men made certain no one could see them through Keishla, who was still alive in the water. However, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so that the victim would not have a chance. After finishing the massacre, each of the perpetrators returned home. Keishla and his co-workers were the first to become concerned when she failed to appear at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetic Center the following day. Keishla has always been a responsible person who would never skip work without informing anyone. Because she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to call her sister and find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her home. No one answered the door, but Marylise had a spare key, so she was able to enter without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. Berelise was already panicking because she realized something terrible or irreversible had happened to Keishla. She immediately called her mother, told her everything, and then informed the police about her suspicions and threats against her sister. She also called Felix, but he said he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meetings. The missing girl's mother boarded the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She suspected that her lover had taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for an abortion without her consent. Kyla didn't want to consider the fact that cash flow was no longer viable. The first step was to question the missing girls, their neighbors, and co-workers, but they saw nothing suspicious and were unable to provide any useful information for the investigation. In parallel, Messages about Rodriguez's disappearance were posted on popular social networks, with requests for responses from anyone who knew anything about her fate or current location. The case quickly gained widespread attention, and when it was revealed that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child with him, reporters lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold back and openly expressed their suspicions, including blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30, Keishla's car was discovered abandoned on the east side of the city. She has her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were discovered in the interior, giving a slim chance of finding its owner alive. On May 1, a passerby on the lagoon bridge noticed a strange shape in the shallow water that resembled a human body. He informed the police, who quickly recovered the body of a young woman from the water, presumably the same one the entire city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the very end that it was not Keishla. However, their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for a few days and had changed significantly. However, the girl was easily identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery reached the press, city residents revolted and began to hold spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible, who were detained and taken to the police station for questioning on the same day. However, the athlete categorically denied his involvement, claiming that on the night of Keishla's disappearance, he was at home with his family because there was no evidence to charge him. Felix was released under his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who admitted during the initial interrogation that she was aware of his affair with Keishla, but had only recently learned of her rival's pregnancy. Furthermore, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, claiming that he was not home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was review traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they discovered Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car driving behind each other. However, the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and some of the deceased's hair was discovered in it. Lewis was the first to surrender to police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a lighter sentence. Felix was also arrested, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt. Despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, Felix was apprehended with a firearm that he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had a valid permit. Furthermore, a cell phone check reveals that Felix Lewis and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell took place on May 8, and the funeral ceremony made national headlines. It was a type of action that called for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the fullest extent of the law, while also drawing public attention to the issue of gender violence. The coffin containing Rodriguez's body was transported to the cemetery in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air, rather than the traditional hearse. Many well-known Puerto Ricans, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile case in which Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and murder of an unborn child. Each of these crimes carried the death penalty. However, the relatives of the deceased requested from the start that the court sentence the killer to life in prison so that he could suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held virtually. The court determined that the crime was committed by a group of people through prior conspiracy with particular cruelty to a pregnant woman. The chain of events of that night, as well as the details of the crime, could be reconstructed, thanks primarily to Lewis' testimony, who did not deny guilt. He admitted that, at the request of a friend, he obtained the drug for injection and brought a wire and a concrete block to dispose of the body. But Felix insisted on his lack of involvement in the case. Although his words had no significant impact on the situation, the boxer's wife, who testified in court almost immediately after her husband's arrest, filed for divorce and attempted to distance herself from what was going on, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter instead. According to some reports, Lisa Santiago recently remarried. Elisa admitted in an interview that she had received numerous anonymous calls and messages containing death threats as well as death wishes for her and Miranda. Many believed the athlete's spouse was the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In summer 2023, it became clear that the jury, having reviewed all of the evidence and heard testimony from all of the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty of all of the charges against them. Despite this, the killers have yet to be sentenced. The next court hearing is set for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in Keishla Rodriguez's and her unborn child's deaths will be sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One summer day, in 2014, the New York Police Department received an unexpected call from a woman who wanted to speak with the detective working on the Shell Collin case. Deborah Holmes called and urgently requested a meeting with the investigators after learning such shocking news. They hoped that this unexpected call would help thaw the long, stagnant investigation into a tragic loss, which had been stalled for 5 years. It was about the tragic death of Shale Danishevsky, which caused a stir in Manhattan on New Year's Eve 2010. Shale Kovlin grew up on the West Side, surrounded by Orthodox Jews. Her family's deep roots in this close-knit community shaped her upbringing. Shale's transition from a happy childhood to a successful adulthood was marked by her love of learning and academic excellence. This thirst for knowledge eventually led her to a prestigious asset management degree, which opened the door to a successful career in the Swiss banking industry. Her rapid rise in the financial world saw her managing multi-million-dollar portfolios for clients in 1998. Despite a successful career in one of the world's wealthiest cities, Shale felt unfulfilled. She had a stable financial situation and a loving family. However, her dream of starting her own family and becoming a mother remained unfulfilled. In February 1998, you were determined to change your fate. Shale attended a Jewish singles event aimed at assisting those looking for a significant other. There, she met 26-year-old Rod Kovlin, a fellow banking professional. The young couple shared many common interests, both motivated by a desire for success and stability in life. Their connection was instantaneous and profound. The relationship blossomed quickly because they complemented each other perfectly, disregarding the significant age difference. Shale and Rod were inseparable, sharing every moment together. They were so in love that they decided to marry soon after meeting. Despite the fact that some acquaintances thought Rod and Shelley had made a hasty decision, everything felt right. The happy couple soon welcomed 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl, to complete their family. On New Year's Eve, 2009, the Kovlin family's idyllic life was shattered by a tragic accident that killed Shell. At first, the police thought it was a freak accident. They were convinced it was only that early on December 31. At the Manhattan police station, 2 officers are finishing up their night shift and were having coffee to talk about their holiday plans. However, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted at 7:30 a.m. An urgent phone call. Rodney Kovlin. In a frantic state, he informed the officers from the Upper West Side of strange occurrences, including the discovery that his ex-wife, Shela Danishevsky, was dead in her bathtub, submerged in blood-stained water. Emergency services hoped Rod could help save the victim. Following the operator's phone instructions, Rod pulled her out of the water and attempted resuscitation, but it quickly became clear that saving her life was not possible. Shell's body remained cold and motionless. A distraught Rod wrapped her in a blanket he found in the bedroom and waited for the police to arrive. Thus, on December 31, 2009, Manhattan witnessed a heartbreaking event in Rod Kovlin's life. The police responded quickly to the incident. Upon arrival, they quickly assessed the situation and cordoned off a major street in Manhattan. They were greeted by a luxurious home just a few steps from the city park. The Upper West Side was known for its safety, so officers assumed Shale Danishevsky's death was another tragic case of self-harm. When they entered the apartment, they discovered children's toys scattered throughout, which was not surprising given the upcoming holiday. They then went to the bathroom, where a woman's body was wrapped in a blanket by her husband. Rod had just pulled the body from the water, as evidenced by the bloody water in the tub and the wet floor. There was a bleeding wound on the back of the Shell's head. The officers surveyed the bathroom and discovered an open cabinet door with a torn hinge, implying that the woman may have slipped and torn it off while attempting to hold on to the door. Forensic experts arrived shortly after and performed a thorough examination to rule out any other potential causes of the tragic incident. After a thorough examination, they determined that there was no break-in or signs of a struggle. Investigators were increasingly inclined to believe that Shell's death was an accident. The detective working on the case decided to speak with family members. During their questioning, it was revealed that Sheil and Rod's 9-year-old daughter was the first to discover her mother's body, and she was traumatized and shocked by what she saw. The girl was able to tell the police officer exactly what had happened. It turned out that the night before, she and her younger brother had slept in their mother's bed, which is quite common. When she woke up in the middle of the night and noticed her mother's absence, she went to find her and discovered the horrifying scene in the bathroom. The terrified child immediately contacted her father for assistance. Rod and Shell had recently separated, and he had moved to a new apartment on the same floor of the same building. To get to his apartment, he only needed to cross the corridor. The girl called her father, who was nearby and arrived right away. When he entered the bathroom, he removed Sheila's body from the water and called for help. The girl's account was exactly what Rod had described, confirming the theory of an accidental death. The police informed Shell's relatives about the tragic incident, which shocked everyone. The autopsy and forensic examination were scheduled the day after the body was discovered. However, surprisingly, it never occurred. When the medical examiner called the investigators to begin the examination, he was surprised to learn that, despite the necessity, the procedure would not be carried out. This perplexed the examiner, who wondered how this could happen. A rabbi from the synagogue had intervened. He contacted an organization in charge of Orthodox Jewish burials, which then requested permission from the police to access the tragedy site in order to exercise religious rites guaranteed by the victim's family faith. Permission was granted, and a team led by the rabbi arrived on scene. They cleaned the bathtub of blood traces and prepared the body shell for burial. All evidence and clues gathered were destroyed before reaching the police's forensic department. Autopsies are considered taboo in Orthodox Jewish tradition and are seen as desecration of the deceased body, so the organization acted quickly. In this case, the synagogue's rabbi put pressure on Shell's family, grieving relatives, and husband, who were grateful for the rabbi's assistance and, despite their doubts about the incident's accidental nature, did not object to it. The family also decided to forego the autopsy and leave funeral arrangements to the burial preparation organization. Thus, within 24 hours, Shallow had been buried. Hundreds of people came to pay their final respects and condolences to the family. Later, after learning from the police that potential clues were destroyed while cleaning the bathroom, Shell's parents began to have doubts about the official version of her death. A fall in the bathtub was certainly a risk. However, the possibility of death from such an accident appeared increasingly unlikely to them. Although nothing confirmed their suspicions, the thought that their daughter's death was not an accident troubled them greatly. The New York Police Department was unable to conduct further investigation because the evidence was destroyed, prompting the family to hire a private detective to clarify the circumstances and confirm that Shell's death was caused by a tragic fall. The private investigator hired by the woman's relatives began investigating this unusual case. First, visit the deceased's family home and speak with the relatives. From their statements, he discovered that their relationship was far from perfect, and their marriage was facing serious challenges. The couple celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary in 2008. However, their marital bliss quickly crumbled. Rod struggled in his career, frequently changing jobs. It was revealed that he had developed a gambling addiction and had spent a lot of money on it. Shale is concerned about her husband's neglect of the family and excessive use of computer games. Rod was spending their savings on backgammon tournaments, which Shell had complained about to her close friends. He was dissatisfied with the amount of family money he spent on his numerous trips. Furthermore, she discovered that he had been unfaithful during his numerous trips. It's important to note that Shelley wasn't passive or naive about her husband's behavior. After discovering his infidelity through his emails, she decided to end their marriage and obtained permission for a religious divorce. Externally, the couple still appeared to be married, but Rod had moved in. to another apartment in the same building, and an official divorce took some time to complete. Despite their estrangement and strained relationships, Shelley and Rod attempted to maintain a friendly demeanor, particularly for their children. However, Rod's behavior frequently caused conflicts and disagreements. Shell had recently complained to her close friends about her husband, describing him as aggressive and hot-tempered. She suspected he was monitoring her entry into her apartment when she was not present and checking her emails. She also suspected Rod had installed a camera in the building's corridor to monitor when she returned home. These complexities in their marital life could have prompted further investigation into Shell's death. After gathering all of these details, the private detective proposed the theory that Rod was involved in his wife's death and that he needed to conduct additional investigations to learn the whole truth. The detective's first goal was to determine whether a crime had occurred at the location where the body was discovered. He intended to inspect the Shell apartment but encountered a problem. The door was sealed. He quickly obtained a court order to gain access to the site and arrived at the scene, accompanied by New York police officers. He tried to unlock the door with the key provided in advance, but the stubborn lock resisted for a while. After a few moments, Rod Coughlin emerged from his apartment at the end of the corridor. He claimed to have heard noise and came to see what was going on. When confronted by the police, the detective Rod took the key and effortlessly opened the door. This prompted some questions for the detective. Did Rod hear sounds in the corridor by chance, or was he deliberately keeping an eye on things? Once inside the apartment, the detective was determined to find evidence to back up his murder theory. Shell's relatives say she was home on December 31, but her phone was missing. The detective thoroughly searched every room, but only found the woman's phone charger. While the phone was not found, the detective was tasked with investigating the bathroom at the scene of Shell's death. He paid special attention to the hinge that investigators suspected she had severed during a fall. The more he examined this item, the more he questioned whether the shell could have torn off the metal detail, which was securely attached to the cabinet. Even with the woman's weight, it would have required immense strength. There were serious concerns about such a possibility. After a lengthy discussion with law enforcement, the detective attempted to persuade them that this was not an accident, but rather a homicide. The investigators were not persuaded and cited a lack of evidence. As a result, it was decided to conduct an autopsy to definitively determine the cause of death. The impending exhumation of Shell's body sparked intense thought and debate among her family. More than 2 weeks had passed since her burial, and it was a difficult decision for her family to make. In the Jewish faith, such interventions are viewed negatively, and religious leaders frequently oppose them. The family needed time to make their decision. Despite the prohibitions, they believed it was critical to learn the truth about their daughter's death and consented to the exhumation. However, this step was complicated not only by moral considerations, but also because carrying out the exhumation required a special order from the prosecutor's office, which was difficult to obtain. Despite the family's consent, it took nearly 3 months to obtain the necessary documents. The exhumation and autopsy were performed. The results were startling. The examination revealed that Shell died as a result of asphyxiation caused by violent strangulation, which had broken her neck bones. As a result, the official account of her death changed. Her death could no longer be considered an accident, and the young woman was officially identified as a murder victim. The New York Police Department resumed their investigation into Shell's death after the autopsy results confirmed the detective's suspicions. Investigators began meticulously examining new details such as phone call records and bank statements, all critical information in a murder case. Aside from family members, everyone who interacted with Rod and Shell was questioned, including the nanny, housekeeper, and even the divorce lawyer. The lawyer informed the police about the couple's unusual behavior. Rod claimed at the first divorce hearing in May 2009 that he was unable to pay alimony due to unemployment. The judge jokingly suggested that Rod give up his favorite games, which infuriated him in court and exposed his true nature to everyone. Rod did not stop there. He sought vengeance on Shell, accusing her of living an immoral lifestyle, misusing funds, and even calling her employer with slanderous allegations about drugs and violence against their son. Shelley suffered greatly as a result of these false accusations. An investigation launched in response to these allegations revealed no evidence to back up her husband's claims. The most shocking aspect of this story, however, was when Rod and Shell's son revealed that his father had coached him to say phrases designed to discredit his mother. Rod paid a high price for his despicable actions. At a new divorce hearing on July 7, 2009, he was barred from being alone with his children, a measure that remained in effect even after Shell's death. Rod was denied custody of his children, and a social worker turned them over to Rod's parents, inciting his rage. He most likely believed he would finally accept responsibility for his children. The police also spoke with a woman who had previously cared for Rod's children before being fired by him. She provided the detectives with intriguing information. It turned out that on December 30, Shelley had an expensive keratin hair treatment worth several $100s. After treatment recommendations included avoiding moisture and heat exposure for several days, which precluded bathing or showering. This begs the question of why Shelley would risk damaging her hair by disregarding these recommendations. Investigators suspected that Shell did not take a bath on the day she died. However, their conclusions lacked direct evidence and were insufficient to charge anyone with murder on their own. Detectives also looked at the building surveillance footage where the couple lived. On the day of the murder, they noticed Rod's unusual behavior. At 4 a.m., he left his apartment dressed as if he was going out. He returned after some time. The night watchman at the building's entrance, who was interrogated, found Rod's early morning departure unusual because he had never left so early before. The watchman remembered Rod asking if he needed anything, to which he said no. However, Rod returned a few minutes later with chocolate bars and offered them to him. The investigators believed Rod's actions were deliberate in order to create an alibi for himself. Rod was now the primary suspect, and the investigators' task was to prove his guilt using any means necessary. Their main question was what possessed Rod to murder his wife during the investigation. Despite 2 divorce hearings, Shelley and Rod remained legally married, which meant that without a will or divorce, the property would automatically go to Rod. It amounted to more than $5 million. Another critical point was that on December 31, 2009, Sheila scheduled an appointment with her lawyer to change her will, intending to exclude her husband. This was undoubtedly a blow to Rod, providing a motivation for the crime. Rod's potential loss of $5 million was undoubtedly a motivating factor. Because he was already a suspect, all of Shell's assets were transferred to a secure account pending further investigation into his involvement in the crime. It was obvious that if Rod had been monitoring his wife, he would have known about her meeting with the lawyer to remove him from the will. Investigators suspected Rod of installing spyware to track his wife. Shell was also seen returning home around 8 p.m. on surveillance footage. The night before, they were talking on the phone, which was never found after the crime. Now that they had confirmed that the phone was in the apartment, they decided to conduct another search of the crime scene. When the investigators returned to the apartment, they didn't have to search long. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Shell's phone calmly lying on her bedside table, plugged into the charger. No one noticed the device in this location during the initial search by the New York police or the examination by private detectives. Furthermore, during previous searches, investigators photographed the room, but the phone was not on the bedside table. There was only one explanation. Rod had returned the mobile phone to the Shell-sealed apartment. It was unclear whether this was a foolish mistake or a deliberate taunt to the investigation. Rod was called in for questioning, but he had already retained a lawyer who advised him to remain silent. The investigators had to look for more evidence of his involvement. When police examined Rod's phone records, they discovered frequent calls to a number registered in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Deborah Holmes, a married mother of 3, owned the phone number. She was 14 years older than Rod. They met at a backgammon tournament 5 months before Shell's murder and had a passionate affair. The lovers met at backgammon tournaments and later played online together. The investigators saw an opportunity to find a leakhead and called the woman to ask her some questions. To their surprise, Deborah explained that her lawyer had advised her not to speak with them. Faced with another refusal, law enforcement officials decided to inquire about the attorney's name. It turned out to be the same lawyer who represented Rod Kovlin. The police's last hope was to find compromising messages or electronic correspondence between Rod and Deborah. They hoped to find these on Shell's newly discovered phone. Unfortunately, every message has been professionally deleted. Even expert programmers were unable to retrieve the data. Rod had meticulously planned everything, apparently mocking the authorities. Days turned into months and years, and it was clear that Rod Coughlin was avoiding justice. Perhaps the crime he committed was perfect, but the rabbi's cleanup of the bathroom, which removed all traces of blood and other evidence, was crucial. This action destroyed all potential DNA, fingerprints, and fibers, complicating the investigation, which became increasingly drawn out. Rod never admitted to his crime, and a lack of evidence prevented the case from proceeding to trial. 5 years had passed since the investigation into Sheil's death began. However, no arrests had been made. After years of fruitless searches for clues and evidence linking Rod Coughlin to his wife's death, the suspect's mistress unexpectedly came forward. Following her phone call, the police invited her to the station, where Deborah Holmes arrived immediately. It turned out that she and Rod had split up a few months before, prompting her to call the police. What she told the investigators over the next 3 days shocked them. Deborah had a lot to reveal. She informed them about Rod's plans for custody of his children. Rod was still a suspect in his wife's death and had no custody rights over the children, so he couldn't access her money. Rod was willing to do anything to seize her. She had left millions and devised a heinous plan. Coughlin intends to persuade his 15-year-old daughter to stage an assault, then accuse his father, Rod's father, of the offense. This would land the grandfather in jail, resulting in him losing custody of his grandchildren. Rod hoped his daughter would accept his plan in exchange for money. Meanwhile, the criminal was regularly withdrawing money from the only account he had access to, which Shelley had set up for their children's education. Rod's parents noticed he was squandering his savings, which should have gone towards his daughter and son's future. They were dissatisfied with his lack of interest in his children's lives, which sparked a disagreement. Rod was so angry with his parents that he seriously considered ending their lives. Rod Coughlin shared his plan with Deborah in 2012. He planned to have his daughter put rat poison in her grandparents' house. Because the girl was a minor, Rod calculated that she would spend far less time in prison than he would. Deborah persuaded her lover to abandon his evil intentions. Following this, Rod had several other ideas. At one point, he considered burning down his parents' house and jamming the doors to keep them inside. He also considered arranging a sham marriage for his daughter with a Mexican man, after which she would be required to give up a portion of her inheritance to her father. When the police heard Deborah's testimony, they couldn't believe the accuracy of the details. She had been gathering evidence and storing it on hard drives all along. She realized she was dealing with a psychopath. She patiently waited for Rod to lose interest in her before handing over these valuable insights to the authorities. The recordings included hundreds, if not thousands, of Rod's conversations with various people. Now law enforcement officers had to carefully listen to these gigabytes of data in search of compelling evidence. Deborah's contributions to this complex investigation were significant. As investigators began analyzing the recordings, they discovered an astonishing fact. During a conversation with a backgammon acquaintance, Rod inadvertently mentioned having keys to Shell's apartment and the ability to enter it at any time. These hard drives proved to be a valuable resource for the police, containing hundreds of case-related materials. Investigators discovered Rod was plotting against his own daughter, intending to blame her for the mother's death. In an email address used by the father to send a forged email, it was claimed that the daughter admitted to lying and that her mother did not simply fall. According to the fabricated story, they had an argument in the evening, and she pushed her mother into the bathroom. Thanks to all of the information gathered, the police finally had enough evidence to charge Rod Coughlin with his wife's death. On November 1, 2015, Rod Coughlin was arrested. Sheil's family awaited the trial of their daughter's assailant, but victory was not guaranteed. The charges were circumstantial, and a skilled attorney could raise doubts in the jurors' minds. The detectives continued their investigation, gathering new information and meticulously verifying all evidence. Soon, irrefutable proof came from an unexpected source. While in prison, Rod Coughlin told a fellow inmate about his wife's death. He described his actions in great detail, even mimicking the gesture he used to strangle her. The police requested surveillance footage and discovered that it perfectly matched the autopsy results. This was direct evidence of Rod's guilt, almost like a confession. The trial lasted 7 long weeks. During this time, the jury heard Coughlin's heinous plans, which included murdering his wife, targeting his parents, and framing his own children. The jury was appalled by his cold-blooded and deceitful behavior. It took them 2 days to reach a final decision. Rod Kovlin was found guilty in March 2019 of the deaths of Shelly Danishevsky, his wife, and his children's mother. Despite the lack of direct evidence, he received a life sentence with the possibility of parole. After 25 years, Shayla Kovlin was a successful and determined woman seeking simple family happiness. However, a ruthless, greedy monster crossed her path, claiming not only her life, but also that of her children and loved ones. Deborah Holmes' determination brought this tragic story to justice. The criminal was sentenced for his heinous actions. Deborah's bravery most likely aided not only in obtaining justice, but also in preventing potential future crimes. Rod Kovlin will never again harm his family or the people of New York. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Michelle O'Keefe, who murdered an aspiring actress. Unfortunately, even in the most developed and democratic countries, the judicial system is imperfect. Innocent people are sometimes sentenced to prison for crimes they did not commit due to investigative errors or other mishaps. Such injustices are usually brought to light only after the true perpetrator has been identified and proven guilty. But what happens when someone convicted of murder is exonerated years later, while the true perpetrator goes unpunished? Because the police lost crucial evidence at the time. The case of young American Michelle O'Keefe, who was murdered under mysterious circumstances in the early 2000s, shocked the country. The investigation lasted several years, and the main, and essentially only, suspect was imprisoned for a significant period of time. It appeared that the case was closed. However, after 11 years in prison, the convicted individual's innocence was proven. Simultaneously, new information emerged, and another suspect appeared to be the real murderer. However, more than 2 decades after the student's murder, her parents have lost faith in justice, losing hope that the person who killed their daughter will face a fair sentence. Let us start at the beginning of this story, and try to figure out where the investigation went wrong, and whether these mistakes could have been avoided. Who was Michelle O'Keefe? Michelle Teresa O'Keefe was born October 11, 1981. Michelle grew up in the quiet town of Hanford, California, as the eldest of 2 children born to Patricia and Michelle O'Keefe, alongside her younger brother Jason. The O'Keefes were a wealthy family who owned a profitable local store. Her parents were dedicated to ensuring that their children received a high-quality education and had the opportunity to fully develop their talents and potential. Michelle was a standout student who excelled in sports and ballroom dancing, and was known for her attractive and artistic demeanor. She aspired to be a famous actress, appearing in films and conquering Hollywood. She possessed the talent, ambition, and qualities required for such an accomplishment. Michelle was accepted to one of California's most prestigious colleges after graduating with honors from high school. She pursued her passion for dancing by taking acting classes in the evenings. Michelle actively participated in a variety of events, appeared in commercials, and frequently appeared as an extra in film and music video productions. On her 18th birthday, her loving parents gave her a luxurious blue Ford Mustang with a cutting-edge design concept. Michelle had always wanted to own this car and was overjoyed to receive it as a gift. Unfortunately, it was this striking vehicle that drew her killer's attention, resulting in the young Michelle's tragic death. The last shoot occurred on February 22, 2018. Michelle O'Keefe and her close friend Jennifer Peterson, another aspiring actress, traveled to Palmdale, a scenic town in Los Angeles County, for a video shoot. They were set to appear in the latest music video by popular rock musician Robert James Ritchie. Kid Rock, better known by his stage name Jennifer, and Michelle appeared in the video as extras, dancing and revealing their outfits. The shoot took almost the entire day. So when they returned, their cars were parked at a nearby amusement park. It had almost ruined Jennifer's plans to return home. Michelle had acting classes that evening. The friends talked in the parking lot for a few minutes before parting ways. Jennifer walked to her car while Michelle chose to stay behind and change into her regular clothes. She felt it was inappropriate to attend her acting classes in the same outfit she had worn for the video shoot because it was quite provocative. With no private changing areas in the parking lot, she finds it awkward to do so in her car. Michelle chose to quickly change her clothes on the street next to her car, assuming she was alone. Unfortunately, this decision was most likely a fatal mistake. Jennifer recalled staying in the parking lot for a while longer, chatting with her boyfriend on the phone. As she started to leave, she noticed Michelle's Ford Mustang's headlights turning on. Believing Michelle was about to follow her, Jennifer was reassured that her friend was safe as loud music played in her car. The last thing Jennifer saw before turning the corner was Michelle's Mustang backing out. To the murder of an aspiring actress. That evening, Raymond Lee Jennings, a young security guard, was on duty at the park and its attractions. Around 9 o'clock, the 25-year-old heard gunshots in the direction of the parking lot, followed by a car alarm. Lacking a firearm and armed only with a taser, he hesitated to approach alone, knowing he had little chance against armed assailants. Jennings immediately called his supervisor, Iris Malone, and reported the incident to the police. Malone arrived within minutes, so before law enforcement arrived, she and Jennings decided to conduct a cautious inspection of the parking lot. They immediately noticed a blue car backing out of the middle lane and coming to a stop with its headlights on and engine running. This was Michelle's Ford Mustang. The car's owner was in the driver's seat, motionless and unresponsive. On closer inspection, Malone and Jennings discovered blood inside the car, and on Michelle's body, as well as several bullet holes. The driver's door was wide open, and the crime scene looked horrific. Michelle appeared to have been chased and initially wounded in the parking lot. She attempted to flee, jumped into her car, and even got it started. However, the assailant caught up with her and fired several more shots, denying the student any chance of survival. Michelle's appearance was very provocative. She had bright makeup and 1,000 hairstyles designed specifically for the video shoot. She also wore regular jeans and a shiny top. Michelle had apparently changed in the parking lot, as a shiny miniskirt that matched the top and a regular t-shirt were found next to her on the passenger seat. One of her shoes was on her foot, and the other layaway in the parking lot was likely dropped as she dashed to her car. The local sheriff's deputy arrived at the crime scene first, followed by the security guard and his supervisor. He noted that the young woman showed no signs of life, but he contacted emergency services in case he was mistaken, and she still had a chance of survival. He also recorded the statements of Jennings and Malone. The arriving police officers conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, gathering all available evidence. They discovered several shell casings in the parking lot and spotted a bullet mark on the asphalt slightly away from the vehicle. This led to the conclusion that the perpetrator likely fired a shot into the ground to intimidate the victim before shooting her directly, as evidenced by bloodstains in the parking lot. The victim ran towards her car but was unable to escape. The assailant caught up with her and fired several shots. She died almost instantly from severe injuries and blood loss. In total, 5 shell casings were discovered on the ground. Experts determined that all shots were fired from the same weapon, but the bullets were significantly different, raising questions that required immediate answers. An earring was also discovered on the ground, most likely dropped by the victim. Later, her friend identified the item, confirming that it belonged to Michelle. However, the second earring was not discovered on or near the victim. Unfortunately, this detail was initially deemed insignificant and was long forgotten, resulting in a critical oversight. Initially, close relatives and friends of the murdered young woman were interviewed. They all agreed that Michelle had no enemies or ill-wishers due to her sociable, open, and friendly personality. Everyone who knew her praised the student. Thus, a personal motive for the murder was quickly ruled out. The next theory considered was a failed robbery or carjacking attempt on her new car. However, this appeared doubtful. The only personal item missing was her phone, which she had used just minutes before the attack to notify her mother that the filming had ended and she was returning home. Michelle's purse, containing her wallet and several $100s in cash, was discovered at the passenger's feet. Police speculated that the assailant may have missed the purse in the confusion and darkness, and they did not search the car because they feared the gunshots would alert security. This may also explain why the carjacking attempt was aborted. The attacker appeared to have intended to threaten her with the weapon rather than shoot her, but something went wrong. Another theory suggests that Michelle was mistaken for a lady of the night due to her appearance. She was dressed provocatively, wearing heavy makeup and high heels. It's possible the criminal saw her on her way to the parking lot and followed her. He may have approached her with malice in the dark, but when he was flatly rejected, he killed her in retaliation. Her top was partially pulled down, exposing her left breast, which lent credence to this theory. This indicated that the attacker was probably a man. However, it was also possible that her thin, strapped clothing slipped during the scuffle chase, or as the terrified, injured young woman attempted to enter her vehicle. Raymond, the parking lot security guard who was believed to be the sole witness to the incident, was the only suspect and the first person interrogated. He confirmed hearing gunshots and a car alarm around 9 p.m. and immediately reported it to his supervisor and called the police. Raymond stated that he saw no one in the parking lot before or after the shots. Given the early hour and popularity of the area, no one fled or left the scene in the minutes that followed. It's possible that someone nearby saw or heard something. The police investigated Raymond's background and discovered that, despite his young age, he was the head of a large family with 5 children. He served in the California National Guard and aspired to be a law enforcement officer, working while attending the police academy and gaining necessary knowledge and skills. As the primary witness to the murder, Raymond attempted to assist the investigation, naively believing that this experience would benefit his academy exams. When investigators asked him to give his version of events during an interrogation, Raymond elaborated on how things could have happened. Being an exceptional student, he carefully considered every detail, attempting to piece together a coherent picture. He speculated on where the attacker and victim were during the initial gunshot, as well as how events unfolded after that. He built his story around the evidence, including the location of shell casings, blood droplets, the victim's belongings, and the car. He also estimated the shooting distances. At the time, Raymond had no idea he was unintentionally digging his own grave. He simply wanted to help the investigation and be useful. However, the detectives investigating the case came to their own conclusions, implying that such detailed knowledge could only be held by the murderer himself. There were no other suspects, so the security guard was charged with the girl's murder. Several weeks after Michelle's murder, police became aware of Victoria Richardson, a 17-year-old African-American girl. On that tragic evening, she was in the parking lot with her 18-year-old boyfriend and a few friends. They had gone horseback riding in the park and returned to the parking lot after dark on February 22. According to Victoria, they were in their car, music blasting, about to leave when they heard strange noises. They initially mistook them for firecrackers or fireworks and paid little attention, only to realize they were gunshots. Victoria remembered seeing a man in a security guard uniform walk towards a nearby parked blue Ford Mustang just a minute and a half before. After hearing strange noises and activating a car alarm, the friends exited their vehicle and saw the Mustang, which had rolled backwards and was no longer moving. They reportedly saw the security guard again, who warned them about an armed person in the parking lot and advised them to exercise caution. Hearing this, the group hurried back into their car and cautiously exited the parking lot, attempting not to draw attention. When asked about the guard they interacted with, Victoria described him as a middle-aged, heavy-set African-American man. This description corresponded to another employee who had worked in the parking lot the day before Raymond's shift. The second guard was promptly detained and questioned. He had a solid alibi because he was at a family gathering at the time of the murder, as confirmed by approximately 20 people. As a result, despite inconsistencies in the witness account, Jennings remained the only suspect. Prolonged investigation and arrest. After 5 years, the investigation concluded that Raymond was the murderer, in part because his knowledge and forensic skills could convincingly divert suspicion away from himself. However, the evidence and witness testimonies did not line up. The crime itself seemed irrational and strange, with no obvious motive for the suspect. Raymond owned his own legally acquired pistol, which was not with him on the night of the murder. He showed the police the weapon, and forensic analysis confirmed that the bullets were not fired from it. Investigators speculated that he might have hidden unregistered firearms, but this theory was not supported. Meanwhile, the murdered girl's parents carried out their own investigation, hiring private detectives. Patricia and Michael believed that law enforcement was inadequately handling the case or was simply inactive. They actively participated in interviews and television appearances, using their story to put pressure on the authorities. They believed Raymond was responsible for Michelle's death and should be punished. Although there were no compelling reasons to detain him at first, Raymond went to Iraq for military service, where he remained for nearly 5 years. When he returned to the United States, he was immediately arrested and imprisoned. Raymond agreed to take a polygraph test but failed, which worked against him. He claimed that because he could not post the $1 million bail, he would have to remain in custody for about a year while investigators and his defense prepared for the trial. Trial and verdict. According to the prosecution, Raymond, a security guard, mistook Michelle's revealing outfit for a sex worker and followed her to her car. After she rejected his advances, a resentful Raymond opened fire and then radioed his boss about the incident, stating that he would not approach the crime scene. The defense pointed out that the murder weapon was never discovered, either on the day or later. There were no DNA traces, fingerprints, or other evidence of Raymond's presence at the crime scene. Interestingly, epithelial particles under the victim's nails did not match Raymond's DNA. Instead of determining whose DNA it was, the investigators convinced the court that it was unrelated contamination. Raymond's personal belongings, his car, locker, and home, were thoroughly searched for the murder weapon, but a gunpowder residue test on his clothing was oddly not performed at the time. Notably, Raymond resigned a few days after the incident in response to threats from unknown individuals and returned his work uniform, which police received only a week later. It was claimed that he thoroughly washed the uniform before returning it, thereby removing any gunpowder residue. However, the presence of sweat and dust on the uniform indicated that it had not been washed. Victoria Richardson, the aforementioned witness, testified in court, stating that she saw a guard in the parking lot during the shooting, but did not specify who she saw, citing darkness and potential confusion. The prosecution used her testimony as evidence of Raymond's guilt. The jury deliberated for a week, but failed to reach a unanimous decision. As a result, a new trial was scheduled to allow both parties time to prepare. In February 2009, 11 of 12 jurors convicted Raymond of murder. In December 2009, the Supreme Court convicted Raymond Jennings of murder under aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Raymond maintained his innocence, saying in his final statement that he felt no remorse because he had not committed the crime. Michelle's parents and brother, on the other hand, believed he was guilty and were pleased with the verdict. New trial and acquittal. Raymond Jennings was incarcerated for nearly 11 years, losing hope and justice after his appeals were repeatedly denied. However, in late 2015, renowned attorney Jeffrey Ehrlich and his son Clinton, a law student at the time, expressed an interest in his case. They reviewed the case files and discovered numerous errors, inconsistencies, and clear violations of the evidence and trial proceedings. The Ehrlichs believed Raymond had been wrongfully convicted and set out to prove his innocence. They compiled all of the evidence and appealed to the department in charge of reviewing convictions. They specifically pointed out that Raymond's uniform contained no gunpowder residue or blood splatter, only sweat and dust, indicating that it had not been washed. They also noted that Raymond was unarmed, and detectives did not take into account the presence of other people in the park that evening. According to a new report, the murder was a spontaneous act, most likely a botched robbery. Furthermore, the main witness, Victoria Richardson, and her boyfriend, both of whom have a criminal record, were serving time for armed robbery at the time of the final trial, but were never considered suspects. A combination of different cartridges fired from the same gun. Unusually for someone with military training, he alluded to a street gang style. Richardson and her boyfriend were members of such a gang, but because they were not initially investigated for Michelle's murder, many leads were permanently lost. Notably, the boyfriend wore an earring similar to the one discovered at the crime scene on the night of the murder. Despite failing to prove the criminal couple's involvement in the murder of the aspiring actress, Ehrlich's case established Jennings' innocence. As a result, the former guard was factually acquitted, which differs significantly from legal or presumed innocence. Sergeant Raymond Jennings was released from prison after serving nearly 11 years for a crime he did not commit. The judge stated that jurors were not informed of the presence of gang members at the crime scene that evening. In March 2017, Jennings was awarded $500,000 in compensation for his wrongful conviction. A devoted man, he later claimed that God had answered his prayers and that justice had prevailed. Only Michael O'Keefe's parents remained deeply upset, believing that the man they suspected of murdering their daughter had been wrongfully released. The O'Keefes divorced after losing their son in a car accident, and their daughters believe the killer was punished. Despite the fact that the case remains unsolved, the chances of anyone being held accountable for Michelle's murder have dropped dramatically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7. In one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins, Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By Tenham. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night. attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members dispersed to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press received special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results. To attempt to solve this dark secret, the family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of 2 major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, The height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the 4 young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the 3 Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rustislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the ship owner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time. Just as he does not love me, he only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son, Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the tabernacle of faith with a 15-year-old Summer Cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy Summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents. And for the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, A bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside, periodically. He even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late, although she had never been late before. Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Willa Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GP's receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the Summers abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summer's disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all 3 of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern, only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution. Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this Summer's kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and I drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith Church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Take a look at this photograph. It features Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., also known as Lynn Keel, and his wife, Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for more than 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, while Elizabeth worked for Microbac Laboratories. Many of us probably have photos that, when we look at them, remind us that the lives of the people depicted in them changed dramatically shortly after the photo was taken. These words are equally applicable to this one. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see from the map, the location is quite remote. Lynn and Elizabeth, Like many others, were planning for the new year as 2005 came to an end. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble struck their home. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. Elizabeth slipped and fell while leaving the house, hitting her head hard on the concrete steps corner. The injury she received was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth died from blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident by her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends. Elizabeth's sudden death was a huge shock. She was just 42 years old. After about a year, Lynn Keel decided to move on. He no longer drove trucks and instead worked in real estate. In 2007, during that trip, he went to Latin America for business purposes. Lynn, 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years younger. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful and a single mother of a daughter. Their relationship developed quickly. Diana moved to the United States, inspired by the American dream. She and Lynn moved into his home in Nash County, where his wife Elizabeth Keel was killed in an accident about a year before. Diana and Lynn married relatively quickly. A short time later, the couple welcomed a son named Max in 2017. Diana graduated from Nash Community College. The same year, she started working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. Their first few years together were nothing special, but their relationship gradually deteriorated. Diana told a close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and frequently verbally abused her. The atmosphere inside the house was almost always tense. Lynn would not let Diana be alone with anyone for extended periods of time. She started to consider divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her using the baby. He threatened her, saying that if she left him, he would deport her and she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children were her top priority. However, everyone's patience eventually runs out. Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School, and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, while 10-year-old Max lived with his parents. As previously stated, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by both patients and colleagues. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message from Diana that read, "Mom, I love you very much." The message arrived completely unexpectedly. Esperanza knew her daughter's marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to divorce her husband, but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days later that Diana's daughter Laura raised the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted a plea for help in finding her mother. The message stated, "This is insane. You see what happens to everyone else and don't believe it will ever happen to you. My mother is missing. If you see or hear anything, please notify me. And please, retweet. This helped me spread the word. Thank you." Laura called the medical center where her mother worked the same day, but Diana's co-workers had not spoken to her in the previous 2 days. An employee of the medical center contacted the police and requested a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker informed the dispatcher that Diana had not been heard from in 2 days. She was scheduled to work tonight. She's on schedule. The Wilson Medical Center nurse stated that she is the type of co-worker who is always 30 minutes early and who responds reasonably to text messages. She has not completed any of them. The woman said Diana's behavior was out of character and requested that the sheriff's office conduct a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who communicated with her family every day. She checked her social media frequently, but her messages were now unread. Her FaceTime calls went unanswered. Lynn was present when a police officer arrived at the Keel home. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance was reported to the police by her co-workers rather than him. Lynn informed the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days before, on March 8th, when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which raised suspicions. Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Keel 57 stated that his wife had gone out to run some errands but had not returned. He explained that she would leave from time to time and would not return for several days. The statement did not ring true. Free of charge, the man was released. Diana was reported missing, and police began a search for her. Investigators discovered that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days. And this was not a good sign. As I mentioned at the start of the video, this house is in a remote area, and there are no neighbors to share important information with the police. Nonetheless, detectives discovered that on March 8th, the couple was seen in a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her, aside from Lynn Keel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, they revealed that she was having marital problems. There was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and flee. The only thing preventing her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke with named only one person as a possible suspect in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Keel. Early in the investigation, an alarming discovery was made. Diana disappeared 2 years earlier. Lynn had insured her life for over $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary in 2008. The sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute at the house, but no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation started. In addition, during the emergency call, the police received a disturbing call. A man later identified as a North Carolina Department of Transportation employee reported finding something on Poe's Hole Road. It appears that something is lying in the woods. He said, "I am not sure what it is, a body of something. I do not know." "How far is it down?" the dispatcher inquired. "Right here, at the end." The caller stated that I would be waiting right here. Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which appeared to have been there since her disappearance. It turned out that the worker was investigating an illegal dump when he noticed something suspicious. Poe's Hole Road is a dead-end street that leads to farmland. The fact that the body was discovered was fortunate. If fortunate is the right word under the circumstances, who knows how long it would have taken the police to locate Diana's body, given that it was 30 miles away from her home. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about her. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone stated, "What a tragic event, even more tragic. We now have a 10-year-old who has not had a mother," Stone added. "It's very difficult, especially when I realize how fragile life is. And now we have a child without a mother. It's extremely difficult. We have many unanswered questions. That is why we, at the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it is unclear how the woman died, there is clear evidence of foul play." When the police discovered his wife's body, they only had one suspect, Lynn Keel. He was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, and he answered the investigators. He claimed, as before, that Diana had frequently disappeared for several days but had always returned. These words contradicted what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew Lynn Keel had complete control over his wife's movements. He even forbade her from seeing her friends following the interrogation. The man was released because the autopsy results had yet to be obtained. 2 days after the body was discovered, authorities confirmed that it was Diana Alejandra Keel's. Her death devastated her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura set up a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral expenses. "My current priorities are to ensure that my mother is laid to rest in a manner more fitting than her death, and to ensure that my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us on a daily basis," she wrote. "By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy." Diana's cousin in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to pursue the American dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Javier Guevara said, "I can't believe it, I can't believe this. It's very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the terrifying details of Diana's death were revealed. She suffered extensive skull fractures as well as numerous sharp injuries to the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were discovered after Diana had died, which could indicate that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against her. When police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had fled. He was placed on a national wanted list, and a report stated that he may be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and that he could be dangerous. It was discovered that after being questioned at the police station, Lynn Keel drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home. stole his father's car, and fled. According to the search warrant, Diana and Lynn Keel shared authority and seized a number of firearms, including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Swords, machetes, and knives were also seized. Warrants show that authorities discovered 2 pages from Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter's diary inside a Dodge Ram owned by Lynn Keel. When asked about the contents, the sheriff stated that he did not feel comfortable disclosing what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, the search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his current location was unknown. Stone stated that the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida regarding Keel's truck, but no additional information about his capture was confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and look for a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet that had been distributed. We have no idea where he could be. He stated that this is an opportunity for the public to assist because this individual is dangerous. On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was apprehended by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. He had a large sum of cash and a large supply of canned goods. He allegedly intended to cross the border and flee into Mexican territory. Lynn Keel was airlifted to Nash County following his arrest and charged in connection with the death of his wife, Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and abandoned for dead. Lynn Keel was also charged with kidnapping. When forensic investigators searched the house, they discovered overwhelming evidence that Diana was attacked in her bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote location, Keel went to a nearby Walmart and purchased cleaning supplies with which he attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, posted the following on her Facebook page: "I know everyone has an opinion about what my stepfather did to my family. However, I beg you all not to spread hatred. My brother's heart is so pure that he doesn't need to see hatred. We all need to remember how wonderful my mother was in healing us as best we can." The brutality of the crime, as well as Keel's subsequent flight from justice, drew the attention of local, state, and national media outlets. The media attention prompted the public defender at the time to request a change of venue so that a jury pool could be selected outside of Nash County. Despite the widespread media coverage of the crime, the motion for a change of venue focused on perceptions in Nash County. The Nash County Sheriff's press conferences were among those covered by the media. There have been numerous written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, and social media discussions. The defendant's previous wife died, prompting media speculation. The motion stated that the state objected to the motion, but also expressed concerns about efficiency and a waste of resources and time if a trial began in Nash County and then had to be transferred to another venue after the trial process began in Nash County. According to the motion, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner ultimately decided to move the venue to Pitt County. Sumner stated in the document outlining his decision that there is prejudice against this defendant in Nash County, which prevents him from receiving a fair and impartial trial. Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him in October 2021, avoiding a lengthy trial. A no contest plea, like a guilty plea, indicates that the defendant accepts responsibility for the killing charge and has pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping kills. Defense attorneys asked the judge to consider the fact that he has kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. However, at the sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter had died. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they should leave. Do not stay there. She begged the judge to impose a severe sentence. "I want you to feel the same compassion for Keel as he did when he killed her." Diana's cousin issued the following statement: "From all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to justice. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Nash County Sheriff's Office, as well as the genuine empathy they showed, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been viewed by the public as an incredible mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and coworker. She adored her 2 children more than I could ever express. All she did was for them. She brought joy to the world with her contagious laugh, bright smile, and big heart for others, including animals, to everyone who knew her and would have liked to know her. Please think of her and her children with love and positivity. Thank you very much for your continued support. Lynn Keel did not reveal the motive for the crime. Perhaps he learned Diana was meeting with a lawyer and intended to start divorce proceedings. We should also remember the insurance policy worth more than $1 million. Lynn Keel was sentenced to 32 to 41 years in prison as part of the plea agreement. But that is not all. Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth, died and the police had questions. Was her death truly an accident? Her family claimed they had always had questions about her death. Elizabeth Keel's family issued a statement saying they have always questioned his death and are deeply saddened that another life has been taken. We'll follow up on all of the leads and review the information from the first incident reports. Stone stated, "We'll speak with the district attorney's office. It's something we should consider." Elizabeth Keel was buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said he is currently working with a pathologist and reviewing all of the evidence. He stated that they are likely to exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was North Carolina's chief medical examiner for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was a question that had not been answered at the time and could be answered by re-examining the remains. But he claims that there have been many cases in his career where a death that was thought to be accidental turned out to be murder. Someone died after falling from something. Then more information reveals that they did not fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in the examination. We would have the same results. However, the circumstances that led up to the incident have since changed. Butts stated that no new information regarding Elizabeth Keel's death has surfaced in the last 2 years. We can assume that authorities found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body. But we may hear more about this case in the future. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rachel O'Reilly's case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person goes missing or dies in mysterious circumstances, the other half is usually one of the primary suspects. Unfortunately, in approximately 80 of cases, suspicions are valid. There is rarely a clear motive in such crimes, and the crime itself is often classified as domestic as if it were ordinary. Rachel O'Reilly's high-profile case in the early 2000s stunned Ireland with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children was brutally murdered in her own home, and police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never seen such a horrific crime scene before, but they were determined to solve the mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It took investigators several years of meticulous work. Throughout this time, the criminal remained at large, confident that no one would prove his guilt. Perhaps this would have happened, but the killer was let down by his own arrogance. Let's start the story from the beginning. Who was Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly. Rachel O'Reilly, real name Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. His biological parents were not aware. Rose and Jim Calloway, her spouses, adopted her when she was very young. She grew up alongside the couple's other 4 adopted children. Rose and Jim, their own heirs, were unable to have children, so all of their parental love was directed toward foster children. Rachel was an active and purposeful child since she was very young. She excelled in school, participated in sports, assisted her parents with household chores, and never caused a problem. The girl grew up to be very sociable, open, and kind. She got along well with everyone and avoided conflicts. Rachel was an avid softball player as a teenager, competing in a variety of competitions and setting several local records. She also had a close relationship with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets and communicated constantly, even after she married and had her own children. After graduating from high school, the girl enrolled at one of the local universities intending to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she secured a position as a salesperson in a city department store. In her spare time, she continued to participate in sports, most notably for the local Joe O'Reilly team. In fact, public sources contain very little information about Joe O'Reilly's early life. He was notorious for his inhumanity and extreme cruelty to his own wife and the mother of his 2 children. However, the type of person he was as a young man is rarely discussed or remembered. Joe is also known to be a County Dublin native, having been born there in 1972. In a simple family, he was the second common child and was raised alongside his older sister. The O'Reillys' children were not spoiled, and their parents taught them that in life, they should achieve everything on their own through hard work and effort. The boy was tall, athletic, and enjoyed playing softball. After graduating from high school, he decided to pursue a career in advertising through correspondence studies. He got a job as a manager at a department store, the same one where Rachel worked a few months later. Joe was 19 years old when they first met, and Rachel was barely 17. The young man noticed the new employee right away and took the initiative to be the first to meet her miniature smiling blonde, dizzy the guy's head, but only to go on a date with him. For whatever reason, she flatly refused. Joe began to woo Rachel with compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace at the start of the day, but Rachel remained cold to him. Desperate attempts to capture the attention of the young saleswoman with interest were observed by almost the entire department store staff, and it even became the subject of jokes. However, Joe refused to give up. He read Rachel's favorite book to give them something in common to talk about, but things didn't really take off until Joe discovered Rachel was a serious softball player. That is when he met her at the stadium, walked onto the field during practice, and joined the game. Riley was long and familiar with softball, so he demonstrated all of his abilities and led the team to victory. This time, the young man impressed Rachel, and she agreed to go on a date with him. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Joe, by all means and available means, demonstrates that he is prepared for the beloved to literally roll mountains. He unexpectedly organized a trip to Paris, the most romantic city in the world, and proposed to her on top of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, Rachel couldn't resist and agreed with him. The naive girl then believed she had met a real prince from a magical fairy tale, with whom she would spend her life happily. A few years later, the couple married, and they eventually had 2 sons in common. The couple relocated to the tranquil and picturesque Scottish province of Scotland, where they bought their own spacious, cozy home. It was an ideal place to raise their children. Rachel quit her job after the birth of their eldest son to focus on caring for her husband and child. 2 years later, the couple welcomed a second son, and the young mother was completely absorbed by the heirs. Joe, the family's main beneficiary, was hired by an advertising agency as an outdoor advertising specialist. Those who knew the head of the family described him as a confident, purposeful, and charming man. At work, he demonstrated responsibility, qualification, punctuality, and attention to detail. He was always the first to arrive at the office, and he would stay late if necessary. Joe also continued to participate in sports, frequently visiting the gym before the start of the workday, and his wife's home contained several exercise machines and a set of dumbbells. As the boys grew older and started kindergarten, Rachel became a distributor for one of the popular cosmetics companies and also sold household goods to supplement their income. Such work enabled her to communicate more with her neighbors, who described her as an excellent mother and a kind and open person. Joe's chances of returning home dwindled over time. In reality, he only came to sleep, shower, and change clothes. With this behavior, he wrote off his entire employment at work, as well as the upcoming promotion that he had been looking forward to. His wife did her best to support him, but they grew apart over time, and family relations deteriorated significantly. In the summer of 2004, an anonymous person sent a letter to Child Protective Services alleging that Rachel is a bad mother who mistreats her 2- and 4-year-old sons. In this regard, a special commission visited the couple's home and responded to the disturbing report, but nothing suspicious was discovered, and all relatives and neighbors described Mrs. Riley as a loving and caring mother, casting doubt on her reputation. What has happened to Rachel O'Reilly? The morning of Monday, October 4, 2004 began normally. The head of the family left the house at dawn, while his wife and sons were still sleeping, to go to work. Throughout the day, he texted and called his wife several times but received no response. When he called his home phone, the answering machine went off. Joe stated in a shaky voice that he was extremely concerned and asked his wife to call him back as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Joe received a call from the kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had not arrived to pick up the boys, which had never happened before. Joe then called his mother-in-law and asked if she knew where Rachel was. When she said no, he asked Rose to go to their house and see if everything was okay. Meanwhile, he went to kindergarten to pick up the children. When Rose arrived at her daughter's house, she noticed her car in the yard and realized Rachel was home. However, the room was dark and quiet, and no one responded to her call. The first thing I noticed was the clutter, as if the house had been searched for something. Cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn across the floor. The whole scene resembled a robbery. The landlord was nowhere to be found. However, when her mother entered the bedroom, a terrifying image appeared before her eyes. Rachel was lying on the floor, in a large pool of her own blood. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, as well as in Rachel's bloody tangled hair. In some places, the bare bones of her skull were visible. Rose rushed to her daughter, hoping she was still alive and could be helped. But when she touched her arm, she noticed that it was cold and stiff. Rachel had been dead for hours, and there was no way to save her. Rose, unable to remember herself, began screaming and calling for help before rushing to the phone to call the police. The neighbors, including a doctor, came running in response to her screams. When Joe arrived out of the house, he was the first to examine the body and confirm that Rachel could not be saved. There was already a crowd. When he found out that his spouse had died, he screamed and ran inside, claiming he didn't believe it. He burst into tears in the bedroom next to his wife's body. Riley cried and screamed, vowing to kill whoever had done this to his beloved wife. According to police officers who arrived on the scene, they have never seen a more brutal depiction of the murder of a defenseless woman in their careers. Clearly, the weapon of the crime was a heavy blunt object with which Rachel was beaten with incredible ferocity. There is literally nothing left on her body. It appears that the house's owner was attacked from behind because she did not attempt to resist or fight back. The overall picture resembled a robbery. But professional instinct told the investigators that such a beating would only occur if there were personal reasons or an acute dislike. But who would want to touch a petite young woman and mother of two? The detectives began by interviewing the deceased's family members and neighbors. They all confidently stated that Rachel had no enemies or ill wishes and was on good terms with everyone. On that particular day, neighbors reported no suspicious activity. There were no strange cars or strangers near the victim's home. Joe stated that he had spent the majority of the day at the bus depot on the other side of town for work, and a co-worker confirmed his alibi. Although the co-worker confirmed Joe's words, the police remained skeptical. The situation appeared to be a robbery, but no valuables had been taken. Only scattered items on the bedroom's bedside table, almost in plain sight, valued at €1,000, remained untouched. Another stash was found in a kitchen cupboard, but this tool remained untouched. There was also a jewelry box on the dressing table, but only a pair of chains and earrings were missing, which were stored separately in a drawer. In addition, the homeowner reported that a digital camera, silverware, and one of his dumbbells, which was most likely the weapon of crime, had gone missing. Everything seemed strange. The house was turned upside down. The landlady was brutally murdered over a minor issue. Joe, while answering police questions, was crying, shaking, and feverish. However, one of the investigators later admitted that the guy appeared to be in a state of nervous excitement rather than grief or shock. When asked if his wife had an extramarital affair or really behaved even more strangely, Joe changed his expression, confidently stating that there was no such thing and then adding that he had never cheated on his wife. But this phrase sounded extremely unconvincing. 2 miles from the crime scene in the bushes was discovered a bag containing items from the house. Inside were a camera, silverware, and a few pieces of jewelry. Joe had compiled a list of stolen items. The robbery theory could now be completely dismissed, and the case reclassified as premeditated murder. Suspicious widower. Despite all of the widowed men's attempts to portray grief and pain, It appeared phony, and he was immediately named the main suspect. Joe had nothing to present yet, but the detectives needed to thoroughly investigate his alibi in order to study the crime scene and learn about his relationship with his wife. Joe stated that he stopped by the gym before work, as he did on a regular basis, and surveillance cameras in the parking lot and inside the gym confirmed this. He then drove to the office before going to a bus station in a remote part of the city to monitor the placement of advertisements on vehicles. His words were confirmed by a colleague he allegedly spoke with at the time. The investigators then went to Joe's workplace and seized his computer for inspection. This is where the most interesting part starts. Because the email contained strange correspondence that Joe had partially deleted, specialists were able to recover the deleted messages, and the police were finally confident that they were on the right track. Joe mostly corresponded with his friend and his sister, to both of whom he constantly complained about his wife. He wrote about Rachel in an insulting and profane tone. He wrote that his wife had not appealed to him as a woman for a long time and had generally disgusted him. Moreover, the computer discovered another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, a woman named Nikki Pelly. Their communication made it clear that these two were much more than friends, and both should be questioned. Who is Nikki Pelly? Nikki also worked for an advertising company, and she and Joe had numerous work-related interactions. The woman was 10 years older than Joe, but that did not prevent them from having an affair. It was impossible to say exactly when their workplace romance began. Joe spent his evenings and nights at home, and his wife lied about his work commitments. But this wasn't the strangest thing about the discovered correspondence. It turned out that Joe had promised Nikki in his messages that they would soon be together, she and their sons referring to as children from Rachel. Such messages were more than suspicious because, in the event of a divorce, the boys would be left to live with their mother. Joe, who initially claimed that he had no extramarital affairs but realized that denying it was pointless after irrefutable evidence of his infidelity was discovered. Then he admitted that he had been secretly dating Nikki for a while, but they had apparently broken up. For more than a week, the O'Reilly house was cordoned off as a crime scene, with no one permitted to enter because the police needed to enter because the police needed to examine and document everything. During this time, Joe was staying with his sister, while the boys were with their grandparents. Joe did not appear to be a grieving widower at the funeral. Instead, he acted remarkably calm and, most importantly, as if he were closing the coffin alongside his late wife. When it was his turn to say goodbye, he did so quickly and coldly, and as he left, he casually mentioned that the coffin could be closed and buried. When the family was allowed to return home, everything looked exactly as it had on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the floor. Joe asked his father-in-law and mother-in-law to accompany him, and they agreed, believing he needed the support on the spot. However, the son-in-law began to speculate on how the killer might have dealt with Rachel. He walked around the room where his wife was murdered, describing how she had been attacked by the force with which she was struck, pointing to dried blood spatters each time. Joe then speculated that the perpetrator may have gone to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and the crime weapon, which he then carried with him. Joe's account was horrifyingly detailed and full of detail, with him waving his arms around to mimic the blows. However, his bereaved parents dismissed his behavior as an attempt to relieve stress and talk things out. Rose later admitted that she had not let go of the idea that the son-in-law had repeated his previous actions and that he was the one who massacred their daughter. Thirst for fame. Almost immediately after the funeral, O'Reilly began actively communicating with the media, giving interviews left and right. He eagerly welcomed reporters to his home, literally giving them tours of the crime scene and explaining how everything happened. At the same time, Joe addressed the criminal on camera, offering him a voluntary surrender to the police. 3 weeks after the tragedy, the deceased's loved ones agreed to participate in the filming of a television program about the crime. But if Rachel's parents were depressed and literally killed by grief, Joe on set acted like a star. He vividly communicated with the makeup artists, curious about how he would appear in the frame, and then eagerly nibbled on the proposed treats while drinking their coffee. The police, who were still looking for Joe, decided to follow him and discovered that he went straight from the set to his mistress Nikki, where he spent the night. By that point, all doubts about his guilt had been dispelled, leaving only the task of gathering irrefutable evidence for the court. Gathering evidence was a lengthy, complicated, and laborious process because the most important item The instrument of the crime was not discovered. Nevertheless, there was sufficient other evidence. They were both facing jail time for perjury, so they chose not to jeopardize their freedom. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up, as they had previously claimed, but instead continued their relationship. Furthermore, I learned about Rachel through their connection, which caused a major scandal on the eve of the tragedy. However, the colleague stated that he was unsure whether Joe was present when his wife was murdered at the bus station on the other side of the city. The guy simply confirmed his friend's words at his request, unaware that Riley was a suspect in the crime. He discovered correspondence on Joe's computer in which he insulted his wife and planned his future with his mistress and children, which was also linked to the case. The police also investigated numerous interviews with Joe and TV program footage, concluding that he described the crime in detail that only a criminal could know. The widower's careless remarks helped reconstruct the full picture of the crime. He went to the gym in the morning and purposefully got into all of the camera's lenses. Then he informed his colleagues that he would be absent from the office because he was leaving for work in another part of the city and his phone might not be available. Then, instead of going to the bus station, he went home, armed himself with a dumbbell, and hid in the marital bedroom, waiting for his wife, who had left to take the children to kindergarten. He suddenly attacked her from behind, leaving no room for escape. After the massacre, Joe admitted to washing the blood from himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom next to the bedroom. The perpetrator then changed clothes, dispersed his belongings throughout the house to simulate a robbery, and went to work. On the way, he discarded the items and disposed of the soiled clothes and dumbbells so they would not be discovered. He also called his murdered wife's cell phone several times, sent her a few messages, and left voicemails on the answering machine, requesting that she call him back. In the office, he was acting strangely and appeared overly excited, with his hands slightly shaking. Some of his coworkers noticed this and inquired whether he was okay. But Joe was perplexed, so instead of responding, he dashed to his office, where he quickly received a call from the daycare center, informing him that the boys had not been picked up. He did not hurry home, instead sending his mother-in-law to be the first to discover his daughter's disfigured body. He believed he had considered all possibilities and that proving his guilt would be impossible, but his desire for fame and public attention worked against him. Joe was not arrested until 2 years after he committed the crime. Despite the fact that the majority of the evidence was circumstantial, Joe's guilt was established by reconstructing the entire route of his movements that day using the signal of a cell phone that he did not abandon. It is worth noting that at the time of Rachel's murder, Joe's cell phone signal came from the family home. This was later confirmed using billing data. In addition, at trial, it was revealed that Joe's mother wrote the anonymous letter to Child Protective Services at her son's request. Joe was aware that he would not have sole custody of the boys in the event of a divorce, so he tried to smear his wife by portraying her as a bad and abusive mother. However, social services officials found no evidence to support the anonymous message's claims. So O'Reilly decided to take decisive action. He had no remorse. He smiled in court, chatted animatedly with his defense attorneys, and even tried to joke, convinced that he would be released regardless. But in the summer of 2007, the court found Joe guilty and sentenced him to life in prison. The lawyers attempted to challenge the decision, but all of their complaints and appeals were rejected. It is worth noting that Joe and Nikki's relationship continued even after the man was imprisoned. His mistress paid him visits on a regular basis for many years before they stopped communicating in 2022, for unknown reasons. Joe Riley never pleaded guilty in prison. He has become a model inmate, never causing trouble, and hopes to be eligible for parole one day. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25th, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30th, 1994, the youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. Because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this. I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad, and it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day." Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate." Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night, intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Richie an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Richie remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Rishi arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Simard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police. By the evening the next day, the police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep, and their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just one day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Rishi's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazeau began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Rishi because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault. Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Rishi's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazo discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Ricci case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Ricci found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father in Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Ricci's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kaylin Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with Tess Ricci's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kalen Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kalen Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Rishi ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Rishi to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. A woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kalen Schlatter, who spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time, he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Richi's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Rishi, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Rishi was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes: Kalen Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ricci's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential, according to Irina's sister Ricci. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess, Ricci's family, sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of 2 lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .223 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected. But this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list, in conversation with Andrew. Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, The victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m., 14 minutes later. Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story follows a woman whose life is riddled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up pursuing large sums of money and how many human lives are affected. Michelle grew up in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura, and her mother left home in search of a better life. So the father was responsible for his children's upbringing. It was difficult for a man to raise 2 daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings from a construction site and frequently drank alcohol in search of easy money. He repeatedly devised and carried out devious profit-making schemes. He would take a job at one factory or another and purposefully injure himself in order to receive insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme was successful, but not for long. The scheme was discovered thanks to CCTV cameras installed at one of the workplaces, and Michelle and Laura's father were arrested. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deception, and manipulation. This was her normal life, from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. However, she couldn't escape herself because lies had already become a part of her life, and she didn't know how to live any differently. The girl wishes to mature more quickly in order to escape hatred and poverty. Michelle looks stunning at 15 years old. As a petite brunette with an athletic build, she piques the interest of both her own age group and older men. Even so, Michelle realizes that, with her feminine power and charm, she can easily manipulate any man in her environment to get what she wants. So her life begins with a series of love relationships with various men. Michelle drops out of school at the age of 17 and marries Kenneth O'Irian, then 16, for the first time. She tells her boyfriend she is expecting a baby, and Kenneth accepts full responsibility for his young wife and future child in the army. The couple moves frequently so that they can have more children in this marriage. One city is replaced by another temporary military housing, which was not the end of Michelle's dreams. Such a lifestyle does not suit her. After 5 years, she leaves, citing her husband's beatings and cheating as the reason for their divorce. Michelle returns to Hearst in front of her family and friends. She appears to be a victim of domestic violence, receives the necessary help, and begins to organize her life. After a while, she falls for her former classmate Brandon. The young man is madly in love with Michelle and has happily accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for their wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle enrages Brandon, and it is revealed that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was afraid to discuss divorce with him because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents, but with the assistance of an attorney. This issue was quickly resolved, allowing the couple to marry in 1994. Initially, family life was calm and measured. Brandon was working on the development of his company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. Michelle's dreams, however, extended beyond a quiet family life. She's always needed more. She starts bringing home various dental equipment and supplies. The cash does not fit in her purse. Brandon suspected that something was wrong. Michelle eventually got caught stealing. A trial was only avoided through luck. Brandon's trust issues with his wife were only beginning. Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house after neighbors complained that cars were frequently arriving while he was at work. Listening to the tape, throughout the day he heard several men visiting their homes. Brandon conducts his own investigation and discovers that Michelle's first marriage ended due to her numerous infidelities. Brandon demanded a divorce, not because of her husband's beatings, as she had told everyone. Michelle was furious that Brandon started the divorce, so she retaliated while he was at work. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish." Brandon claims she poured a comet into it, killing all the fish. But Michelle did not stop there. Brandon had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, resulting in the animal's death. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you are shocked at this point, we have only scratched the surface." Brandon describes it as an unending nightmare. "You cannot make that girl leave." Unfortunately, Brandon discovered the truth about Michelle after his own marriage had been completely destroyed. Michelle's experiences with Brandon Dixon pale in comparison to her encounters with other men. It was later revealed that Michelle's first child was fathered by John Paul Ray, a fellow Hearst high school student. Instead of disclosing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Ryan that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. For 13 years, Kenneth believed the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from the age of 5 to 18 and was unaware that he was not the father. They had a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship ended abruptly when John suspected his wife of cheating. Michelle did not deny it. She acknowledged the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving the majority of Michelle's belongings. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They weren't so young anymore. Both had a history of failed marriages. He was married twice and has a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, they agreed to share custody of their daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the ex-spouses had a good relationship. Wealthy, successful, and generous. Greg was the perfect match for Michelle. Michaela, Greg and Michelle's daughter, was born in 2007. A year later, they were married. Their marriage embodied the American dream: money, children, and love. Everything was in abundance. Michelle appeared to have made it through the thorns to the stars, achieving the life she had always desired. Greg Williams held his family in high regard. He grew up in a family with strong values and accomplished everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and held a black belt in martial arts. Greg, in addition to his love of exercise, enjoyed guns. Both he and Michelle had guns in their home, and Keller Michelle's gun, a silver .4 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, whereas Greg kept his gun, a black bear .4 caliber pistol, loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage successful. They host birthday parties for their children from previous marriages in Keller. Michelle's adult children would host barbecues and swimming parties. Frequently, the house was full of friends. Despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not your typical American couple. They met through an online community dedicated to bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism. and their wild adult house parties drew numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making it public, the couple decides to move out. Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for several hours the night before. They were planning to purchase a new house for $4.5 million. They had an emotional discussion about the upcoming event. Greg remained in the bedroom alone. On October 13, 2011, Michelle went out to comfort her crying daughter and fell asleep in her room. At 4:40 a.m., an emergency call arrived, and a crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police had arrived on the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives discovered a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep, unaffected by the attack. The woman's behavior tipped off police officers. She was acting strangely, and it did not appear that she had just been burglarized. The gated community quickly filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and officers searched every inch of the nearly 5,000-square-foot house. Michelle was fully dressed, with her hair styled, and appeared calm. She told the cops she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor suggested otherwise. Michelle, the only witness, was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of speaking with police and investigators, Michelle's story began to unravel like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder, dressed entirely in black, hit her on the head with a wrench. She collapsed from the blow but remained conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then escaped through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what the police saw on the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while he lay in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, likely used by the intruder, was discovered near the back door, alongside a wrench. No fingerprints were found on either weapon. Neither was found to have signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money remained unharmed, and CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera revealed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours preceding the crime. Police confirmed that the vehicle belonged to a newspaper deliveryman. Michelle invented a version of the attack to throw off the investigation. She hit herself with a wrench and decorated their large house to resemble the scene of the attack. However, detectives conducted their due diligence and discovered a number of discrepancies. Michelle Williams was fully dressed, with stylized hair and fresh makeup on her face. It created the impression that she was waiting for someone. The gun used in the crime was discovered in the house, with no fingerprints. The final detail proving Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen during the robbery. Michelle couldn't figure out why a successful businessman and devoted father would commit suicide. However, she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she didn't want to tell their young daughter the painful truth about her father's suicide. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to conceal fingerprints before staging a home invasion and calling for help. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became clear to the police why no evidence was discovered in the home. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to paint a more realistic picture of the assault. Keller police initially questioned the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but no physical evidence linking her to the crime was presented. Michelle was arrested for perjury and released around 5 p.m. Michelle went to her sister Laura's house on the evening of her husband's murder and made no mention of Greg's name. Michelle cried from time to time, but it did not appear sincere. When questioned by police, Michelle's sister Laura stated that she awoke in a good mood the morning following the tragedy. She was dressed beautifully, with her hair styled and makeup applied, and she was in good spirits. The recent widow went to breakfast at a well-known restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police investigated the theory that Greg committed suicide, they struggled to find a motive and credible evidence. Michelle presented the investigation with emotion first, followed by evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were drawn to Michelle's claim that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. Following Greg's death, Michelle quickly began liquidating family assets and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's company. The amount of checks cashed is not made public anywhere. Most likely, we're talking about a large sum of money. Michelle made one of her most serious mistakes after receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller. Michelle was the sole beneficiary of Greg's life insurance policy, which was purchased on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before his death. But the woman overlooked an important fact: the terms of the insurance policy. Greg's death was not covered by insurance because he chose to die, and at the last minute, she was denied the funds. The main motive for the crime was to obtain the insured sum of $600. Later, another important aspect of financial fraud is revealed, casting suspicion on the widow. Fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been planning to buy on the eve of his death. The account numbers were deliberately changed, and the lender was not immediately aware of the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account went unnoticed until the police discovered it. Michelle, convinced of her innocence, writes a $18,000 check to attorney Kenneth Winterkorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to uncover his wife's web of deception. An autopsy on Greg revealed that he was shot from a distance of 12 to 18 inches. Furthermore, the toxicology examination produced a report indicating that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Additionally, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after increasing the volume on the television. Michelle, who was sleeping in her room, had not heard anything. According to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide on November 3, 2011. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9 while on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and providing a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the sole suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 for release from custody pending a court hearing. Michelle, on the other hand, was held in custody for a week before being released on $85,000 bail. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail wearing a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Winterkorn, who is now officially representing her. Kathy, Greg's first wife, was furious when she discovered that the money she paid Korn to defend Michelle was part of Greg's estate and should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman accused of killing him. Kenneth is listed as Katie and Greg's divorce attorney in online court records from 2003. In 2008, Winterkorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter, Taylor. However, providing evidence will exonerate Kenneth Winterkorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams. The divorce was handled by his company, and he never personally represented Greg. Kenneth Korn claimed he first learned of Greg's murder from an company employee. It was shocking when Korn revealed that Michelle later sought his assistance. After her plan to profit from Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru, hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Jean Wallace, a friend of her oldest son who is nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Jean established a fitness club in Bedford and promoted it extensively online. Michelle, armed with an ankle bracelet and a GPS tracker, spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She frequently appeared in court dressed for a night on the town, in miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never lamented Greg's death for a moment. Greg's ex-wife, Kathy Robb Conover, had been friends with Greg Williams for over 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, convincing them that she was an innocent woman in need of protection. Michelle Williams, 45, entered into a plea agreement with the county on October 9, 2013, and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will serve 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and engaging in deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony found in only a few states. Although Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would stand. Things can turn out differently: play big, win big, or lose big. Michelle stated this in an interview regarding the plea bargain. "I expect to serve a few years and then be released on parole." However, in a February 2014 interview, Michelle Williams abruptly changed her testimony, claiming she was not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and schedules the first trial. The trial of Keller's Black Widow, A Texas woman accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011 has begun with opening arguments for an insurance payout. Prosecutors described the crime as a well-planned series of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after first drugging him with sleeping pills in order to collect on his life insurance. The motivation was money. Money and greed have stood the test of time. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland stated in court that, while Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would be upheld in response to an interview request. Michelle's attorney has issued a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Winterkorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the immaculately clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, ignoring the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect in repeated searches where cleaning products were discovered. However, it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them because the products were in the house where she lived and cleaned. If the jury finds that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it appear as if the man died of natural causes, and then cleaned up the car I'm seeing by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will receive a life sentence. However, if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will have the opportunity to hear the entire story and determine the appropriate punishment. Careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances revealed information about the unfavorable environment that had existed in their family for a long time. According to the studied correspondence, social networks, and messengers, the couple quarreled frequently over finances. During the trial, prosecutors claimed that in the hours leading up to his violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife about their finances and even slapped her for spending a large sum of money set aside as a down payment on a home. However, Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams committed suicide and that the successful businessman needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams was frequently depressed and used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed as a result of the death of his grandmother and best friend, who had ironically committed suicide. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams discovered her husband dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal in mind: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by keeping the truth from her. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, exhibited little emotion for the majority of the trial but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs depicting the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams and his adult son, Andrew O'Harian, who stated that his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to assist in framing Greg Williams' ex-wife Kathy in order to blame her for Greg's death, using unreconciled differences over custody of their daughter Taylor. But that plan failed from the start. After all, the former spouses never disagreed on custody of their daughter, and proving otherwise would have been extremely difficult. He was asked how he responded to his mother's unusual request. Andrew O'Harian, 26, was shocked by the proposal and assumed she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons during the trial after they testified against her. Michelle was later found guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she lied about being pregnant with twins in order to delay her sentencing. However, this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and natural charm, which she tried to demonstrate at each hearing, did not save her from a harsh sentence sandwiched between a scenario in which she was portrayed as a cold-blooded criminal and another in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse. Michelle selected the latter. He did it. She explained that she was wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective for solving the case. "I wouldn't have made it through the day." She said, "You had won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's account, few believed Greg had died. He had too much to live for. And he was well aware of the anguish and grief that untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes Michelle's relationship with Gian Wallace began while Greg was still alive and could be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had discovered she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have received nothing. Katie claims Greg was willing to put up with a lot, but not with cheating. "She's ruined more lives than you can imagine." Brandon claims she's a professional manipulator. If the courts had interviewed all of us, things could have turned out differently. Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also determined that she would have to serve at least 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and a fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her intentional actions. She has never expressed regret for her actions and still refuses to accept full responsibility for her crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Lyne family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. Their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Lyne family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yoon Lin. Lin's love story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lin, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lin decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lin family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lynes were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Lyne family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently. During the early 2000s, Min's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lin's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lin family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lin's younger sister, Kathy Lin Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert. Jai also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lin and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lin family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Lin family's shop was unexpectedly closed, surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed, with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lin Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lin parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lin family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lin family rather than robbery. Additionally, multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, Evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lines had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lynn, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lynn family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Line family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, she was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynn shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and men had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Mine was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Mine had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yun's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XEI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lynn family victims, linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert Xe's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert XEXE was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, one for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age, and while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue car. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Legg, Lidar, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 other friends whom he did not know very well. The 4 of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, But there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber, his father, told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the Carr Wildlife Area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, Footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All three people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cowley Wildlife Area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Fanninsteel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, "And I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves." That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously, because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk. He did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen, the officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there. The officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river, and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information. or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army. That morning, he also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Blood stains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, he invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying.